How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today I thought I would sort of do a part 2 to the most recent casual video because there was one thing I wanted to work on and document, and I almost feel guilty not doing it because I think it'd be interesting. And I wanted to share a few things that have happened since last time as well. So let's just get to it. So I only have like a couple hours to record, maybe not even, because things are just crazy at the moment, but I'm gonna record as much as I can right now, and then the rest of it will be done with a voiceover. Everything will be the same except I'll be gone. So, yeah, even though I can't record the full thing, I just want to make sure this still comes to a proper conclusion in some form, which I figure is better than nothing. So, yeah, let's just get to it. So I think first I'll show some of the things that I figured out since last time, because I would kind of prefer to be here talking about it when I explain it, so I'm going to get that out of the way first. Everything else can be voiceover, every other major thing. So, and it's not just going to be voiceover, I'll actually show visuals as well. I'll be recording as I work on the rest of the stuff, just not me talking. That's what the voiceover will be for. So anyway, without further ado, let's get to it. So I would like to demonstrate how I use SSH in Windows, because it doesn't work the way I was hoping it would, but I found a way to make it work. So yeah, I just realized something that I sort of forgot to do, but I'll look at it later. I'm gonna have to pause at one point. I'm gonna want to show the configuration file without showing the password, of course. So I'll be temporarily obfuscating some of the information on it so I can show you stuff pertaining to the configuration file. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to demonstrate how I use SSH in Windows, because I did get that working. Actually, why don't I can demonstrate that real quick. So let me get the voice engine set up first on the Raspberry Pi. So we know how to set that up. I'm gonna make this bigger. So I'm gonna go into the Minecraft folder. So I'm basically doing stuff with Minecraft. That's really all I'm doing today. Everything pertains to that. So I'm gonna start all services. I should also make sure that this mic works. And I did try checking right here, but even when this shows up, the mic sometimes doesn't show up in Audacity, so that's not a valid test in case you were wondering. The Audacity one's probably the best one. There is a command line utility where I could check, but I don't know that right now, so Audacity is probably the best for me. Or I could just do this, but you'd probably hate me for that, so now let's start the CLI thing. So as far as a custom wake word goes, I did not figure that out yet, so I won't be showing that here. But I'll show you that it does indeed work in Windows. I'm not sure if this is initialized yet. Hey Minecraft, what's 3 plus 6? Should have done a joke. I'll do a joke too. Sorry. Okay, I'm getting that weird sound. I think there's something weird with my capture setup. That's something I might have to follow up on eventually. Hey Minecraft, make me laugh. If you put 1,000,000... Yes. Pearl. Okay, so that stuff you're seeing about, Daniel, for example, I recently made it so I could pull up Daniel Love on YouTube's website and YouTube channel. So that's what that is, in case you were wondering. That's a skill that I'm actually going to be showing stuff pertaining to that, because it's difficult to get a graphical program to come up over SSH using Ansible. So I'll be showing what I did to make that work too, because it's not that straightforward, sadly. Actually, it is straightforward, but not with Ansible, so I'll go over that next. But first, let me show you how I do the thing in Windows. So Perl, I'm not familiar with Perl, so I don't fully get it. But that million monkeys phenomenon is a phenomenon or metaphor that is often used to demonstrate how chance works, I believe. There's like 87 keys on the keyboard, I think, and if a million monkeys type, then yeah, when is a whole Java program gonna get written? There's odds for that, obviously, so that's where that comes from. Perl, I'm not familiar with that, so I don't get that part. I'm guessing it's like plain English or something like that. I could be very wrong. But anyway, let me demonstrate the Windows part. So watch this. Hey Mycroft, open my email. Well, that didn't work. Oh, what? Oh, you know why it didn't work? Well, technically it worked, but it didn't because the thing that allows me to use SSH is WSL to put it into one sentence. I'm using WSL to make it work, but I'll demonstrate that more later. So I have to initialize this right here, and then it'll work. So if I type exit now, I think the command will work. Hey Mycroft, open my email. Well, the skill looks valid, but probably something wrong with the connection. Maybe this isn't... Oh, this is still running. I want to see if the OpenSSH is still running. Whoops. Let me try to connect via PuTTY once. Let's see if we have a valid connection. So one of the important things is I'm not using port 22 because that would be for Windows. So I'm just using it at a different port. I think it's 2022. So something is not running right now. So yeah, I'm still connected and that's the correct IP address, but something with OpenSSH isn't running currently. It might even be port 2222. I might even have the port wrong. Let's see. So 192.168.0.9. Try that once. Still refused, so that's not it. I had it working before. I basically installed SSH through WSL, which is how you could run Linux within Windows. I think it's somewhat virtualized, but you could run it on Windows and then have direct access to basically Windows by... So it mounts all the Windows drives automatically, so that's everything on my C drive. Go on everything on my D drive. That's it right there. And all my drive letters are basically accessible through there. That's pretty direct if you ask me, especially considering it's right out of the box. No configuration required to make that work. But yeah, as far as getting SSH working, I promise that I do have it installed. I might not have the service enabled, maybe. I'm not even sure. Let's start OpenSSH or something. Let me look it up. How to start OpenSSH server. Sorry about this. This is clearly not going well so far. So systemctl start SSH directly, I guess. I just what is happening here? Something's obviously not working. I don't think this initialized properly. How to shut down WSL instance. LXSS manager within the task manager. Okay, I should make sure that everything is responsive, so let me make sure that the video likely hasn't frozen up. I haven't done that yet. Everything seems to be pretty responsive, so I think we're safe in that regard. So LX blah blah blah. If I end this, oh, right here, that could possibly be the wrong service. Might be looking at the wrong thing. Well, let's see what this is. So, oh, it's a service rather than a task. So you run services.msc, and then you want to find LXSS manager. There it is. This is running, so just click stop, I think. Now if I launch Ubuntu, which is how it's, oh, if that didn't work, there might be some more services that I have to stop. Well, that did not work, just so you know. I don't even think this is the right approach to this problem. Whoops. Open SSH WSL. Let's see what. Basically, that's what I'm doing. I don't think I'm going to get it to work right now. I probably shouldn't even waste my time on this, but just trust me for the fact that it worked. I'll show you what I did, and then that'll at least point you in the right direction if you're curious for how to make things work. So see if I run sudo service. What the heck just happened? If I press V, that happens. Even R. What is happening here? Won't even let me type. This still happens whether I'm... What? I have never seen that before. What happens if I restart Windows Explorer? That's a pretty strange thing. Okay, hopefully I think the computer froze up for a second, but hopefully things are working now. Let me make sure that our stuff is responsive. Yeah, I'm just making sure that the video is not freezing up like it did in the past. Come on. Okay. What is going on here? Just to make sure it's not a glass brick thing, I'm gonna close that out for now, which means you won't see my cursor. It's related to glass brick, huh? I'll relaunch it. So that glitch that I was experiencing is related to my zooming program. Never seen that before. More programs you use, the more likely you are to experience that sort of thing. So status. So you could use the service command or systemctl, assuming you're using, I forget if it's initrc or systemd or what exactly uses what, but I think it has to do with the init system. Ooh, so that's interesting that works. So I think if I say start, that might make it work now. So you might have to add the SSH service to startup in WSL. Don't worry, if you want to know how I did this, I'll walk through that to the best of my ability. I'm just wanting to demonstrate it first because, yeah, oops, it's not port 22 because I configured it as a different port in a configuration file. Actually, I think I'll maybe point you to a guide that shows how to do it instead, because I don't really want to waste my couple hours that I have on this. So 2022, I think. Yep, there we go. So that works. Now I think my command will work. Hey Mycroft, open my email. Yep. Oh. Man, I hope it didn't show my email just now. You might have had a single frame with it, but yeah, it worked now, so that's cool. Basically, to get WSL working, you basically so you could try to install OpenSSH by going to manage optional features, add a feature, and then if you search SSH, you'll get this. However, I can't install it. It just either gets stuck or errors out. So an alternative to that is to use the Windows subsystem for Linux. That's what WSL is. And to enable that, you can search programs and features, or else I type appwiz.cpl when I press WinR. And as long as you can get to this utility right here, turn Windows features on and off. I think you might have to have Hyper-V enabled if I remember correctly. And then check Windows subsystem for Linux right here and hit OK. And then once you do that, then you can go to the Microsoft Store and search some Linux distribution. We're basically installing a Linux distribution behind the scenes to essentially run Linux. I usually use Ubuntu. I mean, as long as I'm on Windows, I may as well deal with the Ubuntu shenanigans, which is practically the same as the Microsoft ones anyway. Otherwise, you could pick a different one. And I don't think I have this particular one, but I have a Ubuntu one from the Microsoft Store. And that'll allow me to type in Ubuntu right here. So as far as SSH goes, I think I installed OpenSSH server if I remember correctly. Just search a guide like this. I think I followed this right here. No, that's not it. Probably this, something like this. Basically how to set up SSH on Windows. So that's the first step, and then yeah, you search the Linux distribution like I showed. Then you can run Ubuntu, and you can install OpenSSH server and modify the configuration so that I think I might have enabled password-based authentication, which if you can do key-based authentication rather than password-based authentication, I highly recommend that. But I'm kind of lazy right now, so I'm going to stick with password-based authentication. And what I'm showing you is based on that. Of course, Ansible works nicely with that too. Otherwise, you can add SSH keys, which I'll do that someday. I'm just a little bit lazy. So, I don't think I did any of these things right here. I think I just enabled SSH and then I went into the SSHD config and then I changed the setting to enable password-based authentication and disabled the host-based authentication, whatever that is. You can probably look that up. And then I changed the port to 2022, which I think is in that same configuration file somewhere. You would see, if you search 22 in the file, you'll probably find that because that's the default SSH port. You could change that to like 2022 or something because this is on Windows and it shares the same IP address and stuff, so that's why we changed the ports, I think. And then you should be able to connect to the Ubuntu instance. But then how do you get commands to run in Windows? Because we're based on Ubuntu right now. Well, it's actually quite simple. So if you know how to run it in command prompts, then it's actually pretty straightforward. So the command you would run is mnt your C drive in Windows System 32. Sorry about you didn't hear that sound. The sound that it makes whenever you get an error message in Windows, it kept making that sound for me, but it's muted for you guys so you didn't hear it. And you can cmd.exe is in there. And then you can run whatever command prompt command you want to run. So if I want to run ping from the command prompt, I think you also have to oh, look at that. We're in the command prompt now. That's why it says C:/Windows. I'm gonna press Control C or exit. Yeah, exit works. I did that wrong. When you say CMDs, you're supposed to do a /C and then the command you want. So there's a ping command from Windows, and you can tell because it only did it 4 times. In Linux, it does it until you stop it. So if I want to reference Chrome, then I can type the path for that. So C:/program files. I think I'm going to put that in quotes or something. C:/program. Because this is from a command prompt perspective now. You do it exactly how you do it in Windows. /Google/ I think Chrome or something. Let me look in the 64-bit applications. So Google might be a 32-bit application. That's the wrong drive actually. So I want the program files on the C drive, which is right here. Google, Chrome, application, chrome.exe. I'm gonna hold shift, right click, copy as path, and then I should be able to paste it right in. So I'm gonna delete all this, right click, and then I think after that chrome.exe, you can specify what website you want to open, like google.com, for example. So that did not work. I actually have the correct command written down. I'm just finding it. So it's actually with single quotes. It's like this. I'm gonna paste the correct version. You want to do it like this with single quotes, and then so look at how I have my quotes. Double quotes from that's within the Ansible command. So I'll paste the Ansible. I'll open up a blank notepad document real quick and then show you what the Ansible command is. The original Ansible command for opening my email is this. I'll enable word wrap. So that's the command that I used to make Ansible open up my email. And of course I created another group called primary, and the command is essentially in there once you get that referenced properly. And I'll show you, there's a way to configure the SSH port in Ansible. The variable is called Ansible underscore SSH underscore port or something. There's a variable for that. I'll probably show it in a little bit. Man, I can't believe I'm spending all this time on this. I was hoping to do the main objective today. This isn't even it. But I'm at least covering some of the things that I didn't get to cover before too, so sorry about that acoustic right there. That was probably strange. But here you can punch in the site you want to open up. Oh, and that you don't need this double quote when you're doing it here. So look at that. From WSL, I opened up Google. So that's how you. So I showed you how to program Ansible and all those things, but I didn't show the Ansible configuration yet. I'll show you how I got the SSH port configured, and then, yeah, once you get that up and going, then you can remotely send command prompt commands just like this, even though OpenSSH is not working in Windows. This is a nice workaround. Now, I'm not covering things like how to open SSH at startup within WSL, but you can Google that. And then you can also Google how to make WSL start up with Windows so you don't have to manually start it up each time. It'll just start up in the background so that SSH works. And that's an alternative to the OpenSSH thing. It's a nice workaround, especially compared to other virtualization options or whatever else you'd be able to do. There's probably a way to do it within PuTTY, but I don't know what that is. You could probably use like the plink command or something, but I'm not going to cover that. So that's essentially that. So I guess now I'll show you. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna real quickly pull up my Ansible.cfg, then obfuscate some of the passwords and stuff like that, so I can show you what the configuration looks like. And that's pretty much everything you need to know to get Ansible working with Windows. This is what I would do on all of my systems. So I'm gonna open up the config real quick. It's actually probably safe to do it right now, but I got a password or stuff in there, so I'm gonna go into etc Ansible hosts, and I'm gonna remove some of the information and show you what I did. Right, so I got my passwords removed now. So basically what I ended up doing was I have a Nuki group, of course, and that's the variable. Stop, I didn't say anything. That's the variable that you say here. Ansible SSH port equals whatever it is. Then the user and password, I have multiple because I dual boot on my NUC, as you're aware, and because I'm using the same network card, the IP address is the same. So I have a DHCP reservation for that. And then this is completely irrelevant. This SSH args, it was something I was trying before, but it's not the solution. So here I specify the correct port, then the user and password, and there you go. Then you can use that Ansible command that I showed. That's it. That's how I run Ansible in Windows. So yeah. So the other thing I was going to show is lost my list for what I was going to show, and I can't believe I'm relying on a note rather than my memory. Shame on me. Anyway, I'm going to demonstrate how I do it on Linux, because when you send an Ansible command on Linux and you want to open up a website or something, it does not play nicely with the X11 or whatever, so I'll show you what I ended up doing. This is not ideal, but it's basically a one-liner that allows you to specify the password in the command and the command you want, and it also automatically detaches the process, so you can basically close the SSH connection and the process will continue running on its own. Doesn't need life support to keep running. So I'll show you the command that achieves all those things. Looking forward to my notes. That I don't feel bad about relying on my notes for. So I'll just paste the command that I use here. So SSH pass is what Ansible actually uses behind the scenes, I think. -P, then you put in your password right here. I don't love that I'm doing it in plain text, but I'm sure you could also use a command to fetch it from a file. Or you could just use host-based authentication. Doesn't matter. So then you do SSH like you typically would, but we specify the password first. Then this, then your username at the IP address like you're familiar with doing already. Then in singular quotes, export display equals :0 and the command as it says right here. Then after this, dev null, that's the same regardless. So if I wanted to pull up a website on my main or my Debian installation, punch in the password right here, the user and the IP, and then the command basically goes here. So I might be like Chromium Google.com, and that should work. It issues a command. Now you will have to press Control-C in the terminal if you're running it from the terminal, but you can do it in Python and the voice command thing, and it works nicely. And yeah, as you press Control-C, the process will continue running on its own because it's in this dev null, and it redirects standard error and standard out into that, I think. Basically, redirects the output so it's not dependent on this, basically. So that's how you run graphical-based commands using the voice engine. Took a while to figure that out, but this is the command. If you want to use password-based authentication, you have to install SSH Pass if you don't have that already. I think it's just apt install SSH Pass, just like this. And then you could probably put this in the bash RC, but I don't really know if that's going to work or not. By bash RC, I'm talking about for the client you're connecting to. But if you don't, then this will work perfectly fine. This is basically the command you want to run. Then all the stuff before that is just information for connecting to the other computer. So that's how this would be done. So those are the things I wanted to show. Now let's get to our actual agenda for the day. So what am I going to do? I want to try to create a skill that can help me create other skills, because the skill creation process is such a pain. Actually, it's pretty simple, but I have to do a lot of the same steps again, and it could be automated if you know what I mean. I would like to document the process of automating that. Sadly, I'm probably only going to build a record for like another 30 or 45 minutes, hopefully more. Let's hope so. But yeah, let's automate the skill creation process, shall we? I'd also like to be able to eventually do this on the Mac too. So that we're probably not going to get to until I do voiceover, but let's get what we can. Maybe we can speed run through this to some extent, because I've been rambling for a while. But I don't want that to ruin the quality either, so I'll play it by ear when it comes to that. Alright, so what I would like to do for the automated skill creation process is I would like to be able to go to my main. I'd like to be able to issue a command to basically tell it to help me create a skill. I would be like, hey Minecraft, help me create a skill. That sort of thing. Skill, not scale. That's good to know because I might want to have that be one of the keywords for actually triggering this. That way if it recognizes it wrong, it'll still do the right thing. Although it does recognize variations, so not a big deal. So, yeah. So that command with the graphical stuff, I'm not going to demonstrate that because on my secondary PC, my grub is all screwed up right now. Actually, I'm kind of feeling like showing you the process of correcting that. So, I can't get into my Linux system right now because my grub is corrupted. I'll show you a way we can correct that. Might as well. So if you ever run into this yourself, I guess, then you can do this. So I'm in Windows right now because my grub is all screwed up. Okay, there we go. Sometimes my capture card doesn't refresh properly. Okay, so to fix grub, so Windows is literally my only option, and grub just doesn't work. So I'm gonna boot into a live environment and show you how to correct this problem. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my flash drive, which is already up here. I have a Linux live environment on here. I would recommend doing any Debian-based one if you're using Debian. You could probably even use Arch to correct the issue and it might work fine. Distribution probably doesn't matter as much as you think. Everybody's always obsessing over distribution, but it's really only a starting point plus the coding pane on top of it. Otherwise, it's usually fundamentally the same. You can probably convert Arch into Gen 2 if you wanted. I don't know how to do that, but I'm sure it's possible. So that really shows that distribution doesn't really matter. It's really only a starting point. Plus the default functionality, I guess you could say. But you can turn one into another pretty easily. You could run raw Debian and convert it to Linux Mint or whatever. But whatever one you want in the end, like if you're trying to replicate Manjaro, for example, you probably want to start with Arch and then convert that into Manjaro, however you would do that, because that's based on Arch. You want Linux Mint, start with a Debian base and convert that into Mint. You could probably even use Linux from scratch to turn it into any one of those things. It all depends on where you are in the tree of distributions. Linux from scratch is probably one of the topmost ones, and then you work your way down. I'm not even sure if that's right, but something like that. That's not even important, so never mind. I'm kind of in a rambling mood today, so I apologize about that. So insert some live environment. Since I'm using basically Debian server, I'm gonna use a Linux Mint live environment to do this. I'm gonna show that it really doesn't matter. The distribution doesn't matter as much as you think. Even though I'm using raw Debian, Linux Mint should help me with this problem. So I'm gonna select that in my list right here with Ventoy. You can make a Linux Mint installation media. You can use Debian directly, but I know the commands. I think it might actually be faster to do this. Linux Mint, the live environment, loads so quickly. It just did the startup sound, but I had it muted for you guys, so you didn't hear that. Okay, so this is how I'm gonna correct everything. So you go to a chroot environment of your hard drive. So these are all my hard drives and things like that. I'm interested in, so this is where my Debian is set up, and that's the EFI partition for it. So I'm gonna mount that to the MNT folder. So since these are the two drives I'm interested in. I'm gonna say sudo mount dev NVMe 011P5. That's what this device is right here, the MNT. Then I'm gonna mount the boot folder. So dev NVMe 0N1P4 to MNT boot. Then I'm gonna run, I think, sudo chroot to MNT. So now I'm actually in my environment basically. This is my Debian setup, and you can treat it just like it's the actual system now. And all I really have to run is sudo update grub, I think. Or update grub. Oh, then you have to mount the sudo file systems as well. You have to mount dev, the proc, and then I believe the sys folder as well. I forgot how to do that right now, but I think you do like, nah, I can't remember. Mount dev and chroot. I think it'll probably, yes, those right there. Those are the things I need to mount. So mount -t, then proc sys and dev, and then where to do it to, I think. I think it's actually part of Linux directly, so I think I'm gonna exit the chroot environment first. So I'm gonna sudo mount -t dev over to MNT dev. I think that's, maybe I want to be in the chroot environment, so never mind. So sudo mount -t dev to MNT, or to dev. Never mind, I forget how to do it, but figure out how to mount dev, proc, and sys, and then run update grub. And then it should correct everything. Might have to run OS prober again if you ran it before, but maybe not. Nah, because your grub configuration will have all that stuff, so that's how you would correct grub if it's corrupt. You just go into some other live environment, chroot into your main one, and fix it. That's all that's required, so I'm gonna shut this down for now. Hit enter right there. So now the NUC is off, my secondary PC is off. So let's go back to the Raspberry Pi. Uh-oh. Boy, I really did myself a disservice right there. I have to actually turn my NUC back on because it's powering part of my capture card, as crazy as it may sound. I'm drawing power from these weird sources just because that's how janky my setup is. So now we're on the Raspberry Pi. Now, I just started my NUC up and then suddenly the Raspberry Pi pops up. Talk about janky setups. Anyway, let's automate the process, right? I didn't... why don't I do a joke? Hey, Mycroft. Hey, Mycroft. Tell me a joke. So Java.util has a lot of Java functionality built into it. It even has documentation. Chuck Norris can use documentation to kill you, basically. You can even use Java's documentation to kill you. That's what that's saying. This was falling down, I caught it. Oh man. Alright. I promise everything's under control. Alright. So I'm gonna shut this off No, that might not be what I... Yeah, it is. So let's stop all of Minecraft services. So now I'm gonna create a new skill, basically. What I would ultimately like to be able to do is, let's come back to here, is when I ask it to create a new skill, I would like it to maybe open up a notepad document and then answer the questions within that document. So, like, what is the name of the skill? Right? And then, what are some trigger phrases or whatever questions it has, and then I would answer within this document. I would be like, create skill, some trigger phrases. I'll have an enter in between each thing, so I'll probably have it spaced out accordingly. What are some trigger phrases? Help me create a skill, right? It'll have all the questions that it needs from here, and then I'll tell it I answered the question now, and then it'll automatically close this document, I think, and basically take the information from it. That's what I would like to be able to do, but that's probably not the best way to do it. And I'd like to be able to do it on the Mac too, because sometimes I will be using that primarily. I've been kind of switching between Windows and Mac. That's how I am. I think as far as what operating system to use, have the right one for the right job. What's the most practical for a given task? Believe it or not, Windows, Mac, and Linux fall into different categories regarding that. So yeah, this is the sort of thing I'd like to be able to do. So let's actually create a sample document as we do this. So let's figure out what information, let's figure out what information we need. And we'll do that by creating a skill. We'll get that information here. So I'm gonna go into the bin folder, Minecraft, MSK, create, and let me cancel this real quick. So I tried looking at the source code, and it's so difficult to decipher because this is the create script right here, which is so strange. And as you can see, it activates a virtual environment and does stuff within there. So you can see behind me is a venv activates. If you look at that script, that's not very helpful either. Doesn't tell us stuff we need to know about this. And then I tried looking in the Minecraft folder directly, and within not configuration, oh, what did I do? There's something within here that gets activated. I forget what, but it still doesn't show the source code either. So one way I can work around that is to create what's called expect script. So basically listens for terminal prompts, I guess, and then it automatically answers them. We'll go over that later, I think, but for now, that's not our primary concern. So for now, let's just run through this and write down what the prompts are. So Minecraft MSK creates. So this will be run behind the scenes automatically. So for the email address, I think I'm just gonna have it send a return character. Oh man, how's this gonna work? Is this a prompt right here? Or is this a prompt? And is there a space right there? So let's write down. I want to temporarily write down what the prompts are. So prompts. Prompts. please enter your email address. And I think I'll just put in parentheses, I'm gonna send a return character. So I'll just hit enter because I don't enter an email address. The next thing is so this will take like a second. That's what the expect script will be good for. Enter a short, unique skill name. We're gonna need this for creating our expect script. So you're just missing out on me punching this in. Enter a short, unique skill name. I think for this one, we're gonna write a Python script to provide the information that it'll need. I'll just write get info to indicate that I'm gonna specify the information. So Python will essentially parse out the text file. That's what we'll use for that. So then for this, create skill Windows, because this is specifically in Windows. This is not the Mac version. Maybe I'll test it out to create the Mac version of it. So it looks good. I'll just have it punch enter for this one. I'm just specify that I'm punching enter for that looks good prompt. Then enter some example phrases to trigger your skill. That's going to be interesting to parse all this out too. Actually, it's interesting to figure out what the prompt is actually going to be. In fact, we might want to create the script right away so we can have it at least burn right through this. So the example phrases will come from the information that we entered. I'm gonna paste it like this. Get info from the file. So those are the prompts that come from the script. So this is for the command-based skills because the format is always going to be the same, and how I do that will vary based on all these different things. So help me create a skill in Windows. It creates skill in Windows. So these are some trigger phrases. Help me create a skill Windows. I don't remember the recursive syntax, so I apologize about that. Those look like any of the things that I would say. So that's interesting. We're gonna have to have it punch in return when we're done. Basically like an extra return signal. So let's specify. So /r is how you actually get it to send a return signal, I believe. Otherwise you could do /n for new line, but I think return is probably the more proper way to do it. So what the skill should say to respond. So let's copy that prompt now. So then, yeah, get info and /r, because there can be multiple prompts for that. So, I don't know, like helping you now. I don't have the speaker hooked up, so I don't really care. A one-line description for your skill. So we're basically trying to create a script that can power through all these questions automatically, and I'm basically modeling it all out. Get info and return, basically. No, I don't think that'll be necessary. Pretty sure it's not. Because it's a one-liner, so it expects it to be a one-line input. Helps create skill in Windows. Yeah, the long description, that's a multi-liner right there. So, yeah, let's do that now. Yeah, up here we don't need the return character. Actually, we might. All the get infos involves a return character in the end. I think that's how an expect script works. Haven't done too much with them yet, so I'm not entirely sure. We'll see if we can figure all that out. So the long description helps create skill Windows, something like that. Then another return. Author, that'll be an easy prompt. I know for a fact this will work fine. So that's, oops, so enter author. It's always gonna be Joseph Zins. So the get info, blah blah blah. What does it say to respond? Yeah, I'll put that in parentheses because that's what goes in. Okay. So then we might just need the one-liner. Not even sure if it has to be exactly the same or not. So this just returns because I go with the default. Okay. Same with this. I don't even know if I need all those lines, but we'll find out later. So the return there as well. And then I'll just enter 2 right here. So 2, then enter, of course. So that's always going to be 2 by default. So right here, I'm just going to say 2, then enter is right after that. So that's what this means. And then here, I'm just going to hit enter because I don't do additional categories. Tags, hit enter there too. Man, I'm losing my thoughts doing this. I don't even know. I just want to make sure I have all the information needed in case the prompt is like extra strict. So I'm basically modeling out the script right now. Figuring out what we need to automate. So this, I'm just gonna press enter again. And this is pretty important because I'm gonna be answering yes for this, even though the default is no. So, ah, come on. So the answer to this one is going to be yes. I'm going to basically do Y, capital Y, and then return. I should probably space out each prompt, but I'll figure it out later since I screwed up with that already. So this is why I like to make the prompt small. So here I'm just gonna say Y, then enter. And I like these one line prompts because I don't know how multiple line prompts will work. So then, yeah, so and then a return. So that'll be good. Thank goodness. Alright. So I think the next step would be to actually create the script that powers through this and then make sure it works right out of the gate. So but for the fetching the information, this is where I'm just gonna do some sample inputs. So let's actually put this information in some graphic editor. I don't love the fact that I'm about to use Thonny. Maybe I'll use Writer. No, I think I'll use Thonny for the text editor. Nobody really said you can't. You can do whatever you want here. So, right, I'm gonna create a text file to store all this stuff, and I'm probably gonna want to save it. So actually, Thonny sample input, or just expect input.txt for now. I might want to use this terminal again, so I'm gonna detach it by pressing Ctrl Z, typing BG. So now I can use this terminal while Thonny is open with our file here. Did that really work? Kinda doesn't look like it, but whatever. So I'm gonna copy and paste the text that we put right here. Oh my gosh. It didn't copy all the text. Let's see if I can properly copy it now. Whoops. There we go. Hopefully this works. Barrier's not cooperating very well with copy and paste right now. I'm gonna try one more time, even though what's the point in being insane and doing the same thing over and over again? How the heck am I supposed to get the information on there? I'm just gonna end up having to use SSH. I'll use SSH real quick. So with putty, go into .35, and then expect info.txt. There. So now we have the actual stuff. Okay. Oh, look at that. It created a file called Donnie Expected. No, that's not right, is it? No. Expect info.txt is on here, so there it is. Alright. We got a backgrounded too. So that works too, I guess. So we got our prompt. So now to create an expect script. I don't remember exactly how to do that off the top of my head, so I'm going to be looking that up. Create expect script bash. So you basically, so it looks like some people use it to get around the SSH password stuff, but I'm using it to get through the prompts with that script that we were using before. So basic use. So yeah, after this I'm just gonna basically do voiceover, which won't include the problems I run into. It'll just include, actually it might include some problems if they're worth noting, but it'll mostly include how I did the stuff. Because I will be recording still as I do it, I'll just not have my overlay here. Okay. I'm brain dead right now, so I apologize if that ruins the quality of this at all. So looks like we have to install expect, and then we have to denote that we're using expect rather than bash. I think it's a different type of shell. And the expect script will basically run another script. Ooh. But I also wanted to run some Python as well as the original script that we're running, so we're probably going to have to initiate another script, which then initiates... No, wait. Since we're going to be creating two separate skills, one for basically gathering the information, and then one for using the information once we've gathered it. So the expect script is actually going to be used for the used information rather than the gathered. So that's totally fine the way we have it separated. Whenever you try to plan out big projects like this, use the 3 T's. Think things through. Because last thing you want is to barely think about how you're doing it and then spend hours on the wrong path, essentially, then change your mind last minute. Whereas if you spent like 5 minutes thinking things through, you might have done that alternative that you didn't spend hours on. So think things through. Alright. So this is the usage. So that's the expect script. So spawn, and then you run some other script that has a prompt, which will be the Mycroft MSK. So we're basically spawning Mycroft MSK. Then we're expecting a prompt. This is what the prompt is. Once it happens, then it'll send this for an answer. And you basically do that until I think the end of the script here. So I think the first thing we actually have to do is to install expect. So apt install expect. Kind of tempted to use a different terminal just then I have this prompt stuff in case I need it again. So we're gonna install expect. And then we'll create our expect script. I'll probably do it in the home folder for now, but I'm gonna want to store it elsewhere, like maybe even in the Minecraft bin folder. I just gotta think about how it's gonna call everything. I think maybe I'll create a folder in the documents called Minecraft. So we're gonna create a directory called Minecraft, and that's where I'll put the script. So we'll go into this new directory, and of course this is that Minecraft folder that I created just now. So we'll put our script in there. So vim, what do we want to call it? This is totally dumb name, but I think it'll probably be a .sh. So the first thing we want to write, so I'm using Vim, but you might use Nano if you're not familiar with Vim, because Vim's not that user friendly unless you know how it works. But so where's our sample script? So this will have to go into the first line. And then we're basically going to be spawning another script. I think I'll do the absolute path for that. So spawn home pi Minecraft core. I think that's what the folder's called, /bin/ Minecraft MSK create. I think you can spawn that. Because yeah, the create is just basically an argument for the script. Then it knows what to do because of that keyword. Probably has like an if statement or something. So now we're going to expect the very first prompt. Expect, and in quotes, please enter an email address. That should be a pretty straightforward one. I'm pressing Control-Shift-Z or C, then Control-Shift-V in the terminal. So that's how I do that. And we don't need that return right there. Some prompts have the cursor appear on the next line, like enter your email address, and then the prompt is here. Other times it's over here right next to it on the same line. That's what the R is for when it's on a new line. In our case, it's not. Maybe consider doing a \s, which I think means space, because there is a space in there. I don't know if we need to include that though. In fact, the expect might just be part of the prompts, enough that it knows what we're talking about. That might be all that's required. So I think that's all we have to do. So then we just say send dash dash, I think, and then what did we say on this document here? Basically just a return, so that's what I would send, I think. Now we're basically translating our blueprint into actual platform. So then it's just a bunch of expects and sends from there. So pretty straightforward stuff. So now I can keep this open. I can't tile it or anything in this desktop environment. So then now we're gonna expect this. I think we do it like that, I'm not sure. In an ideal world, I think rather than just directly sending whatever I send, I'll probably have it fetch some information. And if for some reason I can't do that, then I might use Python to create an expect script accordingly. That might be necessary, but hopefully not. So send testing script. Oops, that should be in quotes. Oh, why didn't I just use Vim shortcuts there? I could have gone like this, right in Vim directly. So easy to like navigate the file with Vim. You can do all sorts of stuff, like I want to go to the parenthesis, right, boom. I want to go to the other one, boom. And of course it's easy to delete stuff in between, so I just literally go to that first parenthesis, and then I can delete everything in those parentheses, boom. Undo them. That's why I like Vim, so I can do stuff like that. I can pretty much execute commands as quickly as I can think them. It's awesome. So if you're familiar with it, you can do some crazy stuff like that pretty easily. Anyway, that's irrelevant. Oh, so then I think we're gonna have to do a /r as well. Some sample phrases to trigger the skill. I should probably be careful because removing it might be difficult. I don't know. So expect. I might have to do this. Actually, we might even be able to get away with just this first line. Let's find out. Because I think once the prompt exists, if it's like, it might be like a partial search type thing. And once that exists, then we could do stuff from there. So send some sample phrases. Ooh, can we do multiple lines? I think we'll use /r to. Oh, so we're gonna have to parse things out and convert it to the proper format potentially. So any enters or new lines will have to get converted into one line possibly, and have /r in between. So let's say I'm just gonna do a sample in between those. Oops. So that CJ is what I would do if I was in command mode to go up like that. So let's say we have trigger phrase 1 and then I duplicate that 3 more times. That's one of the things I love about Vim. Then I think I forget how to increment a number. Oops. Yeah, Control A will increment the number. So we got that now. If I wanted to create like 5 through 10, I could create a macro to duplicate and then increment the number probably. That would be pretty cool. So kind of tempted to try it right now. So duplicate the line, go to the end of it, increment the number, and that's pretty much it. So if I wanted to create 4 more lines that actually have the proper number, oh yeah, look at that. I created 6 through 9, yeah, automatically. If I really wanted to get crazy, I could do like 50 of them. Boom. That's what I love about Vim. So I think I probably showcased enough of that. So I'm just gonna go with this 4 right here. There we go. So let's say I want to send Mattis the input. What I'd have to do is, actually we could do some macro magic to construct the line, but for programming obviously that's not going to work. It's actually probably not that hard in programming. We could create a function that combines multiple lines and it iterates through certain lines. We'll have that figured out within the program, and then so the thing is, I really don't need to go this far as the automation goes, but I think it's a great learning opportunity for me, which is why I'm going this path. Otherwise, I really don't think this is necessary to go this far. I'd be fine doing the actual prompts. But I feel like expect scripts, for example, could be very useful later on. I can think of some situations where I wish I knew how to do that. So I'm becoming familiar with it through this. So that's the thing. You can go really far when it comes to programming and scripting, but decide what is the most practical. You may choose to do some things and then just skip other things. Well, it looked like I wasn't recording for a second. But I am, so I mean everything looks to be responsive as well. Okay, good. So then as far as that Python stuff with parsing things out, I can see myself doing stuff like that in the future, which is why I'm doing this now, because I think it'll be very helpful for the future. So that's why I'm going down this path for this particular project. If it's not really practical, like if I'm not going to benefit from this too much, then I'll go a much simpler route where there's not diminishing returns. So like maybe I just do the parsing and then I go through this every time or something. Maybe I do something like that, and then I'm not spending nearly as much time trying to automate this whole thing. So what I'd like to do is to basically add a /r to the end of each line. And then of course there's going to even be one right here too. So the one-liner to do all that is going to be, so I'm going to just go to the end of the line. Actually, I'm going to create a macro, go to the end of the line, add -r, go to the next line, the beginning, just to make sure that my positioning is all consistent. I'm sure if you've created macros, you know why I just did that. We're gonna have to have 2 /r's for the very end, so let's execute that macro 3 more times. So now this can technically be converted into a one-liner just by essentially going up to that quote. Oops. How do I bring the lines together in Vim like this? This is something I could figure out later. But for now, I'm just gonna do things the old-fashioned way. Like this. I'm actually doing a little bit of Vim, so I'm going to the beginning of the line. Going to insert mode and then like that. So that's our one-liner right there. Then this, same thing. So there's our one-liner for all of our trigger phrases. That's essentially what it would look like. And of course it wouldn't be underneath this send line here, so I'm gonna bring it up here. So that's the kind of thing we would... I think that's what that's actually supposed to look like. So it would send 4 sample phrases right there. And then what I could actually do to speed up the expect and send is I can duplicate that. And then I can clear out everything in the quotes. Like that, although I might want /r at the end there. So we've done this particular. So now what to say to respond. Usually, I think we're gonna probably want to program it for multiple response. You know what? What I'm automating is purely command-based ones. I'm never gonna need to have it say stuff to respond. If I do, I can always modify the actual dialog file anytime. So yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that. Also, if this is really difficult to program in the expect script, I could just have it not put anything in there if it will let me, and then parse out the following files with Python. That's an option too if that part fails. So yeah, when I'm done recording, the rest of this process will be done in VoiceOver. I'll try to include everything that went wrong, but I'll sum it up so you can get it in like 15 seconds rather than 5 minutes of me doing it like this. So let's be concise here. So I think I could just paste like you'd expect. And I'm not even in insert mode, I don't think. Oh, I accidentally did it. So it goes one character over, then paste it. That way it's in the quote. So I'll send testing things out, I guess. So then paste another one of these. Actually, I'm gonna keep that return in there. See that? I deleted everything but that return. Another thing I love about Vim. So enter a long description. So now hopefully this will go faster now. So then to send, I'll do this same testing things out. I'll just paste that. Then I accidentally included that slash, but I needed to do another return anyway, so there we go. So now I'll duplicate that. Delete everything up until let's see if this will even work. Oh, look at that. Got rid of one return and yet I managed to keep one. You can see why Vim can make you feel awesome. Oh, wait a minute. What? Oh, it scrolled down for some reason. If you press ZZ, it'll bring your cursor to the middle, which is why Shift ZZ didn't work sometimes in the last video because I had caps lock on and it was really doing lowercase z. Shift ZZ is actually the wrong way to denote it, I think. A more accurate way would be like double uppercase Z or something like that. Alright. I just gotta keep track of time. Okay, let's so long description, we got that. You know what? We should almost keep these lines right here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep those lines. Let's see. Oh, I see. Yeah, so if I want to add multiple spaces like that, you have to hit escape. Control C does not work with that. So if I want to go down 4 lines with this, you have to hit escape and then it'll work. There we go. I could go down as many as I want, technically speaking. I'll do 69, for example. See that? Boom. So there I brought everything back in focus. So now I can just duplicate these whenever I want. Although, to be honest, I might be better off just duplicating these several times. So now I got a bunch of them, but I can just take whenever I want. Put it wherever I want. I just took it and put it back. I do want it to be more spaced out, so I'm gonna go like that. Alright. Okay, now let's get to the point. So enter author. That one's gonna be nice and straightforward, I think. Some of them I have spaces in the expect, some of them I don't, but let's just see if it works when doing that. Oh, so I'm gonna have to move this up here first. And then I should be able to paste that right in there. And then I'll just punch in my own name manually, although I'll capitalize that. I'm gonna see what happens if I just include this right here. Oh wait, I don't want to copy and paste it yet. Because I had to copy and paste that. So that's just gonna be enter as well, so that's good. So now let's enter this in. Oh man, I forgot to copy and paste once again. Alright. Let's see if it actually does paste it properly. Oh, it does. That's cool. So I'm just gonna hit enter again. Choose enter the primary category. Let's see if we can do an expect with that. Oops. Alright, let's see if we can do an expect with that. So I'm gonna put 2 right there. So then additional. Oh. Yeah, that's right. Additional categories. So I'm gonna grab another one of these. And then additional categories. I'm just gonna hit enter. Enter tags to make it easier to search. I wonder if I have to like copy and paste this every time. Let's see what happens. So yeah, I'm gonna hit enter there. Oh, let's copy this prompt. Enter to skip. So this dependencies for your skill. Or the skill depend on packages. Oh. Well, where's the Y and N in our response? Oh. So let's expect this line right here. Oh yeah, look at that. That's easy to paste. So then I'm gonna have it say yes, so I'm gonna capitalize that. Yeah. Then return, so then would you like to create a GitHub repo for it? The answer right there is no. Don't know if I need to capitalize that, but that should be our expect script. And then we also want to put expect EOF. I think that's what we want right there. Oh, then we'll get rid of all that stuff, and that's it. So this is literally our expect script right here. Will that work? I don't know. So if we run this, it should in theory automate the entire thing right now, but not with our custom input. We hard-coded all the information here. I just want to see if this works before going any further. You don't want to get too crazy with programming. You pretty much want to write one thing at a time and see if that works, because in a way a program is really just a bunch of sub-programs. In a sense, you want to make sure each and every one of those sub-programs work at an individual level, and then it makes the master program work. So that's what you want to do there. So I'm going to save that out. And is there any possibility that this is going to work? Oh, we have to add execute privileges first. So chmod plus X, and then that script we created. Then we can run the script. Would that be nuts if this worked? I hope we can watch it do its thing. Ready? Hopefully this works. What a great start. Okay. So normally spawn would be like that. It kind of doesn't look like it's working with arguments. Maybe we want to have a master script, which then executes this one or something. Maybe we want to create a master script that essentially executes the expect script, because then we can have other things probably in it, like the Python, once the expect script is all done. Or no, the Python's going to be first, but you get the idea. We might want to create a master script. So I'm just gonna do a master create.sh. You don't even have to have the .sh in the end. It's just, you know. So I'm gonna start out by executing Oh, wait a minute. Let's verify the path. Let's verify the path that we put in. Just wondering if I could do like a well, let's go into that directory. And then do a pwd. And so Minecraft MSK. So then I'll go back into where we just were. And I performed a pwd so I can do this. So vim create expect. Oh, this is supposed to be a slash. It was a read-only file, but I was able to do the WQ exclamation mark. Yeah, we literally had a mistake in our path. See, this is why you don't want to get too crazy with your debugging, because sometimes the bug is obvious, but if you're doing all these crazy things, it'll just blind you from that obvious. So look for the obvious before doing crazy things. That's an example of me failing to do that. So rather than like creating a script to execute another script, which is kind of crazy if you really think about it, we are going to be doing that, but that's beside the point. Rather than getting crazy like that right then, look for the obvious first. And obviously, if there is no obvious, then go ahead with whatever else. But yeah, let's try this now. Go / create. See, look at that. Oh, wait. What was the error? Extra characters after the closed quotes. Let's just verify our syntax then. No, there's not. I beg to differ. Wait. So, so on this line right here, there's other quotes, and it's confusing everything. Actually, it executed things a little too soon, possibly. I don't know. Let's try single quotes though. So let's look for all the double quotes. So that's good. That's good. So that's within. That's an actual outer. Making sure everything is outer, not within somehow. That's good. That's good. Making sure there's no quotes within any of the prompts. So that's the only one. So, I'm going to do a find and replace. I'm going to substitute all double quotes for single quotes, and then I'll manually change this back since this is all there is. So so I'm going to do a full substitution, replace a quote with a single quote. So now all the double quotes are single quotes. But here, I'm going to change it back to the double quotes. So I don't even know if this is going to work, but let's see if we can do an expect script like that. So now let's see what happens. Invoked from within. So that double quote solution probably isn't working. I wonder if I could do like an asterisk to represent the full line and only include part of it. I don't think that'll even work, but so all the single quotes will be double quotes. Alright. All the single quotes are now double quotes. So I wonder if we can just like ignore this part altogether. And just see if we can do something like this or even like this. Let's just see what that does. That's obviously not working. I think the email address thing worked. Oh, then we also want to disable the timeouts. So there's actually a timeout that's typically in here. Set timeout. I'm going to set it to, I think, -1. So that there isn't one. So set timeout -1. Then it won't like time out and just glitch out. Also, we might want to create separate expects for the multiple lines. So rather than having a long line like this and even expecting the enter some sample phrases, we may instead want to expect like a dash or something. So I'm going to change that to a dash. And then the trigger phrase 1/R. Add an end quote there. I'm going to get rid of this. And duplicate that 3 more times. Actually, I might create a macro to duplicate it once. How do I jump directly to the number? I'll just go here. Before that, increment it. Let's see if that macro is valid. Yeah. So, actually, we also want to have one of those expect dashes in between, so like that. And then we'll send another return. So like where we send a return right here, we'll do that here. Or wait, no, that's underneath. Sorry, my bad. So that's right there. So when another dash happens, we just hit enter. Will that work? I'm trying to think of whether or not that's even gonna work. But yeah, maybe we don't ever want to combine stuff like I did earlier. Like for example, this, we may have to add an expect so that there's not two R's in a row like this. That might actually be problematic. We'll probably find that out later. Let's see what that does. So it looks like it did the email correctly. Okay. So, are there too many quotes around there? We might have to actually escape the dash because it might mean something. So I'll create a macro to do that in case that's what it is. So I'll just go over. So I'll just go to that quote, insert a backslash, go 2 lines down at the beginning of the line just to make sure that the macro works. So I want to execute that how many more times? 4. Oops. I'm going to execute that line 4 times. Alright. So now I have a backslash in all those places we need. And I guess we'll see if that improves anything. The first one looks like it is working. Okay. It just looks like there's an odd number of quotes for some reason. What if I do like the dash and a space? So I'll create a macro to go to there, delete that, and add a space. And I'll do that 4 more times. And let's see if that improves anything at all. I don't even know what's going on here. See, if this takes way too long, then I may just want to consider automating the Python script parsing and then modifying that manifest file. That's the annoying part, actually. This part is not so bad, but the annoying part is definitely the manifest thing. If only I could like make it so that I get a prompt that pulls up this script instead. That might actually be a better solution. If I, rather than doing an expect script like this, I may actually want to see if I can get a remote prompt of that script, of the MSK create. Then I can run through it like I normally would. And maybe I can automate those easy things, like things that are actually that I can autofill, like my author. I trust those things a lot more. To save time, I think that's what I'm gonna do for now. But actually, how do I get a prompt to suddenly appear on the computer though? Do I pull up the Ubuntu, then just pull the prompt right up? Do I literally create an SSH connection to this computer to then create an SSH connection back, but graphically so that I can interact with it and have it just pull up the script right out of the gate? Because what I like about that approach is it should work on the Mac as well. It's almost more universal than trying to pull up a text file than do all this parsing nonsense. It would certainly simplify the parsing process, I'll tell you that much. I kind of want to almost move on to that part. Oh, but yeah, the problem with not doing the expect script is okay, why don't I just like do the enter short unique skill name with a space? Let's just see what that does rather than thinking about this solution right now. Oh wait. Does it get this far? I think it glitches out when we get to here, right? We're actually past this part, it looks like. So this must work. We're just glitching out when we expect the dash. Maybe we want to just issue multiple send commands that are like separate. So after we enter a unique skill name, what happens? So we enter a unique skill name. So we enter this. Let's say that that works fine. Oh, then looks good. I think we actually have to do this as well. I missed this step. I'm almost tempted to copy this entire prompt to somewhere. I'm gonna copy this whole original prompt and just put it at the end of this file like this. I'll save that. Oh no. It doesn't have the proper privileges to modify the file. I feel like fixing that real quick. Let me pull it up in the file browser. Oh, looks like it uses Genie for the... permission still denied. I probably should have created this with sudo. This is where I might change the ownership of the file. So, if we look at the ownership is root. That's not what I want, so I'm gonna do sudo chown -R, I think. pi : or you could do a colon and then like that. Expect info. So now it's owned by pi. Now I should be able to open up the file and it'll have proper privileges. Yeah, now I can save. It's got permission. My bad. Sometimes I just don't think. And I haven't done it for a while, so I end up making mistakes like that. Man, I'm literally brain dead right now. Okay, so I'm gonna expect this. I'm just gonna duplicate that, and then change it to that. And then I want to send actually just a return, because the default capital Y means that's the default option, and if I just hit enter, it'll go with that. So now for this, rather than expect maybe I want to actually like not do expect and instead maybe do like a sleep, just to give it enough time for each line to come up. So like right here, enter some example phrases. So rather than this, enter trigger phrase 1. And then rather than expecting this, I maybe want to sleep like 0.1 or something. Don't even know if that's actually going to work or not. Maybe that's some more like what I want. So like this, I'm guessing it'll work fine. I'm gonna delete that. I'm gonna add a sleep right here, because it's a multi-line output. And then I'll just duplicate this and change it to the return. And then the author, that should work fine. I'm guessing the other things will work fine. Let's see if this is a better script. What's it called? Create. Let's see how this works now. Well, it clearly recognized that enter some phrases to trigger your skill. I think that happened just a tad too soon. This right here happened just a little bit too soon. So before it even does a trigger phrase 1, I'm gonna do more like a second long delay or something. So basically, that's an interesting idea. So if you have a hard time with certain expect prompts, then you can at least do a partial and then add a delay if necessary for the rest of the stuff. Let's see if this works now. That would be so cool if it just powered right through this. Holy balls, it works so far. Enter what your skill should say to respond. That didn't work now. Look at that though. It automatically put in these. That is bonkers. So enter what your skill should say to respond. Now I just gotta figure out why that doesn't work. I'm searching for it. Oh, I don't even have a prompt for it. So I'll copy that. And then, so that's the prompt right there. So let's go back to this. Okay, what your skills should say to respond. So this is really just a boilerplate because how many of these we do will vary based on the actual file. I'm not sure if I want to like run this in Python so I can like access the array in Python, or to add something to a file and read that, and then it knows what, and then Bash will know what to do with those special numbers that are involved. We're not even there yet, so don't worry about that. But so what your skills should say to respond. Did I actually put that in this file here? Yeah, look at that. I somehow missed it. Okay. So in this example, I could literally do whatever I want. Triggering the phrase, I guess. Should we see if it literally powers, whoops. Should we see if it literally powers through the rest of it? That would be nuts if it went through the entire script. So this is my first ever expect script. So it does the email correctly. Ooh, let's add a delay to that. The trigger in the phrase. Let's add a delay to that, like a second long delay or something. What it should say to respond. So I'm gonna see if I can get away with half a second. Let's watch this work. Oh, but then we gotta add another return. So what it should say to respond, and then what it should say to respond. It enters that. And then I'm gonna sleep for 0.1. Then I'll just have it send that. Oops. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. So now, trigger in the phrase sleep 1, then a return. Okay. I could just add a bunch of sleeps if I wanted, but yeah, that might be simple in a lot of cases, but holy, did that actually work right? Okay, let's go through this, make sure it worked right. So looks, okay, so the email worked correctly. Testing script is correct. Looks good. I guess that must have worked. The sample phrases went in. What the skills should say also went in. A one line. Oh yeah. I made it work with multiple lines, technically speaking. But I'm gonna have to modify the script a fair bit to actually work with Python input rather than just hard coding everything. Actually, no, I'm not going to do Python input necessarily. I'm going to create a file and then use Bash to parse out the information as it needs it. I'll probably create a bunch of variables at the beginning maybe and then just reference them throughout. So a one-line description. Ooh, I don't like what this did. I don't love the fact that this didn't wait. So let's change this to the documents. Minecraft. Let's modify the scripts, because while this did technically work, I would have rather had it wait for the dash. So a one-line description of the skill. So I might add like a sleep 0.5, enter a long description, same thing. The author was perfect. The default icon, the color was also perfect. It entered the category correctly. Tags, nailed it. The license, nailed it too. The manifest file, also nailed it, and the GitHub repo. Okay, it looks like we got a valid expect script now, so it can power through all these questions all by itself. That is nuts. So I think I will go this route then, because it's working. So now we can basically power through the questions automatically. That is cool. So basically we'll do that once we get our information. So now we're going to basically be creating our Python script to, well, actually we're going to grab the necessary information. So if I were to do a text file based prompt on my main system, how do I want that to be structured? So the unique skill name, that's skill name. I could just have it ask that on one line. So I can put in my skill name and then have it. No, I'm going to do it on a separate line because it'll be easier to parse things out then. Because I basically look for the line number of skill name, and then the skill name is the one that's below it. It's only ever going to be one line. So basically when I ask it to help me create a new skill, I would like to have it pull up a text file that has like skill name and then whatever information I need to provide it. Then I could use Python to parse out that information and put it into our expect scripts. And yeah, I'll even get fancy and program it to automatically close out the document when I tell it that I have the skill information entered. And then I can tell that it worked. As far as how I'm going to do it on the Mac though, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I don't love the fact that I'm creating separate skills for literally every command I'm running. There might be a way to combine some into one, but I haven't figured that out yet, so. Okay, my phone's ringing, so I'll be right back and see what that is. Everything's good. So get info is basically a keyword. So it doesn't need anything pertaining to the email address. It needs the skill name. It doesn't need to know whether we're confident with our skill name. Example phrases. I think I'll do that up front, yeah. Enter example phrases. And, it's always tempting to use Vim or something. Maybe I'll have it like default to 10 or something. No, because I'm gonna write the Python script to automatically figure out how many phrases we have. You're probably wondering, how am I gonna do that? I mean, I'll show you eventually, probably over VoiceOver. But, enter what the skills should say. So basically, I'm gonna figure out the line number of this particular thing, and then figure out this line, and therefore everything in between is the example phrases. That's how I'm gonna parse that out. All the other lines in between are that, basically. Okay, so then what the skill should say to respond. Enter some example phrases. Enter example responses. Okay. So then, yeah, this is where this is useful. Actually, I kind of want to look at the script, like how it went, just so I know. Whoops. What the heck is going on here? What? I'm just gonna say, what? Oh, is it because it's open here? So the email address, no, sort skill name, we need that. Example phrases, we need that. Responses, we need that. One line description, that's always going to be one line. But I could use the same concept to figure out what line is what. May as well use that for everything. So, one line description. The weird part is I don't need these dashes. I might just get rid of them. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to parse out those dashes, otherwise there's no point in including that. That'll be long description. So enter one line description. Enter long description. So enter long description. Author, it doesn't need that, doesn't need any of those defaults, nor the categories. I'm always gonna use the same category because I don't care. License above, that's good. And we're always gonna be modifying this for command-based skills. GitHub repo, yep. I mean, that's always gonna be the same. So technically, we have all the information we need from all this alone. So basically, this is the skill name I will have like this. So yeah, basically, when I ask it to help me create a new skill, I'd like to have a file come up on my computer with these things right there. The last question that I want to ask is basically what the command is I want to run. That's it. And then it has everything it needs to be automated from there. What command do you want to run? Ooh, multi-command support. I wonder if there might be some situations where I want multiple commands. I don't see why I wouldn't want to add support for that. So basically, come on. So basically, every time I create a new skill, I want to have a text file suddenly appear on my computer, whether it's Windows or Mac, and then put in the information I need, have Python parse that out in a way that the Bash script can easily manipulate it. I think what I'm probably going to do is possibly even remove these fields and basically have it give the line number, or else I'll just have it put in the relevant line numbers. So Python will figure out the line numbers of everything by doing a search of basically all of these questions. It'll search the line number for all those questions, store it in an array probably. And in order for Bash to work with it, I might just have it, the first line be whatever those line numbers are. Those are like the line numbers of the questions, let's say. Bash will read that and then know what to do with it. Actually, I think I'll parse it so that it executes the line. I'm gonna actually do like a variable declaration in like this. Lines equals an array in Bash. I think it's like that. I forget what the syntax is. And basically the script will actually read that line and execute it within Bash. That's my plan. There's obviously multiple ways this can be done. Maybe I want to do everything in Python that I can, but I can get the line numbers here, and of course I will have to offset it by 1 because of this. So the line number is really whatever it is plus 1. And then I'll do a variable declaration for the line numbers within that Bash can read, and then I'll have some sort of command that rather than executing the whole file, it just executes the first line. I think you can do like this or something, and then whatever line you want, which in this case would be that scripts. I think that's the syntax to execute a specific line in Bash or something like that. That arrow has to be right by the parentheses. Or else there's no parentheses, but I think there are. So this is what the file will look like when it gets sent to me. But I'm gonna have, I should probably save this. Sample bash or skill prompts. So yeah, I think Python will just modify the skill prompt file to basically make it readable for Bash. So Python will parse everything out, Bash will read it, basically. I'll have it create a variable that stores the line numbers in an array, and the array will have all the line numbers within Bash, but Python will write them all down, basically. And that'll be the first line of the file. So I think that's how I'm gonna script things in a nutshell. So how does this work? I ask it to help me create a skill in Windows. The Windows version I'll probably create the Mac version using the Windows skill helper, basically. So, now the skill name. Because the Bash script, or the Python script that essentially automates modifying the manifest.yml and the Python script itself. We're gonna write a Python script that modifies another Python script. The Python script that actually goes and does that will, we should really model this out because there's so many different pieces to it. I'm gonna use paint.net maybe to model all this out, because we're using so many different services, we want to figure out how we're going to do it at an abstract level. I know that programming planning can be kind of a pain, but it can actually save a lot of hassle. If you just come up with stuff on the spot and you change your mind last minute, well, then however much time you spent on that original plan is now wasted. So with simple programs, you might not really have to do that, but with more advanced ones, you absolutely should. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. Like, I don't even really care. Something like that. Alright. So, I'm gonna probably use text to modify. We're basically combining multiple systems together, and we're using multiple programming languages. So that's why I want to model this out before really going any further. So first thing we're doing is the expect script is not the very first thing we're gonna actually be running because we don't have our information yet. We need to gather information first. So, what are we going to do first? Well, we're going to gather information pretty much. So, skill, gather information. I'm not good at diagramming things. I'm actually kind of guilty of not doing it in general. But for something like this, I might want to. So, what does the gather information skill do? It'll pull up the text file, but how do we go about doing that? Well, I think I'm gonna have a Python script to actually create the text file, because I always wanted to create this empty file that's formatted exactly like this. This is my final format, I think. So Python, so the Python script will actually, obviously before that, before we create the Python script, we have to not create the script, but execute it. So within Windows and WSL, where do I want to store this file? text file stored in my documents folder or something. That I don't really like that. I don't even know where I want to store it. Maybe I'll do like the root of my D drive. It'll be temporary, then I'll probably be deleted by the time we have all the information we need. So we're creating a text file that's stored in the D drive. Python. We're going to execute a Python script to add templates, which is this. This is actually more of a template than a sample because now I know I want it to be formatted like this. These labels are irrelevant to the script. All it really is for is just to map where things are. So we're going to create a script to add a template. The Python script will essentially create a file that does this exact stuff right here, even with 2 enters at the end. So we'll be writing a script that does that essentially. We can write it on this computer. Well, maybe I'll store it in that Minecraft folder on the Pi. So maybe I'll be writing it on the Pi. But I really want to use Vim, and Atom, the text editor, works nicely with that. I can hardly live without Vim now. So once we add that template, then the Python script will do all the writing out. Basically, we're going to have an array of all the lines that we want, and then we save it out to the file. That's what the Python script does. Then it'll open the script on the computer. That's all that this skill does, technically speaking. Yeah. That's the only thing that the script does for gathering information. So then, whoops. Oh, I think I right-clicked to create that, so I did it white. What? Left-click. There we go. Skill. Use information. So now, the script is going to run on this computer again and grab the file. So this is actually going to be the harder script to do because it has to do all the parsing. So how do we get the file? Run command to retrieve the file. I want the Raspberry Pi to basically execute this, so let me think here. So it'll go onto the Pi, or the Pi will connect to this thing via SSH. So I'll have a command that probably copies a file. What it really does is it copies to that folder we created in the documents Minecraft. So basically we're going to retrieve the file from the computer. That'll make it easier to reference, I think. Then I want to, once I retrieve the file, what do I want to do? Sorry, my mind is, I'm literally brain dead right now. So we're gonna retrieve the file, then we're gonna probably run the Python script to parse it all out. And what I mean by parsing is it'll possibly remove all these. No, I'm not gonna remove these because then otherwise I have to shift the line numbers in weird ways. And obviously if I just put the answers all next to each other, I gotta figure out what does what. So it makes sense to leave these in here. So I'm just gonna add I parse in the line numbers. So Python to script to figure out line numbers. Oh, I think what I'm gonna do is the Bash version that stores all the line numbers. I think I'm gonna have that actually be the beginning and end for each one of the categories. So for skill name, I have blah blah blah. So up here, no. Lines equal, so in this case it'll be 3 comma 1. No. 3 3. I know that is like not the way to do it, I don't think, but beginning and end for this first one, beginning and end for the second one. So let's say I have 4 phrases right there. This is line, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 6 to 9, of course. So this is the beginning and end of the first question. That's the beginning and end of the second question. And we do that for all the questions. It'll be the correct ones in the final file. And then Bash can just use these numbers. So I want lines 3 to 3. Then I want lines 6 to 9. Then I want blah blah blah. I think that's how I'm gonna make it work. So Python will figure out the line numbers. Bash will use those line numbers right there. So this is kind of a complicated system, actually. That's why I'm modeling this out before doing anything crazy. As a matter of fact, sometimes half the battle is modeling it out. Whereas you might do a longer battle just programming. Modeling it out might take 5 minutes. The fact that it's only half the battle would mean that the programming would also take 5 minutes. Whereas you could spend an hour on the programming, or you could do 5 and 5. Obviously, it doesn't really work that way in the real world, but you could use it that way. I want to be right back and figure out the situation. Right, so I think I'm going to continue for a little while, actually. I was going to end up doing a voice record or voiceover if I didn't get much further, but I think it's only going to take like an hour or two left, and I'll squeeze that in a different day. So I don't think I'm going to do any voiceover, but I can't guarantee that, so let's continue this for at least a little while. I want to get to bed relatively soon, so I think I'm going to finish the planning, and then maybe finish this skill too. And then I'm going to wrap up for the night. I wanted to do more, but with how late it's getting, no. I have to get up pretty early tomorrow, so not a good idea. So let's finish this up, shall we? So let's finish this planning. Sorry, I assumed that you could see it before, but the text box is no longer highlighted, so it doesn't line up properly anymore, but we can work with that. So let's do this. Actually, I'm also going to make sure that everything loads responsively. Ooh, this is taking a little while. It only initially took a while, then it was pretty responsive, so I don't think I really need to worry about it freezing up like in the past. I think the video is probably responsive. I shouldn't really have to worry about that too much, I don't think. Because it's loading relatively responsively right now. Yeah, I trust it. Alright. So let's plan this out and maybe build this out here on the left. Okay, so I think this gather information, that's pretty much all it does, I think. So when it uses the information, which will be in a separate skill, it'll basically retrieve the file that's stored on here, copy it from the D drive to the documents folder on the Pi, on this thing, documents folder in that Minecraft. Then we'll have a Python script to figure out the line numbers and add that in, and we'll make sure it does the right line numbers and all that too. So once we figure out the line numbers, then we can obviously use that for something, whether it's well, we could use it to figure out everything in between. So for skill name, it's line 3 to 3, which is just this one. For the next thing, 6 to 9. And yeah, that's essentially how we know what's what. So there's actually going to be some ways to calculate the line numbers. I'm essentially going to figure out the line number of this and this. So it'll basically search in the array that we'll be using for all these particular questions. It'll figure out the line numbers of that. And then whatever line number this is, which in this case is 2, it'll be 1 more than this. So 3. And then with this, it'll be 2 less than whatever this is. So I'll always have a space in between each thing, right? That's how it'll essentially calculate the line numbers. So, yeah, I'll figure out all these line numbers and use them to calculate the ranges, essentially. So for this one is line 5. In Python, it'll be line 4. But I'm going to add 1 to everything because this will be added with the final lines. And then, of course, this will then later be executed in a bash script. It'll set the variable lines equal to this array. And then we can reference indexes of the line numbers and iterate nicely. So I think that's the way I'm going to do it in bash. So then right here, obviously it'll take this line number, which was used for this at the end. Now it's used at the beginning, this particular thing. So from here to here, So this, if I had like Notepad 2 or something, and Notepad++, I can see the line numbers, but this is 5 right now, but in Python it'll be calculated as 4. I'll add 1. And then whatever line this is, it'll subtract 2 and add 1 to this. And those are all the lines of interest that'll be used in our expect script. So I think the expect script will have it use sed to retrieve a specific line from the file. I think we'll probably have some for loops in our expect script to work with that type of thing. Whenever there's more than one line of input, that's how we'll deal with it. And then, yeah, it'll basically do it for this. And since we know exactly how many columns, not columns, but you know what I mean, since we know how many of these there are, we know when we're at the last one, we'll hard code that in. The length of the array will always be 6, because there's like 6 of anything with a colon after it, actually. Well, that's not a really good way to note it. I'm going to manually put in to check for enter example phrases, to check for enter example responses. That's how we'll figure out all the line numbers, and they'll all go here in the end. And then bash can essentially do the array and work with what Python figured out. So the way I think we're going to execute things in the long run is we'll have like a master bash script, so we only have to use os.system, and the actual voice skill we only have to use os.system once. Have a master bash script that does all the stuff it needs to. And so basically we are going to be running multiple Python scripts, but bash will essentially orchestrate all that. So that's a nice way to think of it. I really should have this all the way up. Sorry, I didn't think about the lighting before. So anyway, I think this is all correct at an abstract level. So run command to retrieve the file. That'll be in the master bash script, I think. And then it'll call a Python script to figure out the numbers. Once we got the numbers figured out, then we'll be parsing. Well, no. Once we get the Python script will include adding that line variable to this file here. Python script will add this so that bash can work with it. And it'll do the right numbers. We'll have to do some math to figure out the numbers, but you get the idea. So once we get all these numbers figured out, then that'll allow us to retrieve specific lines, right? So how do I want to do this in the expect script? Let's look at that for a second. So then I think we run the expect script, right? That would probably be the next step. So obviously when we think about the process of creating a skill, we're basically doing the expect script and then modifying some of the resulting files. So knowing that, once we've figured out the line numbers, then I was going to create some variables in the expect script, but I think I'm just going to run the sed command within it if it'll even let me. That would be awesome if it did, because I don't even think it uses bash, or else it uses a modded version of bash. I don't even know. So yeah, once we figure out the line numbers, then what are we doing? run expect script. So that'll pull in the line variable, right? So wrong thing actually. So right here, the expect script will actually pull in using the syntax like I'm sorry, I'm really confusing myself here, but the bash script will basically use sed to actually execute this line, and then that gets executed within the expect script so that we could reference the actual lines variable. I could actually have this declaration of an array wrong, but it's something like that. So sed-n-e, whatever the line is, and the file, it'll actually not just pull this line from the file, but execute it so that we can access that variable within our expect script. That's what it's doing. Sorry, my mind is like all jumbled up from this, but run expect script, which basically pulls in the lines, and we can have for loops within it for those multi-line things, because we're gonna have a delay for each line that's entered. And so once we've run the MSK, the Minecraft MSK create, basically, which is what the expect script does, then we have all the files we need. We'll have a Python script, I think, to modify the manifest file so that we can specify our OS dependency. Now, the thing about the manifest files is I don't know if there's distinct differences between all the skills I'm creating, or if we can just literally copy from another skill, because then we don't need to use Python. I'm going to use Python if we have to parse anything. Parsing. Otherwise, bash copy. And then Python script to add our command or commands to our init.py. And then that's pretty much it. So I'll be like, I don't want to say the wake word because it'll probably do stuff right now, but no, I think I stopped it. But I'll be like, hey Minecraft, help me create a new skill in Windows or something like that. Then it'll run this, and then I'll enter in the information into this file. That's how it's gonna work. That's how I want it to work anyway. There's obviously many different ways you can do this. I'm basically putting together a puzzle in a sense, and there's so many different ways it can be done. The end product of the puzzle is literally the end product of this, pretty much. So then I'll be like, hey Minecraft, I finished my skill on Windows or something like that. I finished my skill in Windows, or I finished my skill on Mac or something like that. On Windows or on Mac. And then I have separate skills for each of them. I think I'm going to actually use these automation skills to create ones for the Mac. I'm sure I can combine them together somehow, but for now I won't do that because I didn't learn how yet, and I know that this works. So yeah, when I say I finished, then it'll run this use information one. Behind the scenes, it'll go through the expect script and basically fill in all the information that I give it. So a manifest file will pretty much always be the same unless there's distinct things within them. I'm probably going to be doing the bash copy for that. I hope so, because that's really simple. Otherwise, I'm going to have to parse some stuff for each individual skill. So then, of course, to add our command to like import OS and then os.system. If we have multiple commands, it'll do multiple os.system lines for each one. So we can parse that with Python and then all of a sudden the script exists. Now, of course, I'm not really going to go over too much of the logistics of updating the skills, but maybe I can automate the way to restart the Minecraft so that it updates. I think I might have to restart it twice just to make sure it really takes effect. But when I'm not going to worry about that in this video, but I think that process should be relatively straightforward. I'll maybe share it in a future video, like I did with some of the stuff I did during this one. So that's basically an outline of how we're actually going to be doing this. That's what we're doing from an abstract level. I think that concept should work. Probably spent more time than I needed, but so skill automation plan. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at making blueprints or anything like that, but that's basically it right here. I thought I'd maybe be drawing some diagram type stuff, but clearly I'm not an artist or anything like that. So let's set this one up here, and then I'm gonna wrap it up for sure because it is a lot later than I was hoping. So yeah, I think it makes sense to have that text file stored on the D drive. Actually, I might not even complete this tonight. I'll do it in this video, but I might finish on a different day is what I'm saying. So let's go to the Raspberry Pi and start writing the bash script that we'll be executing for gathering the information. So did I make any modifications to this? I can't remember. Oh, it looks like I did. So I'm probably going to want to save this. Okay, I just saved it. So now we need to figure out how to create the file and then put it on. I'm gonna create the file in Windows actually. So I want to do it, but do I want to run Python within Windows or Python on here? Because that's quite a bit different depending on which one I'm doing. Because do I run an SCP command to copy it, or do I have the file somewhere on my Windows subsystem for Linux and simply transfer it through that mount? I like the idea of having it on the Windows subsystem for Linux and then transferring it to the mount. That seems like it could be a bit simpler. So vim create skill.sh. So yeah, we're going to be creating all sorts of scripts to make this whole thing work nicely. So the first thing we're doing, what are we doing again? My mind's blanking out. That's where being able to look at this is helpful. So we're going to run a Python script to actually create the file. Do I want to transfer it on SCP? Can I run Python on here? I mean, within my Ubuntu system. See, look at Python is not here. I gotta think about this. I like the idea of just running it on here because then the text file can get created directly on here, then copied to the mount drive. I'm gonna create it on here, so I'm just gonna install Python. Will I need to also create Python 3 or install it? That's odd that there's no connectivity right now. Maybe just had to kick in. So while we're waiting for this, is there anything else we can do? So I want to probably run an Ansible command to then execute the Python script. Ooh, what happened here? I think I'm going to want to run apt update. That would probably be a good idea. Usually you should run that before installing packages. And that'll be especially true if this suddenly fixes it. Yeah, I think we do need to run it. So, on the Raspberry Pi. So first thing we're going to do is run an Ansible command to execute a Python script that essentially creates the file. Where do I want that Python script to be stored? Since I'm going to be running it on WSL, it probably makes sense for me to store it on there, right? So I'm doing the 3 T's right now. That's why this is taking so long. I'm doing those 3 T's that I talked about before, or that the website originally talked about. So yeah, since I'm going to be running the script remotely, I'm going to store it remotely. I think that's a fair thing to do. So I'm going to, whoops. So Ansible main-a. So where am I going to store the Python script? Maybe I want to create a documents folder within the Windows subsystem. Documents. I think I'll create another Minecraft folder. / what do I want to call the Python scripts? Create input file .py. And of course I messed up the command. What I really should be doing is saying Python. I think I'll run Python 2 for this. I think it should work fine. So that's the first thing it'll do. It'll run the Python script that creates a file. and I'll run the Python script in I'll create the Python script in Atom because I like using that for the editor. It's got Vim, and I added a Vim plugin or whatever for that, and certainly not perfect, but it works pretty well. But I would rather use that than just a plain text editor. So there's a create input file. Okay. So how are we doing here? So install Python. I think this will probably work a little bit better. So I'm gonna pull up Atom, which is where we're gonna create the Python script. Yeah, that's fine. Should I store it on the desktop for now? So I'm gonna create a new file. Store it in the desktop for now. So I'm gonna transfer it to the WSL later on. Probably using WinSCP. What did I even call it? I already forgot. Okay. So let me see what I called create input file. Yeah, that's a good name, I guess. So I'm just gonna go to my desktop, create input file.py. So this is our Python script that'll do all that. So I have a script that I made recently. I can probably show it. I have to pull it up, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna pull up this script that actually does some file parsing and then work off of that. Right, so I just opened this up. I have a script right here that actually acts as a macro for basically adding a certain date as well as a hyphen into the resulting file. It basically for file manipulation. I'll be able to take a lot of stuff that I used in here for file manipulation. So what am I doing? I'm creating a text file that's essentially formatted with that skill name and then 2 enters and all that. So I'm not gonna need any of these things here. I'm gonna overwrite the file if it already exists, which it probably won't. So I'm actually not even gonna open an existing file. I thought I was, but I'm not going to. What I really want to do is basically create an array, and that'll be all the lines of the file, and that'll go out into the resulting file. So let's create an array called, what do we want to call it? Skill prompts. Sorry, I'm not using like the underscore notation. I prefer camel case. I think I can declare it as an empty array like this, if I'm not mistaken. So why don't we test it? So I'm gonna have to, since I have this stored on the desktop, I'm gonna have to navigate to the desktop. And it's backslash because that's what Windows uses. And then Python create input file. So what we have here is an empty array. I was literally checking the most basic thing, but that works now. So we can technically delete that line, and we are basically building our file upon this. So This is not going to have this lines here yet. That's irrelevant right now. So we're going to add this skill name. So we're going to just say skill prompt.append. That should be in quotes. Oh man, I wish I knew a efficient way to add this. Well, that kind of efficient, but not too much. So we're adding this skill name right here. And then I want 2 new line characters. So this is, you're probably gonna hate me for the way I write this script, but I'm literally gonna manually write it line by line. Actually, I could. Otherwise, I could create a for loop to create 2 blank. Do like a new line and new line. But actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea to just essentially go into here and create 2 new line characters. Not the worst idea. I think I might add a space right there for that. So skill name, enter, enter example phrases. So I'm gonna duplicate that. And then enter, whoops. Enter example phrases. And then 2 new line characters. That's actually something I should keep in the quotes from now on. And I'm gonna duplicate that again. And then I'm gonna basically go like that. So enter example responses. Then 2 enters. Duplicate that again. Delete everything up until here. Enter a 1-line description. Then enter long description. And last but not least, what command or commands do you want to run? And it won't confuse the parentheses because it's in quotes. So I think that's the entire file right there. Probably. So then, we would normally have to add new line characters, but so this is at the very beginning. 2 enters, then that, 2 enters, that, 2 enters. We already have the necessary new line characters, but sometimes we have to add 1 to each line, so it's treated as a separate line, so we don't need that for loop. I think this... I'm gonna take those 3 things right there and add it to there basically. So we're not opening that file obviously. Actually, when I'm opening a file technically speaking, but what do we want to call it? What's the actual text file gonna be called? Probably new skill prompt. I think I'll probably have a new skill prompt.txt. The extension doesn't really even matter. And of course, this will make it so that we're writing to it. Oh, then I think I'm gonna actually rename this to file Let's see, how do I... So yank word. And then I'll go like that. Oops. So yank word, paste, and I'll basically delete that. Alright. So it'll open this file, but if it doesn't already exist, it'll actually create it. It'll essentially add the array to the file, and each element of the array is a line in that file. And then we want to close it in case we're doing anything else. We don't want it to still keep applying anymore. In fact, I made a really bad mistake when I was creating this script. I forgot to add the dot close to it, and when I ended up doing stuff, reusing these variables for a completely different file besides this, because I didn't close it, everything in that file got wiped out, and I didn't have a most recent backup. So I did have a backup, but it wasn't that recent, so the damage was pretty minimal. But if I would have added a dot close right after I finished writing, none of that would have happened. So just anytime you're done writing a file, say close, even if it doesn't seem necessary in some situations. Just do it, especially if the files you're manipulating are critical. Alright, so I think that's gonna create the file we want. I'm pretty sure it'll work. So the new skill prompt.txt, that'll happen in the desktop if we run the script. Let's see what happens. Oh, we gotta save it first. Let's see what happens when we run it. Oh, and right lines, not F. This is supposed to be skill prompt. Like that. I just made a minor error right there. So now if I were to take a look at the desktop, if I take a quick look at the desktop and new skill prompt, I'm going to open this in Notepad. I think that's what I'm going to actually open it in. I could use Notepad++, but I don't want to mess up my tabs if I already have that open. Well, look at that. Oh, that's the wrong number of enters. But otherwise, the script we just wrote actually created this file, believe it or not. So it did 2 enters right there, interestingly. But we actually want 1 more for each one of them. So I'm gonna press in Vim Y2W and then paste 1 more right there. Then I think if I press a period, it'll repeat it everywhere else. So I don't need it down here. Okay, I think that should be correct now. So how does our file look? I just modified it, so we're gonna have to open it up again. Oh, that did look correct on Notepad++, I think. But, yep, so that's... So we have a new text file created now. How nice is that? So now I can just write the skill name right here, testing, and then that's basically all this skill. So that first skill right here, all it really does is it creates that file more or less, but it does a little bit more. It pulls it up on this computer from the Pi though. So I think it would make sense for me to store the script in the WSL. I'm gonna do that. So speaking of that, how are we doing here? Can I make this bigger? Zoom in. I can zoom in like this, certainly, but it's not super great. It's not bad, but not great either. Text isn't any bigger, but it'll do. So that new skill prompt file, it now creates it successfully. So what I would recommend, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go into the documents, which I can zoom in for. Whoops, tab to autofill. Oh, there's no documents folder on here. I've just been configuring certain files here, so I'm just gonna make a directory called documents, I guess. Documents, and I'm gonna create another one called Minecraft. And actually, I could have done that all in one line. If I was right here, I could have done mkdir-p documents / Minecraft. I could have done that all in one line, but I didn't, so too bad. Okay, so now Minecraft, nothing's in there. So that Python script we just created, I would like it to be in there. So I'll use WinSCP to transfer it to my WSL. I think I'm gonna wait for now to upgrade this. So the IP address is my own IP address, but at a different port, 2022. Oh, and I think resized. I'm gonna edit this. So this is .9 2022. Joseph is the username, and then you put in the password like that. I guess I'll hit save because it's insistent on it. I'll call resize WSL. Then log in. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I did this wrong. If I'm using SCP, I don't want to resize. The resizing is for PuTTY, not SCP. Okay, so this is our WSL files right here. Documents, Minecraft. So then I'm gonna go to the desktop. This is our Python script. I just put that right in there. And that's it. So now I'll just shut up. Alright. So now if I go into here, there's that file that we just added. So if I run the script, it'll just create the text file right in here. And then I want to copy that to essentially my D drive, the root of my D drive. So that's in mntd. That's the root of my cd mntd. That's the root of my D drive. I want to copy it to there. And yeah. So let's go back onto the Raspberry Pi now. So basically the first thing it does is it runs that create input file that we just created. Then we're going to copy the resulting file, which is called, what's the name of the text file again? New skill prompt or something. New skill prompt.txt. So we're going to copy that file over to the root of the D drive. Wait. Yeah, no, this runs in the WSL instance. And I guess I'll might be relevant to actually duplicate that line. So instead of running this, we're going to copy the file. So we should be able to say cp documents / Mycroft / man, I forgot the name of it already. Not sample skill prompts. New skill prompt.txt. New skill prompt.txt. And then, oh, I gotta finish that command. So it copies that file over to mnt/d. Should copy it to the root of the D drive. Then I want to actually open up that file using Notepad. So I'm going to duplicate that line one more time. And delete that. So how do we run Notepad now? So we're basically running this directly from the D drive, right? Yeah, that's really it. So I'm sorry about not really being able to think and all that. So now we're gonna basically run it. Oh, I was gonna figure out the path to Notepad. That's what I was gonna do. So where's notepad.exe? Is that in system32? Then I'm gonna open file location. I could run it from this path, but I would rather get the original path. So I think I'm gonna copy as path by shift right clicking this. And then in theory I should be able to come over to here and paste it in. Oh man, that didn't work. I can do it from memory, it's no big deal. It's not even translatable directly, so I basically want to run, rather than running cmd, wait, do I have to direct it to command prompt and then, yeah, I think I probably want to do that. Direct it to command prompt and then to the file. So I'm basically just gonna run mnt c windows / system32 / cmd.exe / capital C. Then I'm gonna reference notepad.exe, I think. Although, you know what I mean? I feel like I could reference... Oh, but if I reference notepad.exe, then the parameters would correlate with the Windows subs, or the Linux part, not Windows. Like cmd.exe will make it apply to Windows. So C:/Windows / system32 / notepad.exe. And then I might be able to specify the file path. So D:// new skill prompts. .txt. I feel like that's gonna have to be in quotes of some sort. I want to real quickly look at that cmd dot, or the way I'm using the command prompt thing. The path can be in single quotes. Any path can be in single quotes. There's no catch to it. So I don't have to do that with literally anything. Oh, no. Good. Okay. So delete that H right there. I'm gonna put that in singular quotes. Like that. You only need the quotes if there's space in the name. So will that work? I don't know. Seems like an Ansible playbook would be more suited for this, but I don't really care too much. So is this all we need to pull up that text file using the skill? Okay, so in theory, if I run that script, then if it's working right, the file should suddenly appear on this system right here. If things are working correctly, it should work. So different than sample skill prompt. So in theory, if I run the script, we should suddenly have a new file pop up on the computer. And that would be a wrap for tonight. Well, I'm gonna get it to work with Minecraft, and that'll be a wrap for tonight. Then we'll get the second half of the battle, which is using the information. So we're making the gather information skill right now. Right. So if we run create skill .sh, I'm gonna pull up this computer. So if I hit enter, a new notepad file should come up with our file. Ready? Probably won't work, but nope, didn't work. I probably named the host wrong. I don't think it's even main. I'm gonna double check that I'm running the right Ansible command, and I'll let you know if I did anything wrong. I just made a synonymous mistake. Main is not even the right host. It's actually called primary. Synonym for it, but so I'll do a substitution. So wherever there's a main, even with a space, I wanted to replace it with primary. That's what it should be. So now, let's switch over to here. Actually, I'm gonna real quickly make sure that, whoops, I was just experiencing some glitches. Okay. Now if I hit enter, it should work. Hopefully. Ready? Please work. So notepad file should come up with that file that we created. Probably not. I imagine that we had that command prompt thing wrong. We should really run those on an individual basis. Oh, wait, so is it treating the slashes correctly? So, We might have some spaces elsewhere that we overlooked. So I imagine the Python file can get created. Why don't we at least see if we have a file in the root of the D drive? We don't, so that probably didn't even work correctly. Let's run them on an individual basis and see how we're doing. So I think a quick way we can run that is we can do reference the create skill. Oh, then this should be the first line, and then we'll redirect it to bash. Let's see if this works. Python. Something must have worked. There should be a file on the D drive if that first thing works, I believe. No. We're not quite that far yet, are we? Whoops. Wrong file. So the create input file. So that's actually supposed to appear on... Oh, this is probably where we're wrong. We have spaces right there. So let's escape all those spaces. So right here, we're gonna add a slash. Whoops. Come on. Okay. So we're gonna add a slash right there. Yeah, I think that's what went wrong. So now let's run line number 2 of that file and see if it works. Okay. So does a file exist on the WSL instance? I think I'm actually probably gonna wrap up now and then just resume. So if I go to that documents folder in Minecraft, the file does not exist, so it should if that first thing worked correctly. So what do we do wrong? It kind of looked like it should have worked. So let's just look at the file again. Oh wait, let's see if we can run it on the host. Let's see if we can run it within WSL itself. That would probably be the next step. So create input file.py. It created our files, so that should have worked, right? Where is it executing it from? Can it reference? Is that a way to reference the file? can I run it by saying I had to pause my AutoHotkey script so I can type that tilde symbol. So tilde slash documents slash Minecraft. I think I spelled it right. Create underscore input underscore file dot py. I'm gonna copy. Actually, I could copy directly from here, most likely. So I can highlight this, press Shift C. Oh, and I'm sorry, I've been forgetting to switch the screen. So I'm just trying to run this, which right clicking works. So I should be able to run this and it should work. That works. I don't see why Ansible would have glitched out with that then. That shouldn't run into any problems, I don't think. Unless Ansible has a problem using that tilde syntax. I might have to do like this or something. Or else I'll manually do it more like this. So slash home Joseph, that. So let's run that line 1. Let's run line 1 again. Let's make sure the file is deleted first of all. So it doesn't exist right now. If this is working correctly, it should. Maybe I have to reference the default in a different way for the version of Python. So that did not work. It should have. Well, no, that would be relative to the Python script, wouldn't it? It could be creating it in completely the wrong location, for all I know. I don't know what the relative path would be, but why don't we try Python 3 instead? So I'm just going to change that to Python 3 and see if that works any better. So let's run line 1 again. The other thing I can think of is we might need sudo. Let's see who owns the script. So Joseph owns the script, so that shouldn't be a problem. I'm gonna try using sudo bash. That could even be the mistake for all I know too. Still didn't create the file. I want to see if we can run it in a Python script. If that would make any difference. So I'm gonna just real quickly create a Python script for like create file.py, and then I'll use some Vim magic to pull it in. What's the file? Forgot the name of the files that are in there. Create skill. Yeah. Create skill.sh. Oh, right. So then we gotta make it so that it works with like import OS and then os.system. The double quotes should work just fine, I think. Right? So Python. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. That's gonna run remotely. I want to figure this out on my own time. I want to wrap up for tonight. So that's going to be it for today. Actually, no, this isn't the end of the video. I'm going to combine what I do in a couple days and to this same video. But this is all I'm doing tonight. So I'll see you when I continue. Should I do one of those epic transitions, or I'm probably going to fail at it? Ready? Right, so I'm back now. I don't know how well that transition worked, but again, like I said, I'm back. So I'm going to continue doing that programming that we started working on last time. So let's just get to it. So I did a little bit of thinking about the issue we ran into last time. I don't really know exactly the solution, but I think it has to do with running Python within Ansible. So let's see if we can figure out some. I think the solution is to basically do something that doesn't involve running Python on Ansible. Rather than trying to make it work with Ansible, just don't use it with Ansible. And maybe it'll work a little bit better then. If I execute it in a different place or something like that, then it might work better. But let's just get to it. So first of all, I think I restarted my computer since last time, which means the SSH service probably isn't currently running. So to make it run, sudo service SSH enable. Then I think you could do the now parameter to also start it. Not sure. Start. Well, now I can hit start for SSH, and it did work, as you can see there. But I don't know if there's some command to basically make it run on startup, like enable. I know you can do that with systemctl, but I think it's glitching out on WSL, the systemctl stuff. For now, I'm just gonna go with this. But otherwise, if you want it to automatically work at startup, you can figure out how to enable the SSH service at startup in WSL, and then add the WSL service to task scheduler so you can get that to start up with Windows, and then it all automatically starts up. I'll figure that out someday, but whatever. So SSH should work now. Okay, so actually I'm gonna pull it back up because I think what do we have in the documents Minecraft? So I'm trying to execute the Python within here, and that doesn't seem to work nicely with Ansible. So we could either try something else, like executing a script that runs a Python script. Maybe it'll be more local, or I'll run the Python script on the Pi and then copy the resulting file to our D drive. I think that might be a better solution, potentially, because we're going to have to copy it back to the Pi when we're done anyway. that we may as well copy it from the Pi to here once it gets created too. So I'm sure there's a way to make it work with Ansible, but I think that's a more practical workaround for the time being, since I don't even know how to do any of those things. So I think that makes a lot of sense. So let's actually try creating an SH script and just see if somehow that fixes it. I doubt it would, but it's worth a shot. I'm gonna say vim create input file.sh, and all it really does is it runs that Python script. Create input file dot py. Oh yeah, and actually you don't need a / when you're executing the Python, so we can get rid of that. And I know it'll work locally. Whoops. That should be a C. Okay. Alright. So let's just make sure that it's correct. Yeah. So now we gotta make it so it's executable. There we go. So now, let's try to run that in Ansible once and see if that works. So the way we transfer the file is actually going to be a little bit tricky, but we'll get there. So let's come back. Let's come over to the Pi and modify the script so that it runs that script rather than Python. So I'll have to see if there's a way to set the default terminal size. I'm sure there's an easy way to do it. I don't think it's probably not worth figuring out right now if I can't do it within 10 seconds. What's the window size? I think it's still 80 by 24 regardless. Yeah, that doesn't affect the font size. But obviously what we're interested in is... No, I'll figure it out some other day. Zooming in really only takes a couple seconds. So let's go into that Minecraft folder. Wait, no. This create file.py. So we got create file.py within the Python, right? But here, so we're running this Python script on Ansible, right? I just hope we're running the right thing. So vim create skill. So that's on the home Joseph documents Minecraft. Let me make sure that that's right. Yeah, and then create input file .py. Okay, so why don't we change it so that instead of running that Python script, it runs... Actually, let's run the sh script instead. So we can delete that. And it's just running that sh, right? So we're gonna go to the end and then change that to sh. And then that's within the Ansible environment. Perhaps we want to copy this home Joseph. No idea if this is even gonna work. Whoops. Never mind. I was gonna see if I had a nice and quick way to copy and paste that home, Joseph, but it didn't quite work the way I was hoping. Let me see. I'm just trying to see if I can figure out the vim command for copying this, sorry. I just feel like I'd be able to do it. So obviously I could go to here. Whoops. Oh, well. No, I'm not gonna figure that out. I felt like there has to be a way to copy it in Vim, but that's not super important. That's a better way to do it. I get now it's probably not the best way to do it, but we know it works. So then once we run Notepad, then that's the questionable part. But I think it should work. So whether or not that script actually makes things work is a little questionable. But I think it's worth a shot. So, why don't we make an SSH connection real quick to it? Whoops, wrong computer. So I think you could specify the port right here and the correct IP address. Yeah. Okay, so we're in our WSL environment here. So let's see, why did I... Oh, because I want to be able to quickly see, like, if our text file exists or not. So if I want to execute line 1, I think I might be able to possibly do this right out of the gate. So it'll execute line 1 of that. I think that might be how you do it. I'm not even sure. And permission was... Why is it... So this shouldn't... Oh, I wonder if this has anything to do with... Why... No, we're not even running that file. That is strange that... that it would require like special privileges or whatever. Within Ansible, would it? Kind of tempted to just run the whole... Let's just run the whole thing. Worst case, it all works. So it's making 3 Ansible connections, which is why it might take a little while. This, I don't know why that's not working. Well, actually, we could verify that last line and see if we can just launch Notepad in general. Right? So let's cat that file so we can see it directly here. If this is working correctly, we should be able to open up this notepad. So we have that command wrong. Let's just get that straight. If we didn't, then notepad should have popped up right here. I think there's supposed to be singular quotes right here. That's probably why. Even though there's no spaces, I think there still has to be singular quotes. Maybe. So what we're doing now is trying to get that first segment. Oh, it opened up Notepad, so that did work. It just didn't exactly detach the terminal, which I don't think that'll be a problem when running stuff. So why don't we whoops, well, that's odd. Okay, why don't, so if I cancel out of that, Notepad is still open, so it's not even a big deal that we press Control C. It won't really affect anything. So I'm definitely going to go into that file and let's correct that. So we also need singular quotes around here and probably a separate set for this particular thing. That probably will work now, assuming the file gets to where it needs to. So it had a hard time running that sh script, which actually concerns me a little, because what if I want to run an sh script in general? Then I shouldn't run into the problem. Sorry about having so many terminals open, but it's possible that whoops, I ran the entire script, didn't I? Oh wait, that is what I meant to run. But if we look on here, yeah, we don't have a file that this Python script is supposed to create. So what do we need to do now? This might be where we want to execute it directly on the Pi and then just copy the file over. But I guess my concern is, will I ever be able to remotely execute a script? So let's come back to here. Oops, let's create a test. Okay, so yeah. So that worked. So let's remove that new skill prompt file. So this is all of it is owned by Joseph, which that should be fine, I would think. Let's create another sh script that maybe runs echo or something and just see if that works properly. So I wonder if it's the fact that it's running Python within that sh script that's erroring out. I'm thinking that if that's the case, then we just simply can't remotely execute Python. It all has to be run without the Ansible stuff. Which I think we can do that. I think that'll work fine if that's what's going on. As long as I can run an SH script remotely, then I think it should work alright. Actually, if I can't, I could just issue several Ansible commands. And I don't even have to, I can put it all into one line if I wanted to with the double ampersand. That would work fine, but yeah. Alright, so I am just curious to see if I can create like an echo script and have it echo like hello there or something pretty basic like that. So if I make it executable, just want to make sure it's still under Joseph, which it is. So now if I come onto the Raspberry Pi, echo.sh. So obviously if I run ls right here, there's our echo.sh, because I just SSH into the machine to make it easy to tell what's there. So that actually errored out. There must be a way to run sh script pretty easily, but it's erroring out for some reason. I don't really know why, but pretty much all sh and Python scripts can be stored on the Pi locally, and then we don't need Ansible to run it. I think Ansible is causing the problems. And even if we did need to still run it, we could use that one-liner format that the one-line command with SSH pass. That's still totally a possibility. So we can run a command in this format, but we actually won't need that export display equals :0. This would totally work if we had to remotely execute Python or Ansible. That's a viable alternative right there. And of course, if you could use key-based authentication, go with that. I'm just too lazy to set it up right now. But if I did set it up, it would actually be considerably easier to do this. We don't have to have SSH pass or any of that nonsense to run it. It is useful, but it can be kind of a hassle. Can't deny that. So we can't remotely execute this sh script. So I think we're gonna probably execute it on the Pi and then just copy the file over SCP or something. That would probably be the way to copy the file to begin with. We need SCP. And that's the way you would remotely transfer files. I think that's the right way to go. Because we can't execute scripts remotely, it seems like. We probably can, but Ansible is what's causing the problem. Let's just get that out of the way. You can set up Ansible playbooks, I'm sure, and it'll work fine there. But with my current approach, I think one of those other things I just said is more viable. So we're not going to run this sh script right here. Instead, the Python script to this create input file right here is going to run directly on the Pi. Of course, you can tell that I'm on the Pi right here and my other computer right there. That's how you can tell the difference of where I am. So let's see. Let's figure out, let's actually copy the create input file.py over to the Pi now, because we don't have it on here. If I go into my documents Minecraft folder, it's not there. We just have create file. I'm gonna probably use SCP to transfer it, yeah. So since the source file is on here, I'll execute the SCP command on that. So I think what you do is SCP the source file, which is create input file.py, and the destination is the Pi. So imagine we're connecting from Windows back to the Pi. How would we go about that? We would be Pi at that IP address, colon, and then the exact path, which I'm sure it'll let me do the home directory / documents / Minecraft. Probably here. Otherwise, I might just do home Pi, then that. So that should copy the file over. And I've never done this before. And I think I might have to remove that slash maybe. I think I had to also specify what the file name is going to be in the resulting location, probably. I think that's the syntax, I'm not even sure. Ooh, then, that might not even be the problem, actually. This has to be / home. There we go. So now if I come onto the Pi, we have our create input file Python script stored on here now. This is where we're going to actually do the execution. And then we'll run that scp type command that we just ran to transfer it to our WSL instance. So, when I even get to run Ansible for the first line, so I'm just going to get rid of it. And what we're doing instead is just Python home Pi documents Minecraft / create input file.py. So what happens if we execute that first line? So this is the first line of the create skill. And it does say permission denied, which kind of concerns me a little bit using this format. If I say sudo, still says permission denied, which is interesting. We'll have to figure out the fact that it does this dev fd might suggest that it's meant to be run within a script, or I have it wrong. I'll just, for now, pipe it to bash. So now the new skill prompt file got created, so that first line does indeed work. So now we just gotta modify the second line to actually copy stuff over. So create skill.sh. The new skill prompt is, this is not going to be an Ansible command either. I feel like it would be useful just because it would have the password-based authentication, but I think it might actually be easy to create an Ansible playbook for this, and I'm not familiar with that concept, so I'm not going to go that route. But I think the correct script would actually be the third line. We know that works. We did test it out, at least with notepad.exe. But the second line, I think we may end up doing that SSH pass. we might actually consider storing the file in or the password in some sort of file. Since my password actually happens to be in my etc server creds folder, I think I might create a variable that retrieves the password. But the thing is, I want to retrieve the password directly and not like the variable name as well. There must be some other file I can store it in. I might create like this password file. So vim passwords.txt. I know this is kind of weird, but then I'll list out my password, right? Whatever that is. And fetch it. Let's see if we can create a fetching mechanism. Let's say that's what the password is, which it's not. Let's maybe create another temporary script just to figure out how to fetch the password. Let's say I wanted to create an SSH script that just connects to my WSL instance, and I want to use the SSH pass command. Test password.sh. So what I want to, this is a test script just to figure out how things actually work. What I want to do is ultimately just make an SSH connection upon running the script using this. So rather than just specifying the password directly here, I think what I'll do is I'll declare some sort of variable. Oh man, I'm gonna have to use the real password and not some fake one. That's unfortunate. For now, let's not even worry about this SSH pass, and let's just see if we can get a variable that fetches the password, and then we'll try to get the syntax all working. So let's comment that out. Before that, we'll password. I was gonna do like pwd, but that's a command. I just don't want to confuse that. So the password is equal to we're basically gonna fetch that sample password from that password.txt or password.txt file. Let's say it's line 1 of that file. That's where I'd probably use the sed. And the file is passwords.txt, right? And actually, I think that parentheses is wrong. I want to go to that first parenthesis and add a dollar symbol before it, I think. So then let's echo that. We should get password back upon running that script. Okay, so let's add execution privileges to test password. And let's run that. Okay, so that's how we retrieve the password from the text file. We retrieved it successfully, as you can see here. So let's go back into the script. What we're really running is the SSH pass, and then I think if I were to just I think I'm gonna have to put it in quotes. Hopefully I can denote like PAWD or something. I'm gonna change the actual password in that file to the correct password and then figure out the exact syntax, and I'll show you what it is. You'll probably just miss out on my initial thoughts on what it could have been if this is wrong, but I'm gonna show you the final answer with the real password. So I'm gonna figure that out real quickly and I'll be right back. We're actually going to be using this for multiple commands that we run, so it's not like I'm just doing this for one thing. This is going to be useful for several different things throughout this program. So I'll be right back. Maybe we'll do snap transition. Should we try it? I seem to get worse at it the more I do it, but let's try it anyway. Ready? Oh crap, that didn't work. The reason that didn't work is because I unpaused it too soon. Let's try it again. Ready? That didn't work super well. Let's try it again though. Ready? Alright. I think I got it now. Let me just make sure I don't have the password lying around. I don't seem to. But I got it working now, so if I run it, I have it do the echo command on the actual host. So what I ended up doing through a bunch of trial and error was this. So this is how you retrieve password from a file, and then you can run the SSH pass like this. And I also forgot to specify the port. That was one of the main things. And I had the IP address wrong. And also, you have to actually specify a command right out of the gate. So, in this case, it was echo. What do I want now? So, we have a way to connect to SSH without showing the password in plain text. I also made it a hidden file, just so that I always remember that I shouldn't be recording while modifying that file for security purposes. So, yeah, now we have a way to run SSH without having to enter the password, or using an expect script for the password, or showing the password in plain text. This is a much more secure way to do it and still have it work. So what do we want to do instead of echo test? I forgot. We might want to run SCP. Can we use it with SCP? I guess, yeah, now the question is, so how do we copy this stuff to this file here? So I'm gonna do a .bang sed dash, no, since I want to copy all these lines here, I could just use cat test password.sh. Why did that only retrieve one line? Let's run that again. That only retrieved one line, I guess. Let's retrieve line 2. Whoops. Did that just work? Or what's been happening here? Has it been like replacing this text here? Let's run that cat command down here. There we go. So I actually want to place them right there. There we go. So I want to run SCP locally. So how to get it to work with SSH pass, I don't know that yet. But this might be like SCP. And then I think the name of the file that we want to copy, which maybe we want to do this in the test script first, since we're able to retrieve the password and all that from here. I'm gonna actually save this out because I want to be able to like easily see what files I've got in here. So the new skill prompt. So I think this will change to like SCP, and then ooh, how's this gonna work? The name of the file is what I'm entering next. So it would be new skill prompt.txt, just like that. We're copying that file. And then over port 2022, we're connecting to this computer. SSH pass-p. And then the password should actually be first. Oh yeah, it is. Then the password, then SCP, the file, port 2022. The destination is gonna be this : where do we want to actually save it? Joseph. No, MNTD. So test, let's run that script once. Which may not work. Let's look at our file system just to make sure that's really the case, whether it worked or not. No file exists on here yet. So nope. So this is stuck because I think maybe the SSH pass has to be within the SCP or something. Let's look up some syntax for how to using SSH pass within SCP. How do we do that? So SSH pass -p, the password. And then I think we might be doing this right. We just could be doing the port number with SCP wrong. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing wrong. So it's a capital P, right? Capital, oh, lowercase p is for permission. So that's why it might be stuck, because the port's wrong. So we need it, let's try -P. So I think the SSH pass was all correct. Wait. Well, do we specify before the file or after? It kind of looks like we do it before. Let's do it before. See what that does. So right here before, let's specify the ports. And then let's see if this all works. I think it'll probably work now. That kind of looks like it did. If it did, that'll make a lot of things a little easier. Oh. So we copied the file successfully. So this is what the alternative will be. Alright. Now I think we should be able to make the script finally work for once. And then we can make it work with the voice engine. And hopefully do what we tried to do last time. Okay. We're actually making some pretty decent progress now, I think. So I think I'll open up that previous script that we were working on just now, which was create skill. And then I'm going to get rid of those 2 lines. And then after that, I'm going to fetch the new script. So that's the correct way to transfer files without specifying the password, without using Ansible, using a different port number, and yeah, all those different things. This is how you do it without showing the password directly in the file or the script as well. So this is how you fetch a password from a different file to be more secure. So I'm gonna paste it right here where it belongs. So we know this line definitely works. This line definitely works. Or yeah, we know that those 2 work. We tested it elsewhere. And then we also pretty much verified that too. So just to make sure it's really working, I'm gonna remove that new skill prompt file from here. Then same with the D drive, I'm gonna remove it from here too. And yeah, if this is working correctly, we should end up with a Notepad document with that file actually there. We should end up with that now. Moment of truth, you ready? I think it'll actually work now. So create skill. So I'm gonna show this screen. And then when I hit enter, we should end up with a text file with the prompt and everything. Ready? There we go. So now when I ask the voice engine to help me create a skill, we should be able to do this now. So now it really works. Pretty sure. Okay. So actually for this one, I think I'm actually gonna have this be 1 line down here, because it goes from here to the very end. That's how I know what commands are in the end. So I'm gonna modify the Python script real quick. Okay. Oh, so then this won't detach properly from the terminal, but that's alright. I don't think it'll even matter. But what's in create file.py? No, create input file. So basically, I only want one new line character at the end, and then the file will be correct. So now, what have we done thus far? We basically completed this skill, at least the functionality for it. Now we gotta program the skill to actually work so we can use a voice command to do what we just did here. That'll be even more exciting. We can get the voice command to work. So, the create skill.sh is basically what the voice engine's gonna be doing. So let's go to opt Minecraft skills, and then create skill windows. So let's modify that manifest file. So I'm just gonna delete all this, then that, change that to OS, and we do actually have to do that manifest file. I tried it without and it doesn't work. I confirmed that pretty much. Well, at least I errored out on something, and when I looked at what I did differently when I got it working, the manifest file did appear to be the difference. So I do think you have to do that. So let's so now let's do that init.py. This is a real pain, so import OS. It's a real pain since the indentation is wrong usually, but I'll just copy what's in the file. So I'm going to use less to look at a different script and see what I did in there. To like reboot host pi skill. I'd probably reboot Nookie since I only have one thing in there. If we boot host pi, I tried to create multiple intents, but yeah, that didn't really work too well. And this will just be more readable. So then I can see what line numbers I need. So I need this initialized. I'm just gonna fetch it so I don't have to worry about indentation. So I'm fetching lines 7 through 10, then there's proper spacing. And then 15 through 18. 7 through 10, 15 through 18. That's what I want. So instead of doing less now, we can do sed 7 to 10, 15 to 18. Whoops. That errored out because we have to retrieve. I just forgot to do a dot right here. And as you can see, that made the difference. I kind of did that a little bit wrong, but I can move this down to here. And it should have the correct indentation. And then as far as the actual command, I should actually probably fetch the os.system, which is just line 14. So I'm going to go here, probably create a space right there. And then here I'm going to specify that I'm just doing line 14. And the indentation should be correct, but we'll double check that. So os.system, we're gonna run the script that we created in the documents here. So create skill.sh. So the path is basically this. / create skill.sh. I think that's all we have to do. But first I'm going to double check the indentation using Thani. So I'm gonna just make sure the indentation's all correct, which looks good. So now I think the skills should actually work. So now let's go into here, start our voice services, of course, then the CLI. And I think when the first time you run this, after you've created a new skill, I think it'll error out just saying uncommitted changes. And that's probably alright. We should find out if it is. So it might not work. While we're waiting for this, let's get ready for testing. So we're removing that text file. And then we're gonna remove this file too. I can't believe we actually got that working now. I was kind of expecting it to work right away, but given the glitches, I just can't believe we found a workaround that works, I should say. Let's see if it works without rebooting this. So of course, there is a way to create new skills, or create a skill that has multiple abilities. Technically speaking, there is a way to do that, but I'm unaware of how that would be done. So for now, I'm just creating separate skills for each thing. But yeah, it would be nice to have this automated way to do it, obviously. Just to be able to answer the questions and then tell Minecraft to do its thing, and boom. Hey Minecraft. Oh no, the mic's not working now, is it? I can't check using this, even though it shows up here. As you can see, it doesn't here, so that's not the proper way to check. I've moved the pie closer to here now. I have to restart it anyway. Maybe I don't, actually. That'd be cool if I didn't, but I pretty much guarantee I will. Oh, look at that. I replugged it in and it still doesn't work. Good thing I double checked, huh? Otherwise I would have run away assuming that now it works. Which is just not true. I'll have the mic face me so it'll be a little easier as well. Okay. How about now? There we go. Now it works. Hey Minecraft. I don't think it updates like that. So I think we might have to restart the entire thing. Not just the CLI. CLI is kind of a front end, which means that just because you restart the CLI doesn't mean it restarts everything. As you can see here. Hey Minecraft. See? We have to restart the whole thing. So all restarts. Doesn't matter what order you put all and restart in, just because it's like parameters, and in the script it kind of pieces them together and does things accordingly. So in theory, all the scripts should be updated and not have uncommitted changes. I think you might have to reboot this twice whenever you create a new skill and not just once. There might be an official way to update skills, but I'm unaware of how that's done. So, actually we should see if it is sort of possible to do, so... Oops. To see if it is possible to do it. If there's like a... Oh, wait a minute. What happens if we restart the skill services all by itself. That may actually be a lot more efficient. And if we have audio glitches, we just restart audio maybe. And or the voice thing. Wouldn't that be cool if to update a skill, we just had to restart the skills service? So if we start up Minecraft and it's got the uncommitted changes, then that would probably be what to do. I never actually even thought to look for this. I mean, I have now, but not before this. So that would be really cool. So whenever we create a new skill, we just have that script automatically restart the skill services. How cool would that be if that's all we needed? Alright, let's try it. Hey Minecraft, tell me a joke. We saw that joke before. If loving you is wrong, I don't want to read right. If loving you is read-only memory, then... well, we don't want to... basically, that's just saying, I love you, I guess. Let's see if it works now. Ready? Hey Minecraft, help me create a skill in Windows. Oh, look at that. Now that's an interesting problem. That didn't actually work. The good news is, because we didn't reboot the Pi, we can do it again. Hey Minecraft, help me create a new skill in Windows. It didn't even transfer properly. I don't believe it did. Or else it did transfer, but... no, it didn't. It didn't transfer the file properly. Oh, what's also nice about the fact that we're using a script is that we don't have to update the skill when we modify the script, because it'll just run the new script. That's one nice thing about it. Hey, I like that. Helping you now. I love that. It just knows what I mean. It doesn't seem like it should, but... yeah, so let's go back to that documents folder we were just in. Wait, what? The text file does not exist right now. I wonder if that's why I didn't copy. We should have a new text file, right? So, create skill. There's pretty much no reason. So that, I don't see any reason why that shouldn't work. If it doesn't work, actually, there probably is a good reason for it. No, wait. I think it's because of the relative path from script execution. When we're executing the script in that init.py, that might be like the relative location. So in that Python script, we may have to specify the absolute path. I think it created the file, it just didn't do it in the right location, which is why it ended up being blank in Windows. So the first line technically worked, it just didn't create the file where it should have. So I think this worked correctly, but it's possible that if we look in the actual Python script, I think since this is a relative path that we're specifying right here, it's not referencing the relative path is different when we execute from this Minecraft versus the way we were running it before. So I think the solution would be to just specify the absolute path right here. I think this will fix it. So the file doesn't exist now because I removed it. And then let's double check everything else. Yeah, so this does work. We know it does. And actually, this could even be it too. It might not even be the Python relative path. It could be this relative path right here. So this should maybe also say home pi documents Minecraft / this. I think that's probably where the real error is. And also, I'm not even doing things right, am I? That 2022 I mixed up. So, oh, whoops. This should go here. And then the third line will be fine, I'm almost certain. Because we just modified that script, we don't even have to restart the Minecraft at all. Let's try it now. I think we're just having some path related issues. Hey Minecraft, help me create a skill in Windows. I think it'll probably work better now. Nope. Still didn't. That's still cool that it brought something up. So yeah, as you can see, the file never got created. So now let's see if we can identify what. So it created this file now. So that file does exist now. Why don't we try it one more time, because if it now works, I think there's probably something that's happening a little bit too quickly that it gets a little bit excited. But that doesn't seem likely if it worked the other way. Hey Minecraft, help me create a skill in Windows. Nope. So I do think that relative path issue was happening because the file didn't exist when we last checked. Now it does. This file wasn't getting created before, so I think that was an issue that we did have, but there was more than just that. But kudos to us for fixing that, but let's run this once and see if so I think the variable declaration, oh, this is why. That's absolute as well. That passwords.txt file is absolute too. The password is wrong, so it's unable to transfer it. It's the same core issue. It just, we didn't fix it in all the places it happens. That's why. So This should be absolute as well. Like that. So that's something to keep in mind. Anywhere you can use an absolute path, you should. Now the other thing that you could do is, instead of doing /home/pi, I think you can also go like this. But then you can make it semi-absolute, and it'll still work fine, probably. So that you can do, but I'm not going to. Just know that it is a possibility. So now the password should be proper. So it was working before, but then not when we were running the script because it was executing the script from a different location. Man, that shows you how important, when you learn how to use a terminal and stuff like that, one of the first things you'll learn is how to navigate directory structures. And it might not sound that important at first, but the issue I ran into is purely related to directory structures, literally. And then I'm somewhat learning how scripts run, because it runs from this location, so the relative path will be different than when we manually run it from this location. We had such a nice idealized scenario before. So I should be able to remove this file here. We never created one here yet. Alright. Hey Mycroft, help me create a new skill in Windows. I think it'll work now. It just needs to be able to transfer the file and all that. Yeah, there we go. Amazing, it worked. So this first skill is now complete. So now we need a new skill to use the information that we give it. I wish I could create the skill right here, but actually we probably could, because we're writing a master bash script that's going to be executed locally. So we can run local scripts, we just can't remotely run them for some reason. Kind of dark all of a sudden, isn't it? Lights are not working with the Philips Hue. The bridge might be disconnected again, which it is. Yeah, actually the reason why. So whenever there's a storm, I usually like to unplug network cables too. That's often overlooked. Even if you physically unplug your devices, but your network cables are still hooked up, there's a way for surges to go through that too. So I'm going to manually turn it on with this switch right here. And I will use a white color temperature right now, but I'm eventually going to use color, or the 2700K, like during the night, if that's all right. So yeah, without even really filling anything in, we should be able to still pull this back and do all sorts of stuff like that, right? Let's actually do a test one. Testing skill 2. Some example phrases. Test skill 2. I'll just do like skill 2. Example responses. Testing the skill. I don't know. One line description. Test skill. Long description. Definitely test skill. This is another line test. Then the commands you want to run. Should we create a new file on the Raspberry Pi desktop just for testing purposes using the absolute path? So I'm deciding if I want to format it like os.system, like I normally would enter it in the script, or if I want to just do the command directly. Parsing might be easier if I do it this way, right here. Because then I could just throw the line right in. Whereas I am going to have to do some indentation with the parsing in, but yeah. I feel like it'll be easier to make sure I have all the quotes correct. Like doing it like this, and then I can use multiple of them. I think I'll just throw the os.system directly in there. Otherwise, I could just put the command directly, like for example, it just thought that I spoke. See, it just thought that I spoke. So then I would do os.system chromium youtube.com. If I do it like, I'm just deciding how I want this to be. Do I want it formatted like this or like this? I feel like just to make sure that I have the syntax correct with single quotes and all that, then I'm gonna do it like this maybe. But again, I'm deciding between that sort of thing and also making what's easier to parse, just throwing that line directly in there or adding it in between the quotes. Right? You see what I'm saying? Which one's going to be easier? I might just go with that format, but you can go with either one, obviously. You really do have a lot of control over this. So then what I would do is save this and then be like, I'm done with my Windows skill. And I'm going to probably say Windows skill just to indicate that it is in Windows. Or I'm done with my Mac skill. Doesn't necessarily mean it's for Windows or for Mac. It just specifies where I created the skill. Did I create it on my PC or my Mac, right? That's why I'm gonna be creating separate skills to create skills like that. The idea is when I want to use the information, then of course I want to close out this file. I'll probably have like an AutoHotkey script that sends Alt F4, but at the same time, that's not gonna work on Mac, obviously. The reason I wanted to do that is just so I can tell that it's working. If that window disappears, then I know it worked. Otherwise, it didn't. So that'll work fine in Windows, but not Mac. And I'd rather be as consistent as possible between both of them. So what do I do? Because I can't just, send a command in Mac exactly. Actually, I just want to, the reason I'm thinking about this right now is because I want to be consistent between both of the platforms. Because I am going to sometimes use Mac to create the skill, other times I'll use Windows. I'll use the Windows skill creator to help me create the Mac skill creator. So I think what I might be able to do is over SSH just send a signal to pull up a message box. I'll do that in both Windows and Mac. I'll close the file myself, and the skill will assume that I saved it already. I'm going to manually save it and then say that I'm ready. Suppose it's like submitting something, if you will, and then telling someone you submitted it. Sun is out, so I don't think it's necessary to have the lights on right now. I'll shut that off. Does it really make a difference? Not much. I'm gonna go with this for now. Alright. Windows, command line, message box. I've done it in a VBS script before, but what the heck? Hey Minecraft, tell me a joke. Yeah, I mean, Waldo just doesn't want to be found at all, does he? I was just thinking, remember when I said that really long word? I want to see if it recognizes it now, because I never did that before. Hey Minecraft. Hey Minecraft. What's going on here? Hey Minecraft. Is it stuck now? Hey Minecraft. Let me restart the CLI stuff. Okay, let's reboot it. Just that once, just to see if it worked. The mic level's working, yeah. Hey Minecraft. Do I actually have to restart the whole skill? Man, that is kind of concerning. Might be the audio that I probably just had to restart. The fact that it's taken that long to do that is a little bit concerning, I guess. Anyway, let's figure this stuff out. So message box here. So you could do it with echo. I know you can. Hey Minecraft. Pneumonia Ultra Microcap. I messed up. Let me say that long word again. Hey Minecraft. Pneumonia Ultra Microscopic Silico Volcano Coniocisa. That is almost accurate. It's pneumonio. So that A in pneumonia is supposed to be an O. That coniosis is just conio. And then the last word is CISA. That is an actual word. I think it's like a disease that miners get from breathing underground fumes or something like that. Sure sounds like it if you look at the word and break it down like how it did. That, believe it or not, it's longer than supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, or that word that they used in Bill and Ted. You know that phone booth that's in Bill and Ted? They're the special word for that. I think it's like the Stasiophonic Oxygenic Amplifier Graviton Deliberator or something like that. Not even sure if I pronounced that right, but that might even be longer than this one, I'm not sure. Who knows what the longest word really is? And I'm talking English, not some other language, so I'm not gonna invest time in trying to figure that out. Wait, so you can run the MSG command? That is easier, but you have to have the you have to have the Windows Pro version or newer. So you send a message to a username, basically. Let's try it out. Oops. I accidentally hit no with the user account control. There we go. So let's just see what happens if I... Whoops. That has to be in quotes, right? Hello to... Oh, that's the user. So I can say my username if I want, which I'll probably do. Nice. Now, that's how you do it in Windows. There's gotta be a way to do it in Mac too. Let's just find out real quick. Mac command to show message box. How about if we I think you have to run this in AppleScript. It might not even work in the terminal. We might want to do like the system events related one. Why don't we try this once? I just want to see if this works on Mac real quick before, you know, wasting my time on one or the other. Okay. So let's try it on the Mac once. I'm gonna connect my keyboard and mouse to it. I don't have barriers set up with it currently. So I'm just gonna real quickly connect my keyboard and mouse. I wish I had barriers set up with it, because then I can copy and paste that command. I think I'm gonna use Ducto to copy and paste it. I want to show you why I like using Ducto so much. So I search Ducto with Spotlight. And then if I come back into Windows and open up Ducto, let's try that command once. The Tell app. That sounds like AppleScript and not even terminal stuff. So I just sent that command. So let's launch the terminal. I was just remembering the shortcut to make that bigger. So let's paste it. How do you paste in Mac? Control Shift V is not working. Command Shift V doesn't really work either. How about Command V? That's it. Yeah. Oh, perfect. So there's a way to display a message prompt. So if I use Finder rather than system events, I just don't think it's gonna be consistent. I mean, it would totally work, but see, then it's within Finder. But if I use system events, that's kind of universal compared to Finder. Now I guess my question is, can you do that with the timeouts? Windows MSG command timeouts. It'd be nice to have like a 1 or 2 second timeout and then the message box goes away all by itself. Because I want to just be able to see it, then I don't want to have to be like, Okay. I just wanted to disappear automatically. I want to see if there's a way to do it on both. Maybe if I do like help MSG or something, or yeah, MSG slash question mark time. There we go. I don't even need to Google it. So back then, before I had Google, that would have been the way to find out too. So then slash time colon 2. Uh-oh. I think that has to be before the message. So MSG. It is before the message. So you go like this, I think. Slash time 2. There we go. Boom. It disappeared after 2 seconds. So that's the command that I'm going to use to basically tell me that the script execution is working. So when I execute a script and I want to know whether that worked or not, then that'll tell me. But how do I do that in Mac OS now? There must be a way to do it. Okay. Mac OS display dialog with timeouts. Okay. I think you can actually, there's something that I've done on the Raspberry Pi before to essentially run a command and then just automatically detach itself after a specified amount of time. Maybe I could use something like that. I don't know. I kind of want to figure that out. I'm gonna figure it out off camera, then I'll be right back once I get it figured out. Shall we do an epic transition? Let me tell my future self where I'm traveling to, essentially. I'll keep myself on the Mac, I think. I'll travel back to the Mac rather than the Raspberry Pi. Alright. Tell my future self that. Alright, I think they got it. Ready? So let's go back there. Alright. So it looks like we just used the timeout command right before we run it. Actually, I'll be right back. I had to check one more thing. Sorry. Right, so yeah, it's actually pretty straightforward, so why don't we try that? So I got the terminal up yet. Let's see what happens if we say like timeouts 2. I think only Bash has this, not ZSH or whatever. Mac timeout command. Like, yeah, that's basically how you normally do it. G timeout. So using the package manager, I could install core utils. That's fine. Let's use that. So brew install core utils. That's the package manager on the Mac. In case you're wondering how to install packages, not the only one, but it basically takes all these pieces and brews them together. So you can see why, one of the reasons why the package manager can be called that. I haven't run the update command yet, so it looks like it's doing that first automatically. I wonder if other package managers would ever consider doing that, where it runs like apt update automatically before installing. Some problems can just simply be prevented without doing that, or by remembering to do that step. So let's see. So I think that's how I'm going to tell it that the command works. So I'm going to let this run. We're going to come back to the Raspberry Pi. And yeah. So that's what I'm going to do. Let's look at the master plan real quick. I'm blanking out. Which is right here. So the first thing we're actually going to be doing is, I think it's reasonable to use Ansible to send a message box signal. And when we write the script, we'll pay attention to the paths as we're doing it, since apparently that matters a lot. So I think what we do now is create basically we're just going to execute a bash script to use the information, a master one, which can then execute other ones if we want. So right here, so create skill. I don't love the fact that I called it that, but since I did, I'm going to create another one called use skill. But it really means like use information, just to be consistent with my original naming. So when I use my skill, then I'm going to Ansible primary -a. Then I'm just going to run mnt c windows system32 /cmd.exe /C message box. Oh, Brew's installing, it looks like now. That's cool. It's installing the package core utils now. It actually works, so now we can come back to that whenever we're ready. Alright. I think in double quotes or single quotes, what was it? What do we do for that other script? I don't love the fact that I have this many terminals open, but let's go into Minecraft. And what am I even looking? Oh, the way we ran the command prompt and create skill. Let's cat that instead. Okay, so I put it in single quotes. So the Ansible was originally in double quotes, actually. Okay, so I'm just gonna come back to here, change that to a double quote. And then we'll come back to the end. And the command we run, or anything that we run within it, should be single quotes. So it'll just be MSG box Joseph /timeout. Or what was the command anyway? /time. I could probably copy that. Okay. I'll paste that here then. It's not even MSG box. Okay. So that's the full Ansible command. So let's just run the script as we create it. So in theory, that should make a message box come up on our main system when I hit enter. Ready? Something must have not worked, I guess. There's not supposed to be parentheses, I don't think. The parentheses are what's wrong. I just had some syntax errors because I'm not even really thinking very much. I think it's supposed to be like this. The primary is the name. Ready? If I hit enter, we should get a message box for 2 seconds. Might take a little just to make a connection, but that worked. So that'll be our confirmation right there. And we could use it on Mac too, so let's just see if that utility we installed now works. Let's see if that utility now works. Mac takes a little while because it always has to switch the screen resolution every time I switch to it. So the command is G timeout. Let me see some usage, example usage of it. I'm guessing it works the same way as timeout would. So let's come back to the terminal. Whoops. You have to do Command Tab rather than Alt Tab on here. AKA the Windows key tab. Okay, so G. So rather than timeout 2, it should be like G timeout 1. Well, okay, never mind. I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I'm gonna be probably creating more stuff on Windows and Mac anyway. The timeout worked, but apparently the message box doesn't rely on the terminal to keep running, I guess. It detaches or something. So, whatever, that's not really too big of a deal, I guess. I can learn some other timeout thing in the future, but for now I'm fine just going with this because we have a way to do it technically. So now I'm going to come back to the Pi. And let's continue modifying this. So now we basically let me know that our command has been listened to properly. So what's our next piece? Run a command to retrieve the file. So now we got to copy that text file that's on the D drive back to the Pi. And we'll just override the existing file. Let's do it the manual way first before we try to script it, because we might have to do something special to overwrite the file. So how do I actually want to go about doing this behind the scenes? We can't use Ansible because we're running SCP. Actually, we could use Ansible to run the SCP command within our WSL instance. So do I have to store a script on our WSL instance then? Which I can access right here. This is our WSL actually. I'm going to copy that passwords file. Actually, I'm gonna add my Raspberry Pi uses a different password than the WSL instance, so I'm gonna add that password to the file, and yeah, then I'll copy it to the WSL instance, and we'll reference it from there. So let me add the password off camera. You know what? Since this is probably going to look about the same, I'm not even going to do an epic transition. There's no point. But I'll be back. Right, so I got the password into the file and transferred it over. Hold on, something's not working right. I gotta double check my stuff. One sec. Okay, everything seems to be good now, so alright, bear with me. Here we go now. I think this will work better. So now I got my passwords file copied over to my I got it copied over to my WSL instance now. So now let's keep modifying the script, which is right here. So it'll show the message box confirming that it works. I don't love that I'm issuing multiple Ansible commands, but if I can get this stuff working, I'll try to see if I can combine it into one. Because I could do like a double ampersand and all the things I want to do. I'll combine the Ansible commands into one probably, but for now I just want to get things all mapped out and working at an individual level. So we got a message box to show up. Now we got to copy it from the C drive, basically that D drive, to this system. So that'll be another Ansible command, I think. So Ansible primary-a. We'll run that SCP stuff that we done in a previous script. So let's change this directory to that Minecraft folder. So now, oh no, the use skill is not an SH file. That doesn't matter because, as you can see, it still worked. The SH is really just for human reference. Windows kind of cares about it, so it knows what to do with it, but on here, it really doesn't matter that much. You can have a text file that's really any format. So, okay, how do I... Right, I was just thinking of the skill. Or not the skill, but... So, in create skill... How am I doing this? Okay. So the PAWD. And then that. I'm just gonna... Since I am using a variable to retrieve it, I wonder if I can do it in a one-liner. Let's see if we could do this all in a one-liner. So rather than referencing that PAWD stuff, we just do the dollar symbol, then the set. So let's delete everything in there. See if we can copy and paste all this. However, obviously, we're No, we're not doing it exactly like this. But let me think here. So I think we're really running this, aren't we? So SSH pass. The password is pulling it out of. So it's actually now 2p for the second password. Line 2, really. So this is going to be home, and then I'm just going to change this to Joseph, because that's what it is on there. And I have the same documents Minecraft structure. So then where am I copying it to on the Pi? So basically running sed with home Joseph documents, blah, blah, blah. And then SCP -P 2022. Oh, so this is the source is on the actual WSL instance. I'm sorry. So I'm copying, what am I copying exactly? And I'm blanking right now. Confusing the whole password thing. It makes the line very long. Ah, yeah, I've copied the thing from the D drive to here. So basically I could just delete all this, then we're basically sending the mnt/d/ /new skill prompts for cp mnd. I'm just figuring out, so I think I just do a / for escaping the spaces. So that's the path right there. So if we want to basically get rid of that first /. Whoops. Like that. So mntd, then yep, that file. So this, of course, gets changed to Pi, and its IP addresses. That basically will just get changed as well. And we're copying to home Pi documents / Minecraft / well, just Minecraft. So if the file already exists, then will it overwrite? I don't know. So in theory, that's our command that'll copy the file from our main computer to the Pi. As you can see, having SCP all figured out is quite useful for this. So hopefully, so it runs the SSH pass for the password, and it retrieves it from this file on Ansible. Then on, we don't need that port 2022 actually. So that we can technically get rid of. Yeah, that'll work fine. Yeah, I think that's the command to copy it back. So how can we tell that it's working correctly? Well, let's look in the new skill prompts. The file's empty, as you can see. I think there's supposed to be one more enter right there. Maybe there is, I don't know. So that's what the file looks like, and it, if you remember correctly, we actually modified it to be like this. So let me verify that it's really what's in the D drive. Yep. So that's correct. So this is going to be kind of a fake skill, I think. Actually, I'll use the script to create the actual skill. So let me open this up. Let's create the skill. Let's actually use it to help us create the skill to create other skills. So rather than use information windows, so then what are actual example, let's make this real. What are example phrases? All that be a lowercase I guess. I finished my Windows skill. I finished my skill in Windows. I'll go with that for now. Okay. Creating the skill. One line description. Creates the skill after gathering information. I know it gathers information, then it creates a skill, but as far as we're concerned, it does it after gathering information. Maybe I'll put the truth here. Gathers information and creates the skill. So the command will be our actual script, right? The command to essentially create the skill will be our actual script, which will be home documents / whatever we're creating right now, which is use skill .sh. Since I'm not in the file, I'll rename it. But it really doesn't matter that much. So that's, we're gonna use it to actually create a skill for real. Might as well, because we're creating a skill to create a skill. So as we add the ability, we may as well use the ability then, huh? Okay. So since I'm not in the file right now, yeah, I'm not really in the file. So I'm just gonna rename the use skill to use skill.sh. So now it's correct. So now we're copying that file. Right, I was about to test it. That's why I modified the file so that we know. So right now, as you can see, we got an empty file. When we run the script, we should get a proper file. If we run this use skill. So let's run it and see what it does in Windows. Ready? So obviously hello world is not right. So I should have copied things correctly now, hopefully. Ooh. Can't read. Huh? Did I not copy that correctly? Where's the... Well, according to this, it worked. Home Joseph documents Minecraft and dot password. So let's go on to here and just make sure that we have our dot password file. Oh, is dot passwords. And I'm guessing that it will work. So let's so if it's 20 bytes, that would be about right. Okay. I'm brain dead now, so I apologize about that. So I think when it references so it's home, cannot read home, Joseph documents, Minecraft / dot passwords .txt. That file does exist. So there's not particularly a good reason why that shouldn't work. There really isn't. Because that file does actually exist. Let's look where in the command we specified that. There might be something simple that I am actually missing. Oh, did it authenticate properly? So within here, obviously this should work. So SSH pi at the IP address, which let's make sure it matches up. Yeah. SSH pi at the IP address, and then echo connected. That's why I need SSH pass installed on this computer, so let's apt update. Which hopefully doesn't take too long. Yeah, so I was running SSH pass in the WSL instance. I didn't even have that installed yet. So that's why I was erroring out. See, sometimes it can be hard to find errors that are straightforward. They can be hidden like that. That's why I always talk about the troubleshooting pathway. You should really look where you are within this pathway, essentially. So, like, we're running SSH pass. That's part of the pathway in the script. I can be like, okay, when I look through the pathway, I know this works. Right? I know that this works, but so I don't need to look in that area of the pathway, but here, SSH pass, so Ansible SSH pass. Oh, we're running SSH pass within the Ansible primary. Do we have SSH pass installed? Right? When I'm looking through the pathway, then I could have identified it that way, but I obviously failed to do that, so So we just gotta install SSH pass, and then I think that'll fix everything. At least I hope so. I don't know why this takes so long to connect at first. But that's exactly what we have to do, I think. Otherwise, I think it'll fetch the password properly. Oh, wait a minute. Then also, when we run this SCP command, oh, that is what the SSH pass is there for. It's for that SCP command. That's such a long command, it's ridiculous. So this first command right here, all that really does is sends that hello world message so we can see that the script is working on our computer. The second command just copies that file with the information back to the Pi. That's it. So fundamentally it works real simple. So let's try it now and see if this works. We should end up with the file and hopefully not some sort of error. So now there's that hello world message. So now it's trying to copy the file, which may or may not have worked. I would assume it did. When it copies, I may even want to consider deleting this, but I'll probably wait till the end. I just don't like having random files on the root of the drive. Oh. What happened? Well, we're just copying the file, right? Why would these errors even happen? We're running an SCP command. So why would those errors happen? But anyway, let's use our use skill. I mean our the file, see if it updated. So new skill prompt still hasn't updated yet, so this did not work. Did we even save the correct version yet? We didn't save it, I don't think. Oh, so that's SCP. I thought it was like SSH and then CP for copy. So SCP. That should probably work. We didn't even save the file before we ran it, I don't think. That's probably why it could have glitched out. So let's just make sure that that's up to date. Yeah, let's try it now. See if it works now. I missed if the dialog box popped up. It's still doing that. That really shouldn't even be happening. I think it's Ansible that's causing these problems. It's Ansible's fault. I'm almost certain of it. Okay. So let's try running this command ourselves and see if it works without Ansible. First, I want to check the prompts. So it didn't update. Where are we running this anyway? Okay. Well, let's see if this works now. Whoops. So where it says can't read the... Oh, wait a minute. I think I just made a really simple mistake. I'm referencing the password from the wrong file. So this password that I'm referencing should be in Pi, actually. Oh no. No, that's right. Because I'm running SSH pass within Ansible. So Ansible will make it so it's already connected to our instance. Wait, so what happened when we just ran it? Yeah, no, that's right. So Ansible primary -A. So can we run this directly from this environment? Because this should work, I would think, without using Ansible. See, look at that. I think it worked now. So if I look at the wrong system. So if I look at the new skill prompts. Yeah, that copied. I'm gonna change it back though. I gotta add another enter to each line pretty much. Okay. I changed it back so we can at least tell whether things are working or not again. So if I run that sed command without Ansible. Oh wait, that double quote might be confusing everything. That's probably what's going on here. So the SSH pass -P, then it's no longer Ansible, is it? So it should be single quotes. That's kind of a weird syntax error. So this should be a single quote as well. So the double quote, I should be able to go to this double quote. The next one should be, yeah. There was another syntax related thing, I believe. Man, I'm telling you, these problems are sometimes really difficult to find. But that should have been obvious, but it wasn't for me. So now what happens? So that message box comes up like you'd expect. In theory, See right there, I could have found the problem a lot quicker if I would have just actually really looked at the command that I'm doing. I should have been like, wait a minute, these quotes, they've got to be confusing each other. But, permission denied. The username is different, so I'm guessing that it didn't work. So cat new skill prompt. Yeah. Didn't quite work yet, but okay. Let's try to run this command all by itself once, just to see if it gives us any useful information. Oh, that's what? Did that not apply, or what just happened here? I don't even think that change I made applied at all. I got it open in some other prompts. I must not have saved it out. That seems a little odd. So let's double check it. Single quotes, good. Let's try it again. I don't even know what the heck just happened there. I must have. So hello world works, obviously. It still says permission denied. So use skill. What? Oh. Maybe I did have those single quotes there the entire time. New skill prompt. Why is the permission denied? Wait, so we ran the SCP directly, right? Or what happens if we run this directly? So this should be no spaces, of course. Can't read that dot passwords. Well, we're still within the... I verified that path. Right? If I ram that directly in here, then it works fine, right? Oh. That obviously shouldn't be erroring out. So it says permission denied. Let's verify the whole path. Home, Joseph. Documents, Mycroft. And then .passwords.txt. The file is there. It's almost like it didn't add my most recent one. I'm gonna verify that passwords file, make sure it's got both of my passwords in there. And just, I wonder if one of the characters actually needs to get escaped or something. Because, like, I might have a symbol in there that needs to get escaped from the password directly. Let's see what's going on here. I'll let you know what it is, I guess. Right, I'm back now, and I did a little bit of troubleshooting. I also took a break, but I think I have an idea on how to do it now. So, it is actually not Ansible's fault. It's the syntax with using Ansible, the resulting syntax of using Ansible that made it screwed up. So I haven't actually tried out the solution yet, but I found something that worked in a test scenario. So if we modify use skill, open, we got it open already, I guess. I tried single quotes, escaping the single or double, all that stuff. None of that works. What you actually want to do is don't have quotes in your password file either. Just do the passwords like normal. And don't do any quotes at all. Remove, not even single quotes. Do it like this. That worked perfectly fine when I did that. So let's look at the new skill. Okay, so that was obviously when I got it working before. But let's remove some of those answers there. Just so we can differentiate it. Like that. So obviously now we don't have any answers on there. But if I run the script, we should. So use skill. So I think it'll work now because you don't put any quotes around that said command. I guess it kind of knows already. So let's try this. I think it will work with the testing I've done. It looks very promising. So yeah. So that worked. I mean, obviously we knew that was going to work, but that kind of looks like it didn't work, but it might have. Oh, what is going on here? Well, I did remove the quotes and that did help. So let's look at that use skill. So I have those quotes removed. Why don't we try it again like this? I think it should work. I know that it worked directly in the environment. Oh, something is not right still. So I pasted the Ansible command. I think we're probably gonna have to use that SSH pass. I don't like the fact that I'm doing multiple layers worth of it, but I mean, what I could also, no, we can't remotely execute a script as we determined before. But okay, so the new file did not update like it should have. So the SSH pass, that's in quotes like you'd expect. And that said should be remotely executed. So if I run this without Ansible, Obviously, it should work here, though, right? See? I think that worked. See, if I look at the file now, it worked. Ansible is actually causing the problem. If I knew how playbooks worked, then I could do it pretty easily within a playbook. So, I don't think I'm going to use Ansible for that particular thing. We could use Ansible to copy files to it, I think. Or whatever we did before. But I think what we should do instead is use that syntax that we were using, or the old SSH way, basically. So let's just paste this here for reference. So rather than using that Ansible primary -a, we're going to make the command even more complicated yet. It's going to be one of the longest commands I've ever run, I think. Other than some of the EFI boot MGR ones I've done. But so let's just bring this directly to there. And then get rid of that quote in the end. So SSH pass -p. Since I'm going to need the first password now. Oops. Man, I'm confusing myself with multiple lines like this. Okay. So instead of doing the password in plain text, I could do this. Get rid of that whole password thing. Whoops. And then use that paste. This is going to become a very messy command. I apologize about that. But it really only does one thing. It copies the file from our main computer back to the Pi, as we've been working on for a while. So SSH pass, I think that should work fine. And then SSH, we're connecting to the WSL. So my username is Joseph. Then the IP address is that. Oh, then the port number. So we need the port number here. SSH -p 2022. This command is becoming ridiculous. And we'll probably do that dev null stuff just to detach, I guess. So the command basically goes here now. The command that we have underneath basically goes there. There's probably a simpler way to do this. Because I think you can use a username and an IP address for SSH, including itself. So that would be an option as well. But if I can get this working, then no, I'm fine doing this. But yeah, this line right here, we can copy this entire line. So I see if I can yank that line and then paste it right here. Oh god. Well, that didn't work exactly, so I really want to Let's copy it that way. From the beginning, everything from the beginning to the end, basically. There we go. Jeez. Something might not have worked. Well, that does look like it worked. SSH pass dash P, then 2P right there, then same thing. Man, I'm lost. This is one of the longest commands I've ever run. So I'm right here. I'm connecting to the Joseph. That's the wrong password, just so you know. Let's undo that. Let's copy it like this. So this, jeez, the other 2P that's in here, this one right here, that should be a 1. Or no. So the initial connection should be a 2. No, the initial one should be a 1. A 1P. So that should be a 1. That should be a 2. So when we connect to my WSL, it's the first password I have in the file. When we connect back, it's the second one. So this, then we're copying stuff from there back to here. I think that's actually right now. Jeepers. That command looks really complicated, but what it really does is it copies stuff from my main computer back to my Pi. That's it. So we're running the SSH pass to give. So, well, what we're really doing is making an SSH connection to my WSL on my main computer, basically. But we're supplying it the password right here. And then within there, we're doing SCP with that text file over to the Pi. And you might not even want to do that dev null thing just because we're copying stuff. And yeah, don't do that dev null stuff, actually. Kind of a bad idea. So I'm just gonna get rid of everything there. Then yeah, so we're copying that file back over to the Pi while giving it the password. That's what that sed stuff is. It just retrieves the password from my password file. So now I think it'll work. Okay, so we gotta update that. So now that's empty. We can tell what's going on there. So let's run the script and see if it ends up working. I know that the message box will come up, so I won't switch. It did come up. Oh, then I think I forgot to change one of those paths back. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. That's still empty. So when I'm running this SSH pass, yeah, this should be pi right here. And the other one is correct. Let's try that once. I just used the wrong password. Oh, that looks promising. So I use Ansible to send that other command. So now we got the file back. That complicated command that I was just working on made this work. Now we have a file to work with. That back from our main computer onto here. So now we gotta, I wonder if we can kind of speed through some of this process to some extent. So let's actually try that. I'll move my water bottle here so it's harder to see on the frame. Okay. Now that we got the file, I think we got that piece done. That was one of the very first pieces here. Run command to retrieve file. Check. Python script to figure out line numbers. That's next. So let's launch Atom. We'll write the script within Windows. We will probably need absolute path related stuff, so. But and I can also open that one script that I referenced last time. Missing some stuff here. Okay. Video doesn't look like it's freezing up right now, so we're probably good in that regard. I kind of want to check if that's really true, though. Nah, actually, I do trust the test enough, actually. I trust the test enough that the video isn't freezing up, at least right now. But I haven't checked for a while, so maybe I should check real quick. I want to make sure that the video has not frozen up, and I have no idea about it. I'll be right back. The video is not freezing up. I can trust in my test that I do to check if it is or not. So that's reassuring. Right, so let me save our new script. I'll probably save it to the desktop for now. So what are we doing? We're calculate lines.py. So that's what we're doing. And then also I'm gonna shoot. Oh, I opened up the wrong folder. I was gonna open up this script because I can reference some tidbits from here. By the way, this script didn't work for the first time today. It's always been working fine before that. Let me see if I can happen to figure out what the error is. I think it's... I think I know what's going on. So now that there's a single digit day, my script has always worked for double digit days, but now that it's single, I bet you that instead of being like 9/2, 9/02, that's why the script is not working, probably. No, that's not it, because when it goes into the wrong location, basically, and once I drag it into the correct location, then suddenly the script kicks in because I have this while loop here. That's not relevant to what we're doing here, but I'm just seeing if I can figure out why the script didn't work for the first time. wouldn't be surprised, but it had to do with a single digit day versus a double digit day. Since it's the 2nd of September today, September 2nd, that's how we say it here in the US. Rather than 9/2, it's 9/02 or something like that. That's what's, I think that could be part of my current problem, but that's not relevant to this, so I'm going to be figuring it out on my own time. I just wanted to see if I could look at the script and figure out what's happening. So, the first thing we're doing is actually grabbing our file. So since we have a valid file here, we're going to temporarily reference the D drive, and then we're going to have to change it when we move to our Linux setup. So actually, let's modify use skill. The next thing we're doing is running that Python script that does the parsing. So the Python script will be stored on here since we copied the file back. So we'll do Python, and then I guess we'll be doing the absolute path of what it'll end up being. So that'll be home.py documents /mycrop/ what do we call it? Calculate lines. Calculate lines.py. So that'll execute the Python script that we're creating right now, I think. And I'll keep that open. Oh good, you did see the screen. Okay. Wasn't sure if I didn't switch to it or not. So let's load the file. So let's see. Entries. I'll call the variable entries equals open. D:, they can use / in Python /new skill prompt.txt. Okay, then we have to read it. And then underneath it, I'm just gonna say, entries equals entries.read or something like that. Well, what did I use in here? So we open it, yep, .read, that is correct. And then we split it. And then entries equals entries.split by the new line character for manipulation. So at this point, if we print out the entries, we should have an array of all the lines in the file. So we can check that by running our terminal command here. So the script is, where is it stored? It's on desktop, so desktop. So Python calculate lines. Entries is not defined. Do I have to use a different variable when I split it? No. Entries equals open. We're probably referencing the file wrong. That's not even relevant to the script necessarily. I may as well temporarily copy it to the desktop. Let's not get hung up on these logistics right here. This is not even relevant to the final product, just our testing one, so let's whoops. Okay, there we go. So let's do that. I think it'll work better now. Oh, actually, let's find out if it worked. I actually did make a typo. That's not entires, it's entries. entries. Let's see if that works. See how I literally got blinded by... I made a mistake up here. That's why autofill didn't work. That's why. So that should show you why you can get hung up on the most simple things. So that's our text file in the form of an array. So let's do some referencing. So the D drive does actually work. That's awesome. So as you can see, I was just kind of jumping to conclusions there when I did have a simple mistake. So let's make that smaller. So skill name, that's the first item. Use information windows. Then an enter, you can tell that's an enter or an empty line. As you can see, we have our array. So we want to reference enter example phrases. That's index 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3, as you can see. So now if I do that, now we got that enter example phrases down here. So that's cool. We basically added our files. So let's make sure there's nothing that would end up looking weird. The os.system works properly. Because it's singular quotes, nice. I think we have our everything exactly as you would expect. So now if we can do some line searches, then we can get our line numbers, basically. So let's Google search Python search for index of file. In list would have been a better way to search it, actually. Python search list. Python, so it's .index, right? Yes. So we can get the index of a specific line, right? So let's say we want to get let's get the index of this skill name right here. Oops. So we are actually going to want to Control-Shift-C probably. So entries.index. I would imagine that would be in quotes. Like this. I think that's what we want to figure out the index. I don't want... Oh, save it. See, sometimes problems are as simple as just not saving the file. So that's index 0. So that's working right, I think. So if we wanted the index of, let's say, enter long description. Let me see if I can delete stuff. Oh man, that's the thing I can't stand about Vim, how it actually does modify stuff in the clipboard when you delete stuff. There's probably ways around that, but I haven't learned it yet. So now, see, that's index 13. So now we can map everything out using that. So entries dot the array name dot index, and we can figure out the index of everything, right? So I think I'm gonna probably even in the first line create a line numbers variable array, I mean, and we're gonna append all the line numbers to there. for each of the 6 categories of questions. So right here, I think I'm gonna say line numbers dot append whoops. Okay, so that's a Vim shortcut. So I can actually go like this, highlight text, and then use the Vim syntax, I think. Yep. So that should work, but that's not the very first thing. Skill name is. So we actually have 6 things, so we can actually paste that 5 more times. That's one of the things I love about Vim 2, by the way. So which number is enter long description? That's the 5th item, so I'm just deleting everything before that. Whoops. There. So now I can just paste everything. Like that. Enter example phrases. Paste. I'm using Alt-Tab to switch between here. Example responses. 1-line description. And then the long description. Then the commands that you want to run. Actually, I think I'm gonna change this to category numbers because this isn't like our final line numbers. It's gonna be used to calculate our final line numbers though, which I'll store in a separate array. So now if I were to go to our print statement and let's see, I'll just delete everything in those parentheses, and then we'll print the line numbers right now just to see how that turned out. Line numbers is so if I were to use replace with line numbers with category numbers. Okay, so now that should be right. So now back in here, let's see if this. So those are the line numbers of all 6 categories. So if I go to this file, a skill name is index 0. Example phrases, that's 3. Example responses is 7. Perfect. Now with the line number variable that'll be in here, it'll actually be +1. So to make sure that that works properly, we're gonna map that. So when we append the actual number, let's add a +1. And sadly, I think I will have to do that manually. Oh, that's not as bad, I guess. There we go. I think that'll shift everything over by 1. Yeah, look at that. So everything here is now 1 more than above. So that'll be the correct line numbers of interest. So at this point, we now have the category numbers. If I'm being elegant and indicating what the script actually does, then up here I would say declare variables. Then down here, determine where everything is. Basically, that's what that really does. And then here, now what are we gonna do? We are going to, now that we know where everything is, probably calculate out the beginning and ends, right? Calculate ranges. So I'm gonna do a new variable declaration. It'll be line numbers. That's what I was originally gonna use. Let's go to the end here. And how do we calculate the ranges? So obviously now we got 1 and 4. But what we're really interested in here is 2. So that would be line 1. This is line 2. How do we calculate 2 and 2? I think we're gonna do a for loop for that. And we'll go through all 6 or whatever. So for I in range, since we'll be doing this 6 times, we'll be doing this a total of 6 times, I think. So I think we could specify a number range. So 0 to, this is going from 0 to 8. No. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0 to 9. Because I do want to basically go over this 6 times, but I'm trying to figure out what the highest indexes that we're referencing. Oh, so this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 0 to 5 is... Oh, then we'll just reference everything by index. Oh, but I want to have an increment of 2 rather than 1. Because we'll check 1 in a single iteration and then the one next to it. If that doesn't make sense, I'll show you. So let's actually just see how it's iterating first of all. 0, 2, 4. Is that right? Because I can do 0, then 0 plus 1, 2, 2 plus 1, 3, 3 plus 1. Yeah, that'll work perfectly fine, I think. So I'll delete that line. And then create it again. So now we're incrementing correctly. So the index of the first item is essentially going to be, so this is 1, that's this index 0, right? Oh, I think I see what we're going to be doing. So line numbers dot append. Our start number is basically 2 in this case, so that index plus 1. So category numbers index I. Yeah, there you go. So category numbers index I plus 1. So that'll be the start range. Let's duplicate that. And then index I plus 1. So that'll be basically this right here, whatever index that is, minus 2. So this is not plus 1. This is minus 2 now. And I think that'll basically give us all of our ranges. I think that's all we need. So now let's get out of this loop. and then print line numbers. Oh, something's not right. I don't believe. So let's look at this again. Since we've appended, so we're appending, this is running a total of 3 times. Maybe this is supposed to be double what it is, actually. But well, let's see if this is right. I don't think it is. 2 to 2. I think I'm gonna, let's open this and add them as well. Then we can see the actual line numbers. So, oops. So let's add something there. Oh, then of course we got relative line numbers confusing us with... Oh, here we go. Now it's not relative anymore. That's what I like about going into insert mode. I tried doing that in Vim, but it keeps freezing up. It's just, it slows it down a lot, so it's not worth it. But so what we really should be getting here is actually 3 and 3. So category numbers index I. Since this is 1. Maybe we need to add like 2 rather than 1. So that should maybe be 2. Obviously that's not correct. So 3. That first number is right, but it should be 3, 3. So let's actually, above it, let's print the category numbers. I would iterate over the length of category numbers, but... So since we want 3 and 3, this should subtract 1, I think. Let's see what that does. 3 and 3. That's right. But this should be 6, 7. I think I would want this to be 6, 7. Which is clearly not right. So how can we figure that out based on this next number right here? So it's this number plus 2. Oh, we're not actually skipping over 2 necessarily. We need to have an increment of 1, so actually we can say for I in range 6. Because we're actually reusing certain numbers. And, yeah, for the last one, it'll be from whatever until the end. So if I is less than 5, then we do this. Otherwise, we want to go from the last index. So we could actually say this line numbers dot append. Or the index -1. So we're gonna have it like this. It's just the last index is whatever, 16, blah blah blah. Oh, we didn't even have this saved out properly either, so man, I don't think this is gonna be right yet. So if I is less than 5, what happens if I change that to 5? This might be correct now. No, it's for sure not. So we gotta get... So 3... yeah, so the math is off a little bit. So this is supposed to be +1. And I think this is -2. Now let's try it. So 3 and 3, that's right. 6, 7, that's correct. 10, 10 is correct. 13, 13 is correct. 16, 16 is correct. And then the last one should be 19, 19. So that if statement is definitely what's screwing us up. Do we even need that if statement? So let's get rid of that indentation once and just see what happens here. So I will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe we do need something with the if statement. It's I plus 1, otherwise it's... Wait, well... Line numbers dot append. The last category number. So... Oh, we don't want to do this -2, I don't think. There we go. Oh, we just want to match this line then. Huh. Well, I think this will work now. So that's our correct range. So 3 to 3, yep. 6 to 7, yep. 10 to 10, 13 to 13, 16 to 16, 19 to 19. So of course, if I were to duplicate that, then if I had a long description, yeah, lot skill or something crazy like that. Now if I run it, 3 to 3, correct. 6 to 7, correct. 10, yep. 13, yep. 16 to 17, that's correct. Oh, then 20 to... That's supposed to be 20, then 21. That should be... Well, how do we figure out the last index? What's the last index of the file then? The length of the array. No. The length of entries. Yeah, the length of entries. What happens if I were to... change this to the length of entries. I think that's right. 6 to 7, yep, 10. Yeah, that's right. So those are all the correct line numbers of interest. So we can parse out those beginnings and ends. Then we have our prompts. So this is calculating everything correctly now. So that actually calculates our ranges for all 6 categories now. So last but not least, we need to actually add our lines variable to this file. That's what line 1 was going to be. So, what happens if we just... Well... How do we... Oh, I think... So we have to go through... We can probably use a variable to build up what the variable declaration looks like. So how do we declare an array in Bash? Because however we do that is... Oh, so it's parentheses and not... I'm guessing there should be quotes around that frog thing right there. And you can do numbers directly without quotes. And it'll treat it like an actual number. So the array equals whatever's in parentheses. So I think what we should do is have a string that has our number list in it with commas and everything. So let's go back up. Oops. Let's go back up to... We're going to go back here. And list indexes equals basically an empty string to start out with. And then I'm going to add all the numbers plus a comma, because obviously right now this is what we got, right? This is what I want the final variable to look like, because then we can add that to our we can add this string to another string, which will have our properly formatted variable declaration. So obviously this is supposed to be empty. We want to take our array that we just made and essentially do that. So this will be line number declaration for Bash. So how do we do that? Well, we're going to iterate through each index, I think, in the array. So for I in range, the length of this bottom array, which was, and no, category not line numbers, the length of line numbers. So we want to basically say list indexes plus equals the line numbers index I plus a comma. Now that's if we're not on the last item. And then I think this should be a -1 just so we don't go 1 over since we're counting from 0. But here we're going to check if I is basically the last index. The length of line numbers -1. Well, actually, if it's less than, then this is what we do. We add it with a comma after it. Otherwise, otherwise we'll do it without this comma right here, like that. So that should convert our line numbers into a string, like a nice string with commas in it and the numbers. So that'll be useful for that afterwards. So let's print that out now. Oh, then of course we can't concatenate. We have to convert that into a string since it is an integer. So this is just gonna be a string. We're missing the last index. So this is actually not -1. Let's do -1 there. There we go. So that's our array right here. We got the exact numbers in an actual string now, which is going to be useful for our variable declaration. So since we want a line that essentially says lines equals the numbers in the parentheses, now we can create a string that says that. So instead of saying like print list indexes, we can essentially now say so we're gonna actually modify the entries array to now show, we're gonna modify the first index. We're gonna actually add something to the very beginning. Is there like a prepend? Python prepend. I think you can use append and then also I think there's a prepend function, otherwise we insert at index 0 that. So entries dot prepend, instead of appending, we prepend the lines equals plus that string that we just created with list indexes plus the right parenthesis, and of course we do need the left parenthesis as well. So like that. So now I suppose the next thing to do is see what entries index 0 looks like. List has, so no such thing as prepend. So insert at index 0, I think. That. Look at that. The variable declaration that we want right here is now constructed for us right there. So entry is index 0 is now what it should be. So now we're going to actually write everything out. I think we have everything as we need it. So now since we don't have new line characters in our actual indexes, so if I were to print our entries array without a new line character, it treats everything as one line. So let's copy these 6 lines right there. And so this is the length of entries. If I can spell it right. Each entry index is gonna have a new line character added to it. And then I'll just rename that to file. Like that. So file.writeLine, that's supposed to be entries. And then this not journal.md, obviously, it's this. That's what we're basically doing. I'm gonna delete everything without room, then I can go like that. So there, that should now add our lines variable right there. Hopefully. And if I didn't want to do a +1 right there, then I could have inserted a blank line right away and changed the index later. But I think we now have a Python script that can add our calculated lines. So as you can see, we have this right here. If we run the script, we should have the lines declaration of the correct lines. Look at that. Oh, wait. No, that's 19 and... Oh. Our math is off. See, this should be 3, 3. Yeah. So when we figure out the line numbers, did have the last one correct at least? Should have added 1 to that. +1. The end range is the -1. And then +2. Is that right? So let's delete that line and run it again. 3, 3, that's correct. 6, 7, that's correct. 10, 10, yep. 13, 13. 16, 17, yep. Oh. That's just adding extra lines and stuff. So that's what the file should look like. There shouldn't be any lines below this. So let's run that again. Yeah, that's... Adam keeps doing this. I hate it when it does that. It really... There's probably a setting to disable it, but for now I'm going to close out the file, run it, then open it back up. See, look at that. That's even more bizarre. Oh, I'm in Vim now. I think it somehow did one line in the end, even though it didn't look like it. I'm gonna look at the file elsewhere. So if I'm in Notepad, this is doing it wrong. Wow. So this is line 20 down here. It's gonna be line 21 when we add. Let's run the Python script. So that is line 3. So that's 16, 17, 16, 17. Yep. Does it literally add one to the end? With that last one, let's do a +1. I think that'll be all the correct ranges now. Yeah, so now if I delete that line and that one too, run it again. 3, 3, 6, 7. Yep, 2021. Yep, there. We got all the right line numbers now, so as long as we can execute this in Bash, we'll be golden. So we now have a proper way to calculate the line numbers. So let's transfer that script over to our Raspberry Pi using WinSCP. So I'm going to create a new session with Pi. Okay, so now in the documents, Mycroft, we're going to add calculate lines. So now on the Raspberry Pi, I'm going to modify the paths and all that, but that's the script that could essentially figure out our line numbers now. So on a different, so now if I look at it, calculate lines.py. Ooh. Oh yeah, well that's got an underscore, so does that. Perfect. So now in theory it should, let's modify this so it's the correct path. It'll be all local and relative. I think it'll be relative, but it'll also be executing within Ansible, so we might want the absolute path. The home Pi documents / Mycroft / what's the oh man, I need yet another terminal. Well, that's good. Okay, so new skill prompts. I think I could just copy and paste this and it'll be all right because it's in quotes. So it's gonna open that file. then when we write, it's gonna do the same thing. Oops. So let's see now. So now I'm gonna actually use visual mode for this so I can copy that text right there. And then right here, I'll paste it. Like that. So I think that should now be correct. So that should work now. So if we look at the new skill prompt, it's got everything but the line numbers. So I should be able to run the third line from use skill, right? Yeah, it's line number 3. Ready? So let's execute line 3. So let's grab line 3 from use skill and run it through bash. And if it works correctly, then we should be able to look at our, well, let's cat into it because Vim has relative line numbers. So 3, 3, 6, 7, 10, yeah, 13, 16, and 19. Yeah, I think that's right. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we got the right line numbers now. I think that's how we would actually declare it. So let's do something interesting. I'm gonna write another temporary script where we just see if we can declare the lines variable in this other script. And if we can do that, then we can apply the skill where we need it. So Vim, I'll create a new test lines.sh. So in theory, I should be able to just execute sed-n-e. It's just that first line, and in the new skill prompts, new skill prompts.txt, it'll execute the variable declaration. And in theory, if it worked correctly, I called it lines, right? In theory, I should be able to echo. How do I reference a specific line number in bash? Access array by index. I think something like this is what I need to access. So this, of course, is, this just changes to lines. let's say index 0. So obviously we can access the variable, then, oh, we gotta make it executable. So chmod plus x test lines .sh. Well, what I could technically do, this wasn't the way I was originally going to do it, but I could declare it to that, probably. Oh, wait. If I declare it to that, it's not going to actually execute, right? So it can read that. Well, what's the exclamation there for? That was the wrong part. So, see, it basically just reads that lines equals directly rather than declaring it. That's why we need syntax like that. And that's not right either. Oh man, how do you do this? Run scripts. Bash script line from other file. Bash executes line from other file. See, I just want eval, maybe. I'm sorry, I'm not using those approaches. And I can't pipe it to bash. The command does not contain white space. Let's try something like that once. See, that's just... It doesn't actually execute that line, it just grabs the line, really, and declares it as the line itself. I needed to execute it as that directly. I've done it once before, but I can't remember how I did it. I don't think eval will work. It might, but I really don't think it necessarily will. It's worth a shot. That's not supposed to be index 0, of course. See, if it really worked, I should be able to Actually, how do you declare numbers in Bash? Declare a number array, am I doing that right? Give me a number example, not a string example. Man, what a useless guide. Well, I mean, it helps with strings and not for what I'm looking, not useful for what I'm looking for. I think you're actually separated by spaces, not commas. I mean, that's how you separate. So I did this all wrong, didn't I? So let's modify this temporarily. Do I have any commas in here besides the ones on this line? So I got obviously those. It's only on this line, so I can do a substitution. A comma with a space like that. So now what happens if I try it? 3. I think this is working now. Oh, wait. Well, what's lines index 2, for example? I think that's working. So lines index 0 should of course be 3. Lines index, let's say 10. If this works the way I think it does, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, should be 19 is what we should get from this. I think we're good now. So we can basically reference that array now from the other file and execute it. So I guess I could use eval. I had the wrong syntax earlier, but I'll keep that script for reference. Maybe I'll open it in Genie and then detach the process just so I have it open. So there we go. I could reference that if I need it. So now what? We can access well, let's look at our plan. Okay, there's our plans now. So we've retrieved the file. We got the line numbers. Now we're basically running the expect script. So that's actually, well, running the Python script is correct. So in use skill, we are running the Python script, then we're running the expect script, which is where we're gonna use that lines variable. So whoops. So now we're gonna actually execute our expect script from here. So we could just reference that. What's it called again? Create expect.sh. So home py documents Minecraft create expect.sh. So now we're going to modify our expect script to work with that input. We have a way to do it now, basically. So create expect. So the email address, that's just, we're going to go through our sends now. A unique skill name, we're going to obviously pull that. And since we are just pulling a single line, I think I'm going to actually use for loops for every single one of our inputs, even for the single line ones, just to be uniform with everything. I like the idea of having everything in a uniform fashion. So I think we're going to create some for loops like right here. So for I in, and what are the indexes? Well, guess what? That's what we're going to use that line declaration for. So test lines. Whoops. Oh yeah, that is what I want. And this should probably be a absolute line number, so we're gonna actually edit that. Oh great. I actually opened up 2 files. So this is gonna work the same even if I do home pi documents. Minecraft is Minecraft is lowercase. I didn't say anything. Okay, slash that. I think that'll still work the same way. So if we execute that right in the beginning, then we have access to the array in our expect script. So since the unique skill name is always going to be, what is it? I mean, it's always going to be the same thing. So it's going to be the first 2 indexes always. So for I in, and then normally we would put like 3 to 3. I think maybe that'll work. I'm not even sure. That's what we could use this test script for, to find out. Whoops. Okay, so we can say like for I in lines 0 to, you see what I'm saying? So from here to lines 1, then do done, and then this can go right in between. So echo so that's where we could use the sed command with. So the line indexes are just to determine what lines we're really working with. And I will always be whatever line we're looking at a given moment. So from 3 to 3, if it even does run once and it's not like 3 to 4, then I will be 3. And we can just reference I when we're doing it. So we can probably do sed-n-e I p. That seems kind of strange. We might have to go like this or something. and then the file that we're grabbing from, which is that use skill prompt file. Like that. One more file to edit. Since that's correct. Let's just make sure that it is. So test lines. Yeah. So it should print out test lines. Oh my gosh. Stop doing that. Alright. I think it would be something like this. So that eval is just to declare the lines variable from that file. I wonder if I'm confusing it with... So let's say that I were iterating properly. I think it does work. What's the index range that's got more than one? Man, I hate the fact that I'm opening up a fifth terminal. So if I run the less command, and then new skill prompt. So 6 to 7, so that's index 2 and 3. So if I actually change this to 2 and 3, then it should happen twice. This should happen twice, I would think. It only happened once, though. That's my concern, I guess. Actually, let's just echo both of those variables. So, lines 2. And lines 3. Just so I can see what the actual numbers are. 6, 7. And then if I change this to a 0 and 1, I'm just curious to see if it does it the same amount of times. Yeah, I would have thought that it would repeat the echo the right amount of times, but sadly I think we have to add 1 for the number of times that we execute. So can I do something like this, where I add 1 to make it execute 1 more time than it normally does? How about for the 6 and 7? So let's actually do a substitution for lines index 0, which will become lines index 2. And I'm going to have to escape the brackets. I'm not literally doing that. And then same thing. So 1 will become 3. So it should run those echo commands twice now. But for some reason it's only doing it once. That's not even how you do it. Sometimes bash scripting is aggravating, but that's probably... Oh, I needed another dollar symbol, I think. Okay, maybe I don't have to be as harsh to it. If that's what it is. Oh my god. Lines index 3. Can I do it within that declaration? The +1? Is that even possible? That'd be kind of sweet if it was. I don't get it. Well, if I did a +5, for example, then I should run more, right? Well, so I'm gonna duplicate that line, comment it out, and do like 6.7. That would be what you'd expect. But if I say 6.8, oops. What is happening now? Okay, so that only runs once. About 6 to 9. That would run more than it does, right? That 6 and 7 should appear there like 3 times, shouldn't it? If it's worked. Wait. There's supposed to be brackets here now. I think I had them before. See, that runs as many times as it should. And that's what the brackets here were used for. See, the brackets here. Well, what does this bracket link with? Doesn't look like it links with anything. I think we're missing an end bracket right there. That might be why it's not working the way I don't think it should. Let's try this once. That's only running once. So if that's like 6 to 6. It runs once. If it's 6 to 7. Oops. Then it, whoa, it runs twice. That would be what I would expect. But for some reason, this just doesn't seem to work the way it should. So lines 2, I feel like I should almost declare some variable for the ranges first. Like start is equal to this lines 2 and n is equal to the 3. right? So echo start and end. So I want to comment that out as well. Oh, then, yeah. I'll probably want to comment this out as well. Oh, and then done. Man, this is aggravating right now. I apologize. I feel so disjointed with how I'm doing this. So that's 6 and 7. So why is it running the wrong number of times? But maybe now comment that out. But maybe now it won't if I... Whoops. Man, I can't do anything right here. But now maybe it won't run into problems if I reference the variables instead. So if I delete that, do like start to end. Will that work any better? I'm gonna move this above just in case. There we go. That works the way it should now. So instead of like that lines index 2, I want it to actually fetch whatever I is. Wait. Okay. Okay, so I think now I can reference that new skill, the full path of new skill prompts. So I'll just add a space there. Oh, and then I gotta put the line numbers. So it's I wonder if I could put this in brackets. I don't even know if that's possible. Can I do something like this and then it'll echo the correct thing? If I add the end. So said unknown expression. So we should get rid of those. That too. Maybe I can have a space before the P. Because the P is required for the syntax. Maybe I could just go like that. I've done this once before where I reference the number for the variable. What if I even put it in parentheses? And the other way to do it besides this would be outside. Like that. Man, why is it... Oh. Why isn't it fetching the specific line? I feel like it's not fetching the specific line, so I think I'm going to comment this out and try something else, like... Like, what is this? Does this do anything? Or if I could do like something like that or something. No. Well, since I'm doing a single line number, I might actually not need the P after it. Oh my gosh, all those tests I was just doing weren't even really happening. But I think I don't need the P after it. Ah. So I assume that's what is airing out, right? So if I don't run that, ooh. Well. Can I run that without, so that runs without errors, that's good to know. So the sed command is where there's something wrong, for sure. So I is, I don't know, let's just say 6. So if I have 6, that obviously errors out, but if I have 6p, guess what, then it works. So you can see why I'm having some syntax issues right now. How do I change that 6 to the variable of I? Like that or something. And see right here, yeah. Sed reference variable line number. Sed reference line number of file. See right there, even in this situation, how do I do a variable reference and not those hard-coded numbers? That's the problem. Sed-n-e with variable sed reference line number of file. Nothing on here is useful at all. This is aggravating. I think I'm ruining the quality of this video struggling with this right now, so I'm gonna pause this video until I figure this out. Right, so I think I finally ended up getting it figured out. It took a really long time with a lot of trial and error, and I was almost ready to give up and do a completely different approach where I have this Python script modify the expect script to hard code the numbers in. So I finally found something that works with a single line number. So apparently there were multiple things going on that I didn't even know. So you know how we did the for I in like this with brackets? Well, those brackets were screwing up the variable referencing, and they're required for referencing array variables. So yeah, that's a little problematic. So a new approach needs to be done. So we do a for loop like this, just like how you would normally, you know how you'd normally do a for loop in a lot of other programming languages? Well, this is how you do that format in Bash, and it works considerably better. And now I'm using AWK for this rather than sed, and that's just because the variable reference doesn't have that weird P thing going on, and it's syntax wise it's actually a little bit easier. So yeah, that's kind of how I do it now. So I will be hard coding these values in the expect script. So let's try it out. So this we can reload now. Okay. Man, we'll come back into here, but do skill prompts. So it's still got everything in there. I thought it might have deleted some lines, but it never did. With the way I was doing it before. But if this is working correctly, then if I say line 0 and 1, then it should reference basically this first line. So those are the lines right there that we're basically interested in. So if I have 0 and 1 and run the script, the use information window is exactly what we want. If I were to change the index 0 to 2, whoops. Sorry, I have to try to think now. So that's, yeah, that's 2. Right. Oh my gosh, I'm confusing myself. There we go. So now if it's 2 and 3, it should be both of those. Yep. And then 4 and 5. There we go. 4 and 5 should be obviously okay creating the skill. So yeah, this is actually much easier than what we were doing before. So 6 and 7, of course, that would be what you'd expect. 8 and 9 would do this line. Let's make sure 10 and 11 would do that last one. I just want to verify that one at least, so double digit with 10 and 11. So Bash can now reference all of our responses. Now it's a matter of getting our expect script to basically read that. So let's see. I'll pull up our expect script right here. Our create expect. and the test one I'll pull up here. Test lines. So we got the val sed. Fortunately, that's the same. I mean, as you can see, Bash has so many different ways to do things. Because after all, it is just using operating system commands, and there's multiple ways certain things can be done. Like, I think you can use cat instead of disk duplicator. And I think Brody Robertson did a video on that, but yeah, just to give you an idea, you can do so many different, there's so many different ways to do stuff. So instead of doing this, we're gonna be doing a whole bunch of for loops for each thing, which seems a little bit redundant, but at the same time, it kind of makes things a bit easier. Whoops. Oh, copy line numbers? You gotta be kidding me. But that works for now. So I didn't think of how you copy multiple lines. I'll just use cat on that. Okay. So for this will be basically index 0 and 1 actually. That'll be all. Then instead of echo, let's see if we can get it to work with send. That'll be interesting to try. So instead of using echo, we use send right there. I wonder if we'll be able to just send something like that. Actually, I think I'll use the visual mode to whoops. Come on. What are you doing, Vim? Okay. Let's see. Alright. There we go. Alright. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the Vim command there. Then I'll paste that right there. And of course, we want to get rid of that testing script word. So I'll do that, just like that. Now we might not need no, actually, I think if you have I want to try something, so can you use the declaration that's like this? Because I feel like that might actually simplify. It still works. Awesome. So here I'm just gonna do that type of declaration right there. And it's in a for loop, so it'll in theory be able to do so there's some extra spaces right there. Oops. There we go. Alright. I think that'll work. I don't even know for sure. So the prompts. So the skill name. Example phrases to trigger your skill. So we can actually, I know this looks like it's going to take a while, but really the only difference is the line numbers right here. That's all that's going to be different for what we pull in. And you can see maybe we can create like a function or something in Bash and then just call that function whenever we do this, but I don't know how to do that. And I have zero desire to figure it out. This is gonna be a set it and forget it type deal. So I'm totally fine with that. So enter some trigger phrases to... I'm gonna actually copy those 4 lines over to here. And of course, oh, now how do we figure out the index of this? Oh wait, it'll just iterate as many times as it needs. It'll just iterate as many times as it needs to basically do this. So right here, the sleep one can probably still go right there. And then the sleep point one can go right there. I think that's how we'll do it. In theory, that should iterate as many times as it needs to do all the prompts. Hopefully. So let's see. So after this done right here, we can get rid of everything up until so after 0.1 seconds, then it'll just send a return. We'll do that again. Like that. So it'll, that after the for loop is done, then it'll hit return one more time. And yeah, what should your skills say to respond? So it looks like we're gonna treat it the same way as we're treating this. And then we'll put this underneath the 0.5. So let's take those 5 lines. It'll wait half a second. Then it'll start iterating on 4, 5. I think that's what we want. So then, wait, what am I? Okay, so it expects this, waits half a second. Once that for loop is done, oh, this is just a sample then. So we can get rid of at least that. We could add like another 1/10 of a second right here before we return. So a one-line description of the skill. So that's only ever going to be one line, so we can take how we did it during the first one. So right here, obviously we got those 4 lines. It'll just do, what were the previous indexes? 4, 5. That's gonna be 6. That's 7. Okay. I was just gonna say, do I really need to record the rest of this? So, I'm gonna delete this, and then when there's 2 sleeps, that's where I paste this next for loop, basically. So, like, yank those 5 lines. And I think, yeah, that's, so 8 and 9. That's right. I think that's what we want. Since the author's a name, that's the same, that's the same. Tags, blah, blah, blah. So I honestly think that that's all our expect script really does. We have a long description. I think this might be our final expect script, assuming I didn't make any mistakes on here. And it actually pulls stuff from the file and everything. So, assuming we can even use those send commands, then that'll work. So, let's see here. So I'll run the expect script. So everything thus far, let's see, what do we have on here right now? What is our current new skill prompt? The fact that it took that long to load makes me think the video could be freezing up right now. Let me make sure it's not. I don't think it is. Okay, so this would be it. So that would be the file right there. So it comes in without the line numbers, of course. So in theory, it should be able to power through the expect script taking in this information. I hope this works. Man, I feel like I'm a little bit jumbled right now, but so what I have let's go over what I have right now. Hopefully it'll make things a little less jumbled. Okay, so let's see here. So we have the ability to retrieve the file. I think that should work fine. We have a Python script that can put the line numbers in the file. We hopefully have our expect script properly working. So if it's working correctly, it should be able to do that essentially. The expect script should be able to run at this point. So let's see if these first three things work now. Alright, ready? Actually, let's make sure that the text file is all good. I just want to double check the text file, which looked good enough to me. Okay. So now let's see what happens if we run that script. It should be able to create a new skill using our information now, but it doesn't modify the manifest file or anything yet. Ready? So it's gonna send the message box to my computer, which I'll be able to see it. It worked. Oh boy. So the Python script errored out. Why? The skill name is not in the list. So what's in this file? Skill name should be in the list, but there's a slight chance of the Python script executed too quickly. So let's add a little delay, I guess. Let's add a little delay before it does anything like this. I'm not sure if that'll matter or if that'll even help. But I think it's running the Python script just a tad too soon. I think that's probably what's happening. Message box popped up, went away. So skill name is not in the list. Possible that it happened too soon. Make sure that that doesn't happen until we're really ready for it. What happens if I do like a 10-second delay? I mean, that might seem a little excessive, but I think it would be a good test to know what's really going on. Well, that didn't fix it. So what's the Python script again? So calculate lines. Okay, it's some actual script error. So let's see what's wrong with our Python script. I could have had a typo this entire time. I probably didn't properly test it since I changed the path over. So let's add that to the file. And take a look at the entries variable. So print entries. So Python calculate lines. Ooh, what? Why does it have /r's in it? Maybe that's how it's reading. That's interesting. So it's blitzed by a new line. So entries index 0, for example. So it must be treated slightly. So that looks like skill name, doesn't it? It must have that /r on it. I'm just curious, how does Python 3 treat it? Because if that treats it a little, now it doesn't treat it that way. Let's use Python 3 to execute it instead. That might be what the issue is. That /r is what made it invalid, essentially. Sometimes Python issues are because of Python 2. Go figure. So let's get rid of that and that. So I think in our use skill, so we can get rid of that because that's not the issue is. So let's use Python 3 instead of regular Python for that. I trust that it'll work now. As far as the expect script goes, I don't know if that'll work right, but I think Python will work now. Let's try it once. Ready? Hopefully that works. So the message just came up. So the expect script doesn't seem to work with eval. I think that might be where we use the other workaround. But we can look up a pretty simple search term. Expect script not working with eval. I think the correct alternative will be listed here. And I'm not using exports because nothing is permanent. Expect script eval not working. None of these things are useful at all. I'm sorry, but these search results are absolutely worthless. Expect bash eval not working. I don't even know what to search. And piping into bash, no, that doesn't work either. I know it won't. Maybe that's where that other syntax will just happen to work, even though it didn't work in bash. Maybe it'll work in So maybe we go like this. I don't know. I'll just run the... Nah, I should run it with our original script just because I don't know what could change between doing one or the other. So that worked like you'd expect. What if I use eval like with that? How about this? Nope. I've done this before. I don't know what I did though. Unbelievable. I think this is one of those things where I'm gonna pause it till I figure it out. Ready? Why don't we do a transition this time? Or whatever. I don't think this is gonna end up working, so an alternative would be to just create a dedicated script that has... Oh no, but then the line number won't be in there. Or no, I want to see if I can execute a script directly, so I tried all sorts of stuff here, and none of it just seems to want to work. So, I think what I might try doing is to execute a script, like an actual bash script that declares the line number. So instead of putting the line number in that new skill prompt text, I put it in this other script. That's the idea. So I might create a file called declare line.sh, and since I'm actually not gonna modify anything, it's all gonna be what's in the Python script. I'm gonna calculate lines.py. I think what I'm gonna end up doing is, instead of appending to the new skill prompts, I'm just gonna so entries.insert, then that lines equals whatever. Instead, I think I'm gonna do it in a different... I'll just create another temporary array to line variable equals an array. And then I'm gonna change this to line variable dot append this. I'm gonna append that to the file. Hopefully those quotes won't be confusing and all that. Maybe I'll use single quotes here. Whoops. I think I'll use single quote right there. So I'm actually not going to be making any modifications to the file. And since I'm not, I think we can actually get rid of this stuff right here. And actually, let's not exactly get rid of it. I mean, we can get rid of that. And instead of opening new skill prompts, what's that new script that we just created? Is there any bash script that's available? Just so I can look at everything that's in here. There we go. Oh, look at that. What am I even looking for now? Oh, the file that'll have test lines. Oh, did it not save the file? Declare line variable.sh. So that's what I'll have it be. So line variable.sh. And then we're basically writing line variable. So I think, so now when we calculate lines, I think we use Python 3, right? So, let's make it executable. And remove that sed. Okay, so... Oh no. That sure didn't work. So... maybe we just escape these quotes here. And try it again. Well, that looks like it got created correctly. But... oh no. I think I had the wrong name here. So that writes to line variable.sh. It really does. Maybe this was working fine, I don't know. That print statement that I have here, get rid of that. Print line variable. That looks correct. So now if I look at line variable, there we go. So that's will that actually work if I were to just come into that expect script now and basically execute that line variable.sh. Line variable.sh. Something like that now. So create expect. Oh, that still doesn't work. Man, what I just did was completely worthless. Well, if I don't do that, did it actually run though? This is with something that I was looking at. Execute bash within expect script. I think I'm just gonna parse within the expect script directly. I'm at a point where I want to get this over with. I'm cutting corners now. I am sick of this. I'm not spending any more time on this nonsense. I've had it. So let's have our Python scripts parse the expect script now. So before this, I'm just gonna say expect equals open create. Oh my gosh, I have to do absolute path documents mycroft create expect.sh. We're basically just gonna expect equals expect.read and then expect equals expect.split by a new line character. So it's an array. So now print expect okay, that's the only print statement that should exist. Get rid of that. So print expect should be literally the only thing. So I'm gonna so that's already open. Get rid of that. I commented everything out until I get this all figured out. So okay, let me double check this. That is how it's gonna be. And then I think I'll have the lines variable right there. So when I run this, whoops, when I actually run the Python part though, so this index will always be the index where the line variable goes, right? And it can just execute that variable declaration. I added this -f just because I saw it somewhere. Actually, I might take that out just to sort of be consistent with kind of how I was doing things before. So 0, 1, 2. So index 2 will always be where things parse to instead. So expect. So now we have the expect script. So instead of printing expect, then we can say expect index 2 equals that line variable, I suppose. No. Where do we declare our line variable? Or how do we piece that together before? Did I actually get rid of that stuff? Oh my god. Did I actually delete it? Should have commented out instead. I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back, whatever means is necessary, and I will see when I manage to do that. Alright. I think it worked. Okay, I think we are now there. So expect 2 equals this. And that does work now. It properly inserts it into the array. So now we're actually gonna we originally opened up the new skill prompt. We're no longer gonna modify that. It's just causing too much problem with this approach. As you can see, there's a lot of them. So instead, this will be the expect script. So create expect, and rather than writing line variable, we're gonna write expect. So I'll just say expect, and that's it. I think that should make it do what we want, because it's only ever going to modify that item in the array. Oh, and then we're probably also going to want to convert it so that it's obviously friendly with, you know, adding a new line character to each item in the array, basically. So how do I do that again? I'm just going to real quickly reference my other script where I do that. We're just iterating over each item and then adding the new line character. That's how we're doing it. So instead of saying print expect, I'm going to... Okay. So I'm going to add a new line character to each item. So for I in range, the length of expect the tabbing is such a pain. I'm going to use Thonny to correct it, I guess. So expect index I plus equals the new line character. I think that's what we want. And then we can write... We have to back up our expect script too, because if this screws it up, oh my god, who knows how long it'll take to get it back to normal. So CP create expect. I don't like that. I'm gonna back it up to my home folder, but it's absolutely necessary to just make sure it's not in that same directory, and then we'll use Thonny on the create expect. No, calculate lines. And Thani is dedicated for editing Python. So, yeah, just so you know. So I think that was the only indentation we had to fix up. So, it'll run that. Let's look at the expect script real quick to see if there's anything we need to do there. So there'll be a lines variable there. That's why it's empty right now, because it'll always be at that index, no matter what. So Python 3, calculate lines. Now let's go back into the create expect. Perfect. So now it'll actually run a variable declaration, assuming expect actually supports that. That'd be aggravating if it didn't. So that really 4 and 4. 4, 4, 7, 8. Is that right? Oh boy. Now we need to change the mechanism for this. Because now we're no longer going to use that lines. Right. So we unfortunately have to change how it calculates those line numbers. Since we can get rid of this +1. That might be all we need to do. I hope that's all we have to do. So let's just do that. Like so. Let's try it and see if it at least gives us numbers. So, yeah. So let's see if those are the right numbers. I wish there was some other program that Thani will. So Thani create expect. Or no, the new skill prompts. So that's correct. Yeah, I think we're calculating everything correctly, so we didn't have to change as much. But that last line, that's wrong. Usually it'll be the edge cases that break when you change stuff like this. So I think I'll have it like this. So then I'll X out Thani. And what was I gonna do? We have to look at... We have to get the line number for the edge case now. Okay. So I might want to get rid of the +1. Is that it? That might actually end up being all that's required. So Thani, new, blah, blah, blah. So let's not save that. Let's go back in. So 1919. So of course, if I were to duplicate this and run the Python 3 again. Oops. I deleted that wrong. So I run that again and go back in. 1920. Okay, that's correct now. The line numbers are now correct. And it's in the expect script, so I think it should work. So just to make sure that it really is working, that I'll use the echo with, how do we reference variable? I think it's like, let's look at index 2 once and see if that works before we actually run before we run things officially. Oh my gosh. Does expect scripts even work with variables? Oh my gosh. This doesn't work. I'm really tempted to just give up. Using expect scripts with variable. You would think that there would be much better results for this, but there aren't. Because it sucks. 30 variable declarations. Declaring variable in expect script. My gosh. Oh, set. Well, let's see if we could use set variable then blah blah blah. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I am just ready to give up. I have spent so much time on this and I've been trying to squeeze in time for this nonsense. And this is what I get from it. Just BS. I've had enough of this. I've had absolutely enough of this atrocious. I'm not going to say those words. No. I try to keep this relatively family friendly, so I'm not saying those words. My mind would just stop totally saying them. That'd be nice. So set lines. How does it work? So set the variable name, and then I think use set expect use set to declare array array initialization array set bar name and then what's the key? Oh my gosh. Oh. Key is just basically like the index. You're manually specifying indexes and so array set. Let's just figure out how it works, and we're gonna have to modify the Python script to follow this format. Array set lines Then I think it's curly braces now. So this is going to be such a pain, and there's no commas, there's just spaces only ever. Oh yeah. Okay. So let me do a macro right here. You go to the comma, replace it with a space. So let's execute it at least 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. Boom. So that saved a little bit of time, I guess. So you just put it in, no, it's brackets rather than parentheses. So, oops, wrong one. There we go. So it's not just that, but we can do a macro for this too, technically speaking. So what am I doing? So I'm here. Zero, 1, 2. So I think I go like this. Is that it? Oh man, I messed up. I was supposed to do that, but increment it afterwards. Wait, we should probably... So I'll just yank that specific character. Well, I'll yank that character right there. Or wait. So macro, yank that character. Go over to there. Add a space. Paste that character I yanked and increment it by 1. Let's see if that macro works. Nailed it. Alright. So how many more do I have to do? Let's do 5 of them. Whoa. Something didn't work there. Oh crap. Now what? We're just gonna have to do it on an individual basis. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I see. When I repeat it, it glitches out. Wait, whoops. Why? Oh, because it's now double digits. Huh. I'm kind of tempted to just create a macro here, although look, if it takes me a while to do something, you can skim around. That was always an option, just so you know. So let's see if we can figure out another macro. And even if there's extra steps, so what? We won't even notice the extra time. So if we go after that, whoops, I want to yank that. Yank that character. Go over to there. Maybe go one over. Paste in there. Increment. No. Add a space. Ah, man. Go back. Go character ahead. Add a space. Go back. Increment. Is that the macro we want now? Yep. So let's do like 3 more. Let's do 1 more there. Oh no. Well, so 2 0 2 1 2 2 5 3 6 4 9 5 9 6 12 7 12 8 15 9 16 10 19. That's right. That's right. It is totally right. So now let's see if for some reason that works. So then how do you reference? Oh. How do you reference the array then? Probably like this. So let's. So it's. So that is what I was modifying. So to reference it, I think you do lines. Let's see what this does. Echo doesn't even work. Man, expect literally is not bash. Ah. Echo not working, expect script. Can we do like a send or something? Let's do a send and then at least we can see what it's doing. So we change that to a send. Right? And there's no like expect, so it won't wait. Didn't even like send the actual variable. How do you actually reference like this or something? Ah, yes, that worked. So that's how you reference it. So in theory, if I change it to 10, it should give me 19. Which it did. Oh, My God, this problem was aggravating. So that's how we now reference each thing. So that'll work, I guess. But, yeah. So I was just thinking if there was like a macro that I could use. Whoops. I might want to just comment that out for now. So it's the same syntax, just parentheses now. So expect just does things a lot differently. I'm just thinking of a macro I could use to change all this. Let me try it. So I just search lines, blah, blah, blah. Then I go to the actual number. Or I go to the brace. Actually, I don't like that let's just try this. So I replace it with the left parenthesis, then I go to the right one, replace it with the right parenthesis. Will that actually work? There we go. So how many are there? So 0, 1. There's like 12 total. We just did 2 of them, so... I think. So now if I look for lines, index something, no such thing. I think we just replaced it all. I hope. So now, in theory, we should be able to do this now. So now can I get rid of that character? No. I can just create a simple macro for that. Whoops, I think I messed up that macro. So how many lines do we need to do? I'll just do like, I know we need at least 15. Um, 32 at least. Okay, so right there, 12 more. There we go. So now I've uncommented all the lines. And I think the script will work now. Am I crazy thinking this might now work? Okay. So let's say we've gathered all the information. Let me modify the script now. So that's basically formatted exactly how I want it. Right. So we're gonna copy that to the Pi. And then I think it should be able to power through everything now. So should we see if it really works? So the use scale is what we're doing. Will this work? we'll be able to take information from our main computer and power through the questions automatically. Okay, so the message worked. What? No. That new formatting that I just did is gone. Oh my gosh. I should have backed that up before we ran it. The new form, we have to change the Python script to do that brand new formatting we were just doing. Alright, let's get this back to where it was before, and then we will modify the Python script. So let's get it back to where it was. Ready? Okay. I guess it's back to where it was now, I think. The variable referencing is still the same. So now we have to modify the Python script to essentially give us this format. So I guess I'm fine. I guess I'm fine using Thonny for that, even though I won't have Vim in it. That's alright. So Thonny calculate lines. Actually, why is that such a big deal? I'm literally tempted to send this to my computer. So if I do SSH pass-p, if I can manually type in the command real quick, I'm just gonna see if I can, I guess. SSH pass-p. The password will be sed-n-e, and then we can reference things locally. So dot password. What? HomePy documents, Minecraft, .passwords, .txt. Oh, we gotta specify a line number, that's why. It is the first one. So now, SCP -P 2022 Joseph at that colon, or wait, so SCP -P 2022, maybe the source file, which is calculate lines. That's gonna go to D personal files / desktop. Why did this error out? So there's no quotes. That's what we determined before. So maybe the -p has to be after this. How about that? What are we erroring out on? You know, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous that we would be struggling with this right now. Alright, I'm just gonna... What's even in here? So, use skill. Yeah, we're not gonna fit that all in one line. So we'll just do this. So are there any weird spaces? And the document, no. It looks like it worked nicely, so. So in the quotes. Wait. Why am I even bothering with this? So this should be SCP, capital P. And then slash MNTD personal files slash desktop. Oh, what file are we doing? We're doing the calculate line. It is a first password. Yeah, that should be right. But it's stuck. Maybe because it has to be here. When is this nightmare gonna end? Oh my gosh. I am trying to make time for this nonsense, and this is what I get in return. All of this nonsense. That's it. I'm using VNC. I am going to use VNC to transfer it. I've had enough of this. And I'm literally just doing this so I can get Vim to edit Python. What am I doing? So I go to here. File transfer. Documents. Is the dot password still in here? Okay. Oh crap. That's not even what I was transferring, is it? What I'm really transferring is calculate lines. There we go. That was ridiculous. Okay, here we go. So there it is. So now we need to get it to match this format here. I'll we temporarily copy that if it'll even let us. perfect. So this will work, I think. So how do we get it to basically be formatted like this? Array set lines like so everything in the middle is, oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. Oh, so then the place where we normally list indexes, I think we take we add I itself. So the string of I plus a space plus so obviously we'll get to check it out before we do anything crazy with it. I don't know if that's what we want. Might not even be right. But this will be commented out regardless. And we'll basically print that out. Print list indexes. So how did this turn out? Oh. So we're gonna comment out these lines here. I think that's all we really have to comment out. Oh. Entries. So this will be the deed. I can't believe I'm doing this. So d:/that, and I think that's, oh no, so instead of doing that, then I guess and here instead of so let's see, rather than saying like expect to, so we could print that instead of list indexes for now and see if that works. Now this is going to be an absolute pain to turn it back, isn't it? Oh, that's right. I was going to comment that out. Expect not defined, line 43. So let's comment this out too. So then, oh my gosh. Oh, save it. Oh, wow, that is very inaccurate. That's not what we're supposed to be getting, obviously. Oh. Something's not spacing out, is it? I'm not sure if we have to, like, add this or something. That might be what we're looking for. So 0, 2, 1, 2, 2, 5, 3, 6, 4, 9, 5, 9, 6, 12, 7, 12, 8, 15, 9, 16, 10, 19. And then it missed 11, so obviously we're going to have to do the string of I here somehow. Plus a space, most likely. Maybe that'll fix it. 11, 19. I think that's right. This is what it should be formatted as, which it is now. Man, that is gonna be such a pain to set up. So erase that lines. We don't have to do anything special with this, so we can get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of this last line because Adam seems to add it for some annoying reason. So I'm gonna uncomment that. It'll open up that file. And then this one, get rid of that, uncomment that. I think that's probably it. So now we just transfer this back to the Raspberry Pi. Using the easy method. Certainly not going to let stuff overcomplicate us here. Okay, so documents, Minecraft. So this calculate lines. Overwrite, yes. No. So I hit yes here. So I think we finally got it to work. Let's make sure that it's actually sent, of course. Yes. So I think that's right now. So let's look in our expect script. I just want to see if we have like a space here. So as long as we write our Python calculates, we should still have the same thing. And don't worry, I did back up that file. If we screwed it up again, I would have been able to restore it. So I think that's what we want. This got to be absolutely ridiculous, but let's see if we can get through the rest of this in a pretty decent amount of time. So as long as this works now. So I'm going to double check the file that I have on here. Okay. Because it's going to pull it in. Yep. I trust it in its ability to do that. So is there enough reason to think that this is suddenly gonna work successfully. I kind of want to make sure that it does everything before it creates our skill in a screwed up way, potentially, just because it screwed up a step here. No errors, so I'm guessing that it would be able to power through the expect script, assuming I'm calling it correctly. Ready? Moment of truth. Here we go. See if I can take our information and power right through it. What the heck is going on now? Wrong number args. Let's run our expect script and just see what that does, of course. Create expect. Wrong number arg should be array set. Array. What? Did we run into that before? What is it supposed to be formatted as? Array set. Array set. Brackets. Not parentheses. Okay, that's actually a good error to have, just because it's simple. So let's, thank goodness. We can use Vim here to modify that. So this should be brackets. Like that. I trust this now. I trust this enough to think that... Okay, will it work now? I hope so. So that works. Oh, this is good news so far. We're not sending that for loop. So why is this erroring out now? Oh yeah, I think there might be some different syntax with a for loop and an expect script. Expect script for loop. Let's hope that the difference is like easily workable. So for loop. Oh my gosh. This is actually quite scary. It requires the brackets, and I was trying to get rid of them. I was specifically getting rid of the brackets. Holy crap, why are you so stupid? For loop. expect without braces. There has to be a way to do it. This has to be in an expect script. I mean, nothing is ever gonna work right at all, is it? Nothing will. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. The brackets are gonna cause problems. The brackets are gonna cause these ridiculous problems. Reference array. In for loop. Brackets. Bash. I don't think we can't just like do this array name because we have to do it from one to the other. Oh, but we can put it in quotes maybe. This is atrocious. I'm just gonna copy our expect script while it's good. So for good news is we're not setting any variables with that send or whatever. Set I it looks like there's just one of those. So set I. Hopefully we can go like this or something. Then I is less than or equal to something like this. I think then we do I increment or something. INCR I1. Increment I1. Is this how ridiculous it is? And of course I didn't change the right one, but well, let's double check that. So for there's no parentheses around. In fact, it's so ridiculous that so there's no parentheses here first of all. Like it was brackets. We use brackets to separate each thing. So rather than going like this, we go like this, which is why I'm nervous about how the brackets are going to function and all that. So let's see. Whoops. Okay, so right at the end, there is space after this. So set I1. It's not even a set I equal to, it's just a set I. So for set I, then the variable, then another bracket I is less than or equal to the number. Then, yeah, that's right. And then, come on. Then we actually have brackets, which is crazy. So here, the right one. It looks like you're supposed to also indent. So, and it's not sensitive to indentation like Python, so looks like a lot, but not a big deal. And since we're basically doing exactly the same thing throughout all these for loops, so at the very least, even with the one above, the only difference is it doesn't have that 0.1 in there, right? So we'll paste this right here, get rid of that, get rid of that too. So that's 0. That's, whoops, that's 1. Oh, then is there a space after? No. It's probably not even a big deal, but maybe it is. So let's get rid of that space too. But for this one, so we just gotta remember to do change this to 4 and 5. So I'm basically updating the rest of this. Okay, so this one's more like this. I might as well paste all of them before actually removing. So then this is 6, 7. And then the 8 and 9 go like that. Oops. Man, that's such weird macro madness. And of course, 10 and 11 are, you know how they are. Why do we have all these extra lines at the end? Makes no sense. Okay. Ridiculous, huh? Is there any reason we can believe that it'll work now? Alright, let's run this. Ready? Now what other error can you possibly throw at me, huh? Probably shouldn't have that attitude, because believe me, it could happen. Oh, what is happening now? Are you kidding me? No such variable. Why does this not have a space in it now? That could be part of it. Okay, so let's create a macro where we do that search criteria. Jump to there and insert a space. So I think it did it all now. Hopefully that's all that the error is. Because if that doesn't work, then this is madness. Literally. I don't know how that even happened. I must have done some find and replace that screwed it all up. That's why you typically try to think about it. Oh, now what? So home pi document, no such variable. So what type of thing am I doing with the AWK? There must be some special syntax for doing that too, huh? Using in expect scripts. Execute bash within exec but how do I... My question now is how the heck am I supposed to use this? Oh, now what are you doing? They're just doing something weird. I don't even know what to look for at this point. I'm just... No energy left and making a ridiculous amount of compromises to squeeze in the time for this. I am never doing anything like this again. I'll tell you that much. I am not investing time in the way that I am right now for this sort of thing again. I'm gonna figure this out off camera. I tend to be able to do better with that, and I'll be back when I get this all figured out. So we do a transition. Right. So I think I got a solution that actually might work now. I haven't officially tried it yet, but I'm pretty confident that it'll work at this point. So why don't I just show you what I did? So in the expect script, I'll show you the approach that I ended up taking. I kind of had to revamp everything because the syntax is so funky, but essentially what I do now is I actually open up the entire file, and then I basically convert it into an array by doing this, and then I close out the file, but it's still stored in this array, as you can see here. And what I'm actually doing now for each thing is I set the variable counter to 0. I've tried so many different things, but this actually works. I've kind of turned my head away against this idea before, but given how it was going, it's actually quite a genius idea. You just basically iterate over every line, and then when you get to the line number you want, then you do what you need to do. And that works really well here. So I have a counter variable for the loop, which is 0. Then I have start and end variables, which are the corresponding stuff in the array, and that's the correct expression right here. Then I run the for each loop for all of the line numbers, essentially increment the counter by 1, and if it's greater than or equal to the start and less than the end, that's like the whole range. That expression does works over like 2 lines, then it'll do that for 2 lines. It does the exact thing. Oh, and then I'm doing the new line character right here, but I think I really want return rather than new line. So that's basically the approach. So it does it for each loop, and then it does it for the specific lines that I want. This doesn't always have to start at 0, but since it works, I'm not even going to mess around with that at this point. Otherwise, I would seriously consider using Python to rewrite the expect script as needed. Let's face it, that would probably be the easiest approach. I wish I would have done that several hours ago, but this seems to work. I mean, it prints out the lines using the send command normally, but I haven't tried it with the expect script yet. It does properly print it, so that's why I think it's going to work nicely. It's so unfortunate that this doesn't tie with Bash as much as I would like. I kind of wish there was an extension to Bash, but I suppose as part of the creation process, it just isn't. So that's our expect script now. And as far as I'm guessing that it'll work just fine. So yeah, I don't think you need a -f right here, but we might. Otherwise, I think this should work. So let me make sure that there isn't like a new line character. I'm gonna have to probably escape the backslash. Yeah. So that's perfectly fine to have a new line character there. That's the only instance of it. Totally fine. So I think this approach will work a lot better. So let's look at the new skill prompt. That looks just like you would expect. I'm just making sure that I have what I want. I'm totally fine leaving that in, but I can take it out if I want to. So it'll run that master bash script. I don't see why that shouldn't work. So then I'm gonna verify the file in Windows. By the way, this disconnected from our WSL instance, so let's reconnect. So let's copy this and reconnect. That's odd. It worked earlier, didn't it? Oh, I'm in the home directory now. No, that shouldn't matter. Hold on. That's not the right line, is it? For connecting to this. Yeah, that's what I did. There we go. And then at least I could go into this Minecraft folder and be able to see things as needed. I won't need it now, but it'll be handy probably. In fact, I could probably even use it right now if I wanted to see the contents of this. Then I could see this is exactly the same as the other one. So when we copy stuff from the computer back, it'll copy things exactly the same. So let's look at this use skill, double check everything. So it displays hello world, then it copies a file back, runs calculate lines on it, and runs the expect script. Oh, now I'm gonna want to make sure that calculate lines manipulates the right line. So create expect. So line 3 is what it should be manipulating. So that's line 3. Index 2 is line 3. I think that should work. So nothing's commented out. So at this point, it should be able to pull the file and power through the expect script, I think. I don't see why it shouldn't work at this point. Unless there's some sort of SSH connection related thing that's not currently working. I just want to make sure that my passwords file still exists. Yep, it does. So we probably had some sort of simple error in there. But anyway, let's see if we can create a skill by pulling a file from our main computer. Of course, I will have to change the IP addresses if that changes, but my Pi has had the same IP address for quite a long time. Let's see if it works. Message box came up. Oh, please work. Yeah, I think it worked. Okay, let's double check. So it entered the skill name, that's right. Looks good. Example phrases, took that information correctly. It took that information correctly. It even did the short and long descriptions correctly from our actual file. Entered in the author, the default values here. Look, yep. It answered yes for the manifest and no for... We got an expect script that actually works and even pulls stuff from the file too. So whatever I enter in on the computer will now work. So if we were to look at our plan, technically we can say that this is all done. And as far as this goes, we're down to here. So I think this manifest file and the init should be significantly easier. So as far as this manifest file goes, we might be able to just copy it from another skill because it might be identical. I hope so. Otherwise, we'll have to use Python to do some basic parsing, which shouldn't be the biggest deal in the world, but... So let's hope we can just copy the file if it's identical. So the manifest file was needed to basically tell it what dependencies we're using. We're using the OS dependencies so we can send shell commands in Python. So that's why we're using that. So I think we could use the CMP command to compare two. We can use it to compare two manifest files. So I'm going to go to opt Mycroft skills, and those are all my skills. So reboot host Pi and reboot Nookie. I would think that the manifest files are the same. Okay, so dependencies. That indentation looks a little bit strange. Reboot Nookie then. Oh, then this might not have worked because this dependencies needs to be uncommented, I think. And as long as it is uncommented or whatever, I think those two files should be identical at this point. So let's see if we can compare those two files. I've never actually used the CMP before, just to make sure it works. It says differ, and it doesn't say anything here, so it must be the same. If I modify the Nookie manifest file to comment this out again, then what? Differ. And here we don't get any news, so it must be identical. That's actually kind of a relief. So the manifest file is identical across all skills from the looks of it, which means we can just use the copy command rather than parsing things out. That'll make things so much easier right there. So let's create a Python script that can do that. So I'm going to do this in Atom once again, which I don't even have open. So calculate lines, who knows if that's up to date. So let's create one called, oh wait, we're not creating a Python script. That's unnecessary for the manifest file. I'll show you how easy it really is. We could probably get this in less than 2 minutes. So we go to our .mycroft folder here. Then we can modify a use skill, go to the end, and just say CP. And I'll probably do -F just to make sure it overwrites this particular thing. So I'm gonna figure out the path, the exact path here. So I'll just go into reboot the Nookie maybe. Well, what's a skill that I'm for sure gonna be keeping? The create Windows skill, sure. create skill windows, yeah. So that manifest file. So we're gonna copy /manifest.yml. Oh, I didn't think of this. How do we know what the destination is? Actually, that is a little trickier than I thought. Well, we can probably figure out the name of it from what we actually called it, right? So if we look at this file, for example, it's probably called use information windows. What is it called? So use information windows skill, all lowercase. It takes this right here, right? So we could probably should I create a Python script that modifies this to the final name? And I'll just do it right before we actually use it. So it lowercase is everything. Puts dashes in it and then adds the word skill to the end. So that's what the folder name is. And then if we can modify that Python, then we can basically use that sed command to fetch the specific line, which is always going to be the same line regardless. Unless I'm a moron and use it wrong. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So we will create a Python script, I guess. Okay, what do we call this? Parse skill name.py. So again, we can take some tidbits from this file. So we could just copy those 4 lines right there. We're not opening journal.md. So we'll do the absolute path, right? I'm going to assume that I'll get this right on the first try. So what file are we... So we'll just change this to PalmPy documents Minecraft new skill prompt.txt. Oh, that's why there was probably a space or no space in one of them before, because it probably autofilled without it for some reason. So I kind of feel like calling f or file equals file.read, and then file equals file.splits. I really don't think that was necessary, but okay. So then, I think I will temporarily have this be the D drive path. So I'll just do that, because I kind of want to not only make sure it works, but also figure out like the index and all that, just to make sure I know what that is. So Python parse skill name. So that's good. So this use information windows is the line of interest. So we're interested in file index 1 basically. So I'll put it in a variable because I might manipulate it. So skill name equals file index 1. So then of course if I were to print the skill name, now we should get the name of the actual skill. And of course we want it to be all lowercase, so we can just say two lower I think, or two lowercase. And that'll make it lowercase, I think. It's probably something really simple. The Python lowercase string. Actually, it's not lower. It just came to me before I saw it. I was thinking of Java, I think. So dot lower. Yep, that lowercase is all the letters in it. So how do we substitute the space with hyphens? Well, technically a string is an array at its core. So if I were to do like index 2 right here, then it does that letter. So we could iterate over the string basically. Python get number of characters in string. And then that's how we can know how to, we can use the length as well. So yeah, Python treats a string like an array technically. Array of characters pretty much. So I could just say the length of that. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Information. Oh man, I wish I knew. I know what I could do. Adam will tell me. So column 24, that means it's 23 characters as it says right down there. Yep. So it measures it accurately. And actually, we can say dot lower right here, then we don't have to worry about it down here. So we could just get rid of that dot lower. And then that set of parentheses too. Like that. And it still works, right? So now what we can do is for I in range, the length of skill name. Let's say I wanted to print one character at a time. Not I. Skill name index I. And I'm sure there's a way to do a for each loop, but kind of old and don't know how to do that sort of thing. So we got access to each individual character now. So we can check if that character is a space. If so, it becomes a hyphen. Right? Pretty simple stuff, actually. That's awesome. So if skill name index I equals a space, then we're going to set index I equal to a hyphen instead. So once that's done, let's print skill name and see if that worked correctly. And oh, it's not even a real array, is it? What happens if I do like double quotes rather than single quotes? Oops. Oops. There we go. Come on. Let me replace it. There we go. Ah, come on. Sorry, I am kind of getting used to Vim in some areas yet, but just doing it is pretty much the way to do it. So sadly, it's not really an array, is it? So maybe what we can do is skill name string. So skill name index I equals space. Well, what we'll do is append. So here I'll just say else. What I'm gonna do is but then how do we convert? So let's actually create an array of the actual characters so we can treat it like a real array. That's probably not the best way to do it, but it's a way I know that'll most likely work. So we can still do that if statement right there, but we basically want to append the letter to, so I'll create a new variable called skill name because we have skill name string. So the skill name is not a space, then skill name dot append the skill name string index I. So basically it'll add all the individual letters to this array that we're doing. If it's not a space, if it's a space, then we just append an actual space here. So then just erase that. I think this approach will work a lot better. I don't even know if this is the full approach, but I feel like trying it. Whoops. Just skill name dot append right here. Not skill name. So it's just skill name. Got append, otherwise we append that skill name string at that index, right? Oh, and we're appending a hyphen too, so yeah. Okay, so why did that not work? Oh, this should be skill name string. So if skill name string index I is a space, then we'll append a hyphen in place of that. Otherwise, it'll be that same character, whatever that character is. There we go. So we have our array of the characters that we want. So now what we're gonna do is iterate through this new array, that the skill name one, and just add one character at a time to that string. So for I in range, the length of skill name, we're just simply gonna then say actually we'll empty the skill name string first. Skill name string is now an empty string at this point, because then we can reuse the variable. And for each item of skill name string plus equals that character's skill name index I. So then we can start printing skill name string. There we go. So now we have our skill name constructed, right? So now all we have to do is basically modify that use information file, just modify that line with the correct thing, and just for the sake of using it in our thing. And we're not modifying it until the skill has already been created. So of course, another approach would be like a searching, maybe, where we search for our skill in some way, but this should work fine. So now, the writing mechanism, I don't actually like the name file, because we've been manipulating that. No. I think it's actually fine to use the term file here. Maybe. So file equals open. I'll just copy this up here. Let's copy that. Oops. Paste it there. And then of course we're gonna make it writable, because that's how we're treating it. Then file that. Oh, now the other thing we have to do is we have the skill name string. We need to modify that particular line. What index is that? That's index 1. We need to modify index 1 with skill name string. We can't forget that. So I guess we can say file index 1 equals skill name string. Right? So then at this point we can write those changes. File that write lines. Oh, then we also have to prepare it so we have new line characters after each line for the resulting file. We can't forget that. Do I have that here? I can probably take it from somewhere. Can't take it from there. Ah, here we go. So I'll just copy those 2 lines. And yeah, here I'll paste it. So for I in range, the length of file, because file is what we're modifying, right? So file index I equals a new line. And just before we do any of this here, before we do any of that, let's make sure that file looks good. And of course it is sensitive to indentation, so good to know. So that we'll be able to use. Perfect. And the fact that it adds this to it on the last index, that shouldn't really matter at this point. We're just taking the specific index. Actually, I wouldn't mind skipping it for the last one. So to do that, I'll just say if I is not equal to the length of file, then we do this. I think that's all we need. So This is supposed to be -1. Or as long as I is less than, maybe. Yeah, so now it's got a new line character for all but the last one. Alright. So, yeah, programming is a lot about telling a computer exactly how you want to do things. That's what I'm doing here. And I'm using the Python language right now. So let's, since I think it's the way I want it, we can now do that. So file.writelines. Hold on. Since file is the array that we're writing, yeah, that shouldn't be the name. I'll just rename that to prompt then. Prompt.writelines file. That's what I'll do. Then at the end, even though this is not really necessary, I'll say prompt.close. And I think we've got everything we need, so delete that. I might get rid of that too. So in theory, that should give us the name that we want. Oh, this is not camel case. I keep forgetting that. And then line 6. Why is that out of range? Maybe because the file got modified. So I should have backed this up on this computer. I have a copy on the Pi yet, so let's maybe SCP it over. Hopefully this won't be too difficult to do. Man, let's use this one. So the document is Minecraft. So I think this is a good file, yeah. So SCP that file over. Import 2022. I won't worry about like the whole password thing right now. That's just gonna overcomplicate everything. So that goes over to Joseph at that/mntd. I think that should work. I think it did. So now we have a valid file. I'm gonna copy that. That'll be like my backup right there, I guess, for now. So the index was just out of range just because it got emptied somehow. And then that got printed somewhere. We don't need that anymore. But otherwise, let's take a look at it, see if it worked. Perfect, so rename this to... Oh, and then we gotta add skill to it as well. So... skill name string is that. Then we just gotta add the word skill, -skill to it. That's all we have to do. So I'll restore that back up and create a new one. So use information windows. So that's in the original format. So I think that's all we have to do there. So now the name of the directory is use information windows skill. So let's look at our actual thing here. Use information windows skill. Boom. Now we know exactly where our file is located. So that should work correctly. So now let's change the path to the correct one. So that's home pi documents Minecraft. / new skill prompts, and we're gonna want that here too, so I'll just get rid of everything there. Then we'll copy that. We don't need the quotes in this case. So here I'll just paste it right there. I think that works now. So that took a little bit longer than I thought, but it works from the looks of it. And I assume it'll work if I have the path correctly here. I don't see why it shouldn't work when we go to our different system. Oh, so the thing I was going to mention about the way I was creating this, the expect script, that got absolutely ridiculous and more complicated than it should have, right? So when you're in that situation, if you have a method that's easier, for example, using Python to modify the expect script, that would be considerably easier than trying to do like that for each and all those things. Actually, for each was pretty simple, but all that stuff I was doing before that just wasn't working, if I can see what direction things are going in, then perhaps I want to do something that's considerably easier. I think I originally had that idea of just parsing it with Python. And since that is probably the easiest out of all of them, if I would have taken some time to think about it, could have done that from the very start and possibly saved a lot of hassle. Then the expect script would be ridiculously simple. And we would just be modifying this script right here to do exactly what we need. This can modify the expect script as well. So that could have been an option as well. So use the right tool for the right job, and that includes what I was just saying here. So now that we have this script working, hopefully, let's send it over to the Pi using WinSCP. Right. So now we're just going to put the file right here. So now it's on the Raspberry Pi. I'll minimize that so we always have it available. So now if I look at our file system, there's our new script, right? Our skill name, I think that's it. So before we run this command, basically, we'll run that Python script. I'll probably use Python 3 just to be safe. Home Pi documents Minecraft / parse skill name.py. I purposely don't put spaces in there just because it will work, but it's kind of a hassle. So I think it's probably time to try that. So line 5 of the file we want to execute now. So we'll execute line 5 of the use skill into bash. We have the backup on the main computer. Let's back up this file too. So new skill prompt. So new skill prompt to back up, I guess. So now let's run that line 5, right? Let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh man, I'm confusing myself here. So this is line 5, as Vim says, so I trust that. So I'm gonna basically line 5 of use skill. We'll run that over to bash. And if that worked correctly, then we should be able to see, oops, new skill prompt .txt. So now we have parsed it correctly. So now we know the path of basically the file. So we're gonna modify the use skill to take that name for the destination. I'm just questioning what's the best approach to this? Because I have to do the whole path. I kind of wish I would have done the whole path, but that's okay. So obviously I can So if I were to comment out all the lines manually, then I'd like it to run that. So it parses things out. I should be able to run CD in a script, right? And it'll actually do that. So CD, oh, whoops. So CD home. Can I do that within a script? I don't think that really worked. Let me just see what happens if I do home high or something. I just want some obvious results about the path. Oh wait, let's then do current working directory or something. Oh, look at that. So it did change within the script environment. So this helps. So I want to see if I can go into the skill file, right? So cd opt Minecraft skills slash, then I'll fetch the actual path. So home pi documents Minecraft slash, what is it? New skill prompt.txt. Ooh, and then I have to remember. So it's line 2, right? So skills and then slash stats. Oh, look at that. So now the working direct. So that's the correct path. It went into the correct folder using what Python parsed out. So now we know it's this / manifest.yml. That's cool. So that's how we figure out the path. So I think I'll copy this all over to here. Oh no. Well, if I can paste, no, there we go. So if I can copy the manifest.yml over to this correct folder, I think this will work now. So let's get rid of that comment and the print working directory and that. So let's test it out once. So we've already basically done this. Everything up until the expect script. So now can we copy the correct manifest file? So I'm going to restore the backup of the new skill prompt. New skill prompt.txt. I think I still have that copied. So cp new skill prompt backup to new skill prompt.txt. So now that file is the original format, right? So that means parsing has to be done. And if we look at our manifest file, use Windows information Windows skill. Whoops. Oh, then this is where I can say like cd double exclamation mark. Just like if you forget sudo. So then let's look at the manifest file. So that's uncommented out. If this works correctly, it should change to what we want. So let's go back into that directory. And then I'm gonna just make sure that I have the correct lines commented out and all that. So it's only gonna parse the skill name and hopefully copy correctly, replace that manifest file with the new one. Okay, maybe I do still have to do parsing whether I want to or not. Maybe it's not quite as simple as I thought it would be, because I need to know where I am. But I think this should work. So I run this. I go back into here. Look at the manifest file. Well, look at that. The manifest file is now correct. So basically, in theory, we now have this done too. Now we just have to parse our init.py with the commands. So we've used everything but the commands so far. So once we get this, then basically we have our skill to create skills, basically. I was so aggravated before, but now things are going a lot better. That is cool. So the manifest file gets changed to what it needs to. So now we basically have to add that my setting line right here. Then the def, we have to create the stop function and pass basically, and then add our command from the actual file. So technically, so we're gonna have to open up that file again. We didn't technically need to parse that very last stuff, but we have, so I'm not gonna touch it. But so let's write a Python script that can modify this Python script here. Ready? So I'm gonna send that Python script to our main computer. I think that would be wise. So scp port 2022, the init file over to our main computer, and I'll put it in our desktop. Oh boy. So that didn't work. I don't know why that didn't work. Ooh. This is supposed to be like that. Man, I'm confusing Microsoft backslashes. They're always thinking backwards while Linux thinks forward. Are you kidding me? Did I still have that wrong? So mnt/d/personal files. Let's just put it on the D for now, and then we'll move it later. Yeah, I don't know what I did wrong there, but I think that path should have been correct, but whatever. So this init.py, we'll put it on the desktop for now. Oh, that took a little while to load. Did you see how long that took? That signifies the video might be freezing up right now. Nah, it just took long for a split second. I think we're okay. Everything is pretty responsive now. And I told you before that I trusted my test. Man, I would sure hate for this to get ruined though. I can't trust it, so I'm gonna check to make sure the video's not frozen up, and I'll be right back. It looks fine right here, but when it froze up in the past, it looked fine just like it does now. But the final product was messed up. I bet if I was live streaming, it wouldn't have been screwed up. But saving it to disk was a problem. Anyway, I'm gonna check the file, make sure it's good, and I'll be back.